hands of a multi-billion-dollar company's mess. In the face of Norfolk Southern's arrogance and incompetence, I want you to know we are fighting back. We stand with the good people of Pennsylvania and Ohio, and we stand with them against this corporate greed and incompetence. My administration will continue to work closely with our local, state, and national partners to keep the people of Pennsylvania safe. I know that some Pennsylvanians in Beaver County
Good morning and welcome to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host this morning, Zach Horner. It's 5:01 on the East Coast and 2:01 over on the West Coast. We appreciate all of you joining us this morning as we get you caught up on all the top stories of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. We'll start with taking a live look on one of our live cameras that we have all across the United States here. This is a shot of downtown New York City. You're looking at right outside the Fox Corporation building, as a matter of fact, there as they start their day on a chilly day there in the Big Apple. But let's get started on the big news of the day. President Biden and Russian President Vladimir Putin delivering dueling speeches as the fighting in Ukraine inches closer to the one-year mark. President Biden firing back at the Russian leader after Putin accused the West of actually starting the war. Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst has details from Kyiv, Ukraine.
Ukraine will never be a victory for Russia. Never.
The eyes of the world on Warsaw and President Biden as he delivers remarks to a massive crowd, waving Polish, Ukrainian, and American flags. The speech coming hours after Russian President Vladimir Putin blamed the West for the year-long war in Ukraine.
We are not fighting the Ukrainian people. The people of Ukraine became a hostage of the Kyiv regime and its Western masters.
Biden calling on the autocrat to put a stop to the fighting.
This war is never a necessity. It's a tragedy. President Putin chose this war. Every day the war continues is his choice. He could end the war with a word.
The rebuttal, a rallying cry to NATO allies as he declares unwavering support for Ukraine, with no end to the war in sight.
He thought NATO would fracture and divide. Instead, NATO is more united and more unified than ever.
Ahead of the speech, Biden met with NATO ally Polish President Andrzej Duda, in which he reaffirmed America's commitment to European security and stability.
We have to have a security in Europe. It's that basic, that simple, that consequential.
In his State of the Nation address, Putin denied any wrongdoing for the invasion. He also announced Russia would be suspending the New START treaty, the only remaining nuclear arms agreement with the U.S. NATO officials asking Russia to reconsider.
More nuclear weapons and less arms control makes the world more dangerous.
President Biden is expected to announce more sanctions against Russia later this week. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Since news that former President Jimmy Carter has entered hospice care broke over the weekend, thousands of well wishes and tributes have been pouring in for America's longest living president. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has that story.
Tucked in southwest Georgia, nearly 3 hours away from Atlanta, is the small town of Plains. Tractors carrying peanuts often roll through the streets, indicative of this humble community's strong agricultural ties. But pride also runs deep.
I think one of the things that stands out about President Carter is that this is his birthplace, and he's always been committed to the people of Plains.
Former President Jimmy Carter is passing his remaining time in hospice care at home with his family by his side in this compound roughly 2 miles from the house he grew up in as a boy. It's one of several sites preserved as part of the Jimmy Carter National Historic Park, the town now shaped by the country's 39th president just as much as he was shaped by it.
Washington will change people, not Jimmy Carter. He's the same man that went to the White House.
Here, Carter developed strong values on faith, family, and education, all of which would influence his leadership in the White House and beyond. The old train depot served as his presidential campaign headquarters. After serving in the Oval Office for a tumultuous one term, Carter moved back to Plains with his wife, Rosalind, but continued to lead a life of public service, building houses for the poor and teaching Sunday school. As Carter reaches the twilight of his life, many say his legacy endures by having helped others live.
His programs through the Carter Center have saved millions of lives. The whole world would be worse off if it weren't for Jimmy Carter.
The top official from the Environmental Protection Agency was among a contingent of federal, state, and local officials in East Palestine, Ohio on Tuesday. It comes amid growing criticism the Biden administration has been slow to react to the devastation caused by the derailment of a train carrying toxic chemicals. Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson is in East Palestine, Ohio, with the latest.
We believe in science.
More than 2 weeks after that massive train derailment here in East Palestine, the president's EPA chief and Ohio's governor drinking the tap water in an attempt to reassure the public. At a news conference here in town, Michael Regan, joined by the governors of Ohio and Pennsylvania and other officials, announced he will force Norfolk Southern to reimburse the federal government for the cleanup, or the company would pay even more.
Triple the amount. Triple the amount.
In an interview with Fox News, Norfolk Southern says the company's in it for the long haul.
Norfolk Southern is fully committed to helping this community recover, and we aren't going anywhere.
Today, the state of Ohio and HHS opening a new medical assessment clinic here in town, but some residents are still not satisfied.
It's not a clinic, it's a survey. How are your symptoms? How have you been affected?
How are you feeling?
I feel like crap. I've been sick for about a week.
Pressure has been mounting on the president's transportation secretary, who has been trying to shift the blame to the previous administration. But he has promised that when the time is right, he will visit.
When I go, the focus is going to be on action. Look, I was mayor of my hometown for 8 years. We dealt with a lot of disasters, natural and human.
Many residents are asking what happens here 5, 10, or 20 years down the line. Farmers are worried about their crops and who will buy them. Former President Donald Trump visits here tomorrow. In East Palestine, Ohio, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
Alec Murdaugh's defense team calls Buster Murdaugh to testify on behalf of his father in the double murder case against the disgraced South Carolina attorney. He's accused of killing his wife and younger son. Fox News multimedia reporter Caroline Elliott has that story.
I mean, he was destroyed. He was heartbroken. I walked in the door and saw him and gave him a hug and just broken down.
Alec Murdaugh's oldest and surviving son, Buster, takes the stand in his father's double murder trial Tuesday. The defense calling Buster as their third witness as they try to counter prosecutors' claims that Murdaugh is responsible for killing his wife and youngest son in order to distract from his financial crimes. In court, Buster testified his family was very close and loved each other deeply, but under cross-examination also admitted he had no clue his father was facing financial ruin.
You had no knowledge of your dad's financial difficulties at all, did you?
No, sir.
Buster also testifying it was not uncommon for weapons to go missing at his family's hunting estate. A direct challenge to prosecutors' claims Murdaugh used 2 missing weapons at the estate to carry out the murders, despite the murder weapons never being found. The defense also poked holes into allegations Murdaugh incriminated himself on tape.
What'd your dad say?
Said they did them so bad.
Tuesday's testimony also included a forensic engineering expert who recreated the crime scene and told jurors Murdaugh couldn't have been the shooter because he was too tall. The defense is expected to wrap up its case by Friday with closing arguments presented by both sides early next week. In Walterboro, South Carolina, Caroline Elliott, Fox News.
And those are some of the top stories of the day from all around the country and around the world as well, as we take a live look outside at the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. as we get you caught up on all the news of the day as you start your day at home. Well, we want to take another quick commercial break, actually our first one of the hour here. We'll be right back in just 2 short minutes right here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. You're taking a live look here in Turkey, where they are actually cleaning up from that magnitude the 6.4 magnitude earthquake that ripped through this area in Syria and Turkey on Monday of last week. After a 7.8 quake devastated the area, this is the newest cleanup that they're doing there. That's just part of the original cleanup. Just pure chaos you see out there with all that rubble and debris everywhere. And after that latest earthquake, that 6.4 magnitude earthquake, at least 3 people died and hundreds other were injured in Monday's quake, which centered on a town there, one specific town, and it could be felt as far away as Egypt. Now, search and rescue operations were underway again for people trapped under toppled buildings. And Turkey's Emergency Management Authority, they're heading up a lot of that cleanup there. And Turkey, as I said, still in the beginning stages of recovering from that 7.8 magnitude earthquake on February 6th. where at least we know now 45,000 people have died. So just a truly devastating situation there. As we turn our attention back here to the United States, talking a little bit about the economy news, not great news either. The Dow Jones is now in the red for the year, and one company is looking to give its workers a pay boost despite a weaker economy. Fox's Jerry Willis has the story in your World Business Report.
Stocks plummeting on Tuesday after Walmart and Home Depot's yearly outlook previewed a tough year for retail. The Dow turned negative for the year after falling nearly 700 points to end the day. The Nasdaq and the S&P 500 took a beating too. Investors also concerned about more interest rate hikes and how it could hurt the economy. Despite Home Depot's weaker than expected outlook for the year, the company announced it will spend an additional $1 billion to give its hourly employees a raise in the U.S. and Canada. All starting wages will now be at least $15 an hour. High prices and higher mortgage rates continue to hammer the housing market. The National Association of Realtors says existing home sales fell for the 12th straight month in January to the lowest level in 12 years. Pet parents care just as much about their four-legged kids as they do about their two-legged ones. According to a new survey by Ollie, 4 in 5 of them say their dog's wellness is just as important as their child's. That's business. I'm Jerry Willis.
Police officers in a city in California might have a few thousand reasons to join the force there. The Fox San Diego team has more on what some of the new incentives are for the police department and what they're offering to try to bring new officers in.
These incentives are getting more and more common as police staffing numbers struggle nationwide. But here in El Cajon, the police department is already nearly fully staffed, and still sworn officers from other departments are being offered $25,000 as a bonus to come here.
124 sworn out of 126 positions it's pretty rare.
At nearly 100% fully staffed, the El Cajon Police Department is still looking to hire.
It's not happening. It's not really happening in any other agencies that I know of around the country. Everyone's facing this crisis of personnel.
And the department is willing to sweeten the deal to the tune of $25,000 to any already sworn officers from other departments.
In the past, I believe our lateral program was $5,000. Many of the cities were offering up to $35,000. Some were offering as low as $10,000 and $15,000. We decided to fall kind of right in the middle there so that we were competitive.
National City Police recently approved a $30,000 signing bonus. In San Diego, the city approved a 10% raise for officers and $15,000 to join from another department. El Cajon Mayor Bill Wells believes El Cajon will continue to attract new officers.
And frankly, El Cajon's been a place where a lot of people want to come. We have a fairly conservative city council that's been very pro-police. And I think in some cities in California, the feeling is that they're not very well protected.
To have that backed up not by the organization and the city that you work for, but then, like I said, the community that shows this huge outpouring of support for us is it's just a breath of fresh air, and I'm just very fortunate.
City Council also approved for El Cajon Police to hire 10 extra officers, so 12 total positions are currently available. The way this incentive works here in El Cajon is officers would be offered $15,000 on their third paycheck, another $5,000 at 1 year, and the last $5,000 at the second year. Reporting from El Cajon, Kasia Grigorczyk, Fox 5 News.
A dog is finally reunited with his owners after she ran off the freeway. Fox's Laura Diaz takes us to see the emotional reunion.
It was an emotional reunion Monday morning when Jay Segura of Sun Valley held his precious missing dog named Pretty in his arms once again.
Hi, girl.
Segura and his friends greeted the Northridge family who rescued their pup.
He's like, hey, I saw a video last night. It looked like Pretty. You might want to check it out. I'm like,
because we've been looking everywhere for her, you know, high and low.
By now, you know the story of the runaway pup on the northbound 5 freeway at the 118. Last Friday, you saw it live on Fox 11 as the terrified dog darted in and out of traffic. Drivers tried to help, but only one person was able to rescue her.
Look at the face.
She was nurse Amber Stride on her way home from an overnight shift at the hospital. With no chip or tag, the pup had been lovingly cared for by the Stride family until they could find her owners. All weekend long, we checked in to see if an owner had come forward. It's a story that captivated the city.
Stu, what's going on?
A dog on the freeway.
The Segura family realized their Pretty was that dog on the news. Relieved and grateful, the owner reached out to Amber. Your puppy is alive because of Amber.
Yeah, I let her know. I messaged her on Facebook right away. I'm not sure if it was her account, if she got it or not. I messaged her right away with pictures of my appreciation and my thanks, and just I was so thankful that she just randomly stopped right there. You look at the video, she just kind of pulls over where she didn't make sense, you know? It just kind of meant to be.
Segura says that he originally rescued the 9-month-old pup who'd been abused before he adopted her. He believes she ran off from his Sun Valley home as he was helping some relatives move. She's now been outfitted with a GPS tracking device. For Amber and her family, also dog lovers, the handoff to her rightful owner was hard.
It was definitely bittersweet.
And there was some detective work.
Had to make sure it checked out. So I was like, send me pictures of you and the dog. So they sent me multiple pictures. I asked them some questions and it added up. And then seeing the dog go to them for the first time, you can tell that she knew them.
We'll obviously keep in touch with them and bring Pretty by whenever they want.
So Pretty is so popular. If you can imagine this, the woman who rescued her and the people who rightfully own her are going to do play dates. So you haven't seen the last of this story. Laura Diaz reporting in Northridge for Fox 11 News.
More than a dozen goats and sheep ran wild in Glendale, Arizona. Fox's Lindsay Ragas has more from one local business manager who saw it all unfold.
It's just an exciting day. A little spice to getting our restaurant open.
Right next to Freddy's Frozen Custard in Glendale is an empty lot usually filled with sheep and goats, but that wasn't the case Tuesday afternoon.
Just outside our windows there, as we were getting stuff ready for the day, we looked out and there was probably 16 goats and sheep that just started walking by.
Chad Pickett and his coworkers spotted the livestock on 83rd Avenue heading towards Camelback and quickly went out to help.
So the three of us went out. Myself and Joel kind of got out there to stop traffic from going either way down 83rd here. And then the person that actually owns the land over there that the sheep and goats were on that were eating the foliage, he had just come by and he shot across the street in his pickup and that he was actually trying to herd them back this way as we were stopping the traffic from either way.
Glendale police showed up shortly after to help the owner herd the livestock back to the fenced property.
Watching them, just the police chase around this building here, the JT's pub, like that area and the gas station, they just kept going around in circles and finding new places to hide.
Bystanders on both sides of the street say they saw goats and sheep wandering around nearby businesses.
They were just herding them. They were trying to yell them back in the direction they needed to go.
And that worked?
Yeah, surprisingly well.
And you are taking a live look here at St. Paul, Minnesota, looking towards downtown there. This, of course, part of the Twin Cities, Minneapolis next door, and St. Paul, both seeing some pretty, well, what's being described as extreme winter weather, just hit with a whole lot of snow there. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll have a little bit more on that from officials when we come back. But you are watching Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It's 5:24 on the East Coast and 2:24 over on the West Coast. As we go back to that live shot of downtown St. Paul, Minnesota, I want to play some information here. This is from the city of St. Paul and also some members of the city of Minneapolis, their officials there, talking about the snow emergency. As I mentioned right before the break, this area of the country getting just absolutely slammed, or have been slammed, with a ton of snow. So the cleanup is on there in the Twin Cities. But I'm going to play this press conference for you for the latest information on their preparations and handling of all that snow. Take a listen.
So right now, we have approximately 1,600 spaces open as of today, and people can feel free to put their cars there. They have to just get them out by Tuesday around 5 p.m. to get them out of that lot. And so the lots I will go over with you again. We would encourage people to first, if possible, use the Vineland Walker ramp at 727 Vineland Place. It is covered parking. It has the most number of spots at this point. Farmers Market lot is at 225 East Lyndale Avenue. Salvation Army lot is in the North Loop area, 4th Street North, and that is 601 North 4th Street. The Lynn Lake lot in the area of Uptown, it's called the Garfield lot, 2940 Garfield Avenue. The Basilica lot is open, but we would encourage people to begin to use that, and we actually are directing people away from that lot until after Ash Wednesday concludes. Ash Wednesday services at the Basilica tomorrow night. And then we do know, we are aware in Minneapolis of 2 private lot owners opening their lots right now for free parking. 7 Points in Uptown, which is 1375 West 31st Street, and the Mosaic Art Parking Ramp, 1340 Lagoon Avenue. And we are thankful that those private lot owners have opened those spaces as well. We are continuing to work on even more parking for people. We know how important getting your vehicle off the street is. I just want to reiterate one more time, a snow emergency being called is a parking management tool. We are plowing streets. We have full complement. We are ready to go. We have our equipment ready to go. When this snow starts falling, we will be out there. We just ask for patience. It's going to take longer to do some of the things we normally do. Normally, we're removing snow from corners. Normally, we are getting snow out of downtown. It is going to take a few days to get those things done because of the volume of snow that we will be seeing. All right, thank you. I think we're ready for questions. Do you want me to take it? So we are working very closely with both our internal city unsheltered team and Hennepin County. And Hennepin County's unsheltered team has been doing outreach to be able to make the offer for beds. There are beds available right now. And so we are just working very closely with the county, our county partners, to get out there and hope that people can move to shelter, because this is going to be extreme and it's going to get cold. That is the other part of this storm. It will get colder on Friday, and that will add a layer of complexity. We're also working with our Department of Emergency Management and Xcel Energy in case there are power outages. We are working to potentially provide some warming spaces for residents in Minneapolis, and more information will come on that should it be needed. I do not, but we can get back to you on that.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I anticipated the same question. Our homeless assistance response team, our HEART team, which we've created in recent years, you know well, which exists in our Department of Safety and Inspections, is doing outreach, same as they always do, helping to facilitate transitioning people who are sheltering outdoors into indoor spaces. I do not have that same answer on exactly how many beds are available, but I know that our teams are out engaging folks and talking to folks directly.
Regarding the parking, some of the information started to come out yesterday. Can you tell us, have people been taking advantage of it so far? And we realize how important that is to get the cars out the streets so that the folks can
So we know that a few people have taken advantage of the parking spaces already. I think that when snow starts to fall, and it may be snowing when we walk out of here, that's when it gets very real for people. And so encouraging people to, as early as possible, get those spaces, work together with your neighbors. I think almost all of the spaces we are offering right now are on bus lines, and so if people need to come and drop their car off, there is an option for that. But the longer you wait, the harder it's going to get to be, not necessarily because the spaces will be filled, but just the very basics of the volume of snow and getting through the snow. It will be harder for even, I suspect, Metro Transit.
Yeah, so the response volume most likely will increase, but what's super helpful for us is if they can stay home, staying off the roads is helpful, preparing their walks and shoveling, but also the hydrants on every corner. For us, it is crucial to be able to access those in case of a fire. Keeping those cleared is essential for us to obtain water and help us put the fire out. So.
I don't know that I have much to add to that. I would just reiterate, staying off the streets, staying home if you can, allow the plows to do their job so that we can respond if there is an emergency, and keeping those hydrants clear is very important. We have firefighters out there trying to clear those hydrants, but it takes a while, and I have a feeling that in the next couple of days they will probably be consumed with the amount of emergency incidents that we have. So what residents can do is stay off the streets and keep those hydrants clear for us. Thank you.
I just want to reiterate, you've heard the words unusual, you've heard the words normal, what's normal. There's nothing normal about the snow that we're expecting. We are expecting a historic snowfall. As a Minnesotan, part of my birthright is telling you how horrible the Halloween blizzard was in 1991. If the worst case scenarios that we're hearing from meteorologists come true, this could be the second largest snow event in state history, second only to that one. Our second message to folks is, please move your car, clear your car off of the street, and our crews can clear the snow off of the street. That is absolutely critical to making sure that our emergency response vehicles can get through and can get to people. That's absolutely key. As you can see, our cities, our public works teams, our school districts, our mayors are working together where this is concerned, and even this large coordinated effort is not enough in and of itself to do this, to clear a historic snowfall like this. That's why we need folks to do their part. We need you to stay home so that our public works crews can clear our streets, so that our emergency response crews can get through. We need you to pay attention to those snow emergency guidelines that you can either be found at Minneapolis.gov/snow or stpaul.gov/snow, and stay connected so that we can move through this together. Any other questions?
Sure. Go ahead.
It makes sense. No, it makes sense for you to do that.
So we work closely with our colleagues in our regulatory services area. We often, on the first night of the snow emergency, will try to have additional staff. That could be a challenge this time around, and so that's again a reason that we're asking folks to move their vehicles now. We're telling you, we are going to call a snow emergency. There is no reason to keep your vehicle on that snow emergency route tomorrow. Get it off the snow emergency route. We will have teams out there to ticket and tow, but it'll be challenging just based on some of the other information we're hearing about the storm in terms of even just tow supply in the metro area. I suspect will be really taxed by this storm. So yes, we will ticket and tow, but the important thing is we're giving you the information now to be able to get your vehicle off that snow emergency route well before 9 p.m. tomorrow night.
Same message in St. Paul. We will be ticketing and towing. We will be looking out for the safety of our ticketers because they will be out in the elements as well. And as Director Margaret Anderson Kelleher said it's going to be a strain on the tow drivers. They are going to be pulling people off of interstate roads, but we will be ticketing and towing. The most important thing you can do is sign up and follow the rules. Both cities will tell you exactly where you can park at any specific moment to know where your cars should be if you can't put them in a garage. And if absolutely you can, take them off the street and get them just out of the way of everybody.
Thank you, Henry. I think it's the most important thing is the ordinance is very clear right now. There is no program for municipal sidewalk shoveling in Minneapolis. We are studying that issue or going to study that issue. However, it's the property owner's responsibility. So if you are a business or if you are an individual, it is your responsibility after the snow. There's two different rules, one for businesses, one for residents. Businesses have to clear their snow faster than residents. However, with the volume of snow, I would really recommend that people do multiple shovelings here to keep the sidewalks open. We also, of course, work with Metro Transit. They shovel or clear their own bus stops and their contract bus stops. If people see a bus stop that's not cleared or a sidewalk in Minneapolis, they should call 311 and report it. A lot of reports come in before the rule actually goes into effect, but we have a system for dealing with that if the snow hasn't stopped. We do not do enforcement until the snow has stopped. So people should, and the other thing I'd encourage people to do is help out. This is the time. If you want to really, help your neighbors, this is the moment to help your neighbors. Go out there, pick up your shovel, get your snow blower going if you have it, and help out everybody else on the block. Kindness cannot be overstated at a time like this. And so keeping walkers, we will be clearing bike lanes. Our priority first, though, is on those main lines and arterial streets so buses and emergency vehicles can go, and as well as making sure that we're doing our part on public sidewalk. So in Minneapolis, we're going to evaluate. We did in the January storm have to stop trash and recycling pickup for one day. We're not doing that yet. We are going to plow alleys on a continuous loop. So everyone's alley in Minneapolis should be plowed at least once a day through the storm. We contract some of that work. Some of our folks do that work. We're going to try to keep the alleys open. What we do in Minneapolis is that we really time that to when people's
And if you are just joining us right now, we're hearing from officials in St. Paul and Minneapolis, the Twin Cities there in the state of Minnesota, as they're talking about their plan for dealing with all the snow that they've gotten over the past about 24 hours. So a big snowstorm there. And I'll kind of show you a live look right now. That's St. Paul, Minnesota. You're seeing a lot of white on the ground. Kind of a beautiful shot there on a cold and blustery day in St. Paul, but they're dealing with a lot of snow there and next door in Minneapolis as well. But we do have plenty more to get into and also some more weather coverage later on. But we do want to take another quick commercial break. We'll be right back in just 2 short minutes. Stay with us.
We will be as transparent as possible. The goal of the first phase will not be to eliminate all of the snow. It will still be snowing. The goal of the first phase is to make the streets in St. Paul safe and passable for our emergency vehicles. The goal of the second phase will be to remove all the snow that we can from that, and that may take longer than a traditional snow emergency. So please go to those websites to stay informed, to sign up, and you will receive updates that will tell you exactly what you do at any moment. The second point is that we are in St. Paul suspending garbage and recycling service on Thursday and on Friday. So we've been working closely with Eureka and with our haulers on Thursday in St. Paul and on Friday in St. Paul. Please do not put your carts out. And for those people who had garbage and recycling today, please bring them in off the streets. The last point is that we will be making about 6,000 parking spaces available for free in downtown St. Paul. If folks don't have a place to move their vehicle, you can go to our website, stpaul.gov/snow, and the press release that will show you exactly which lots that you can go to. And I'm excited to introduce my counterpart, Margaret Anderson Kelleher.
Thank you, Director Kershaw. Well, good afternoon. We are preparing for something that we have not seen in a very long time, and that is a record amount of snow. In Minneapolis, that means 1,000 miles of street to be plowed, which is equivalent to 3,200 lane miles, meaning we could plow from Minneapolis to Anchorage, Alaska, to give a sense of the scale of what we're dealing with. Now, we are under winter parking restrictions in Minneapolis. When the snow emergency is called tomorrow morning, which I plan to do as early as possible, what will happen is we go into the snow emergency rules. The one-sided parking in Minneapolis will help us be able to get that side that's open clear as quickly as possible. We are going to be doing that work the minute it starts snowing, and we will continue to do that. So we are calling a snow emergency at this point. We will continue to evaluate whether we need to call a second snow emergency in Minneapolis. Where people can find information about the snow emergency is minneapolis.gov/snow. They can also use the 311 app, and they also can call 311. We have done something unique, and that is finding parking spaces that are available for folks. So right now, we have approximately 1,600 spaces open as of today, and people can feel free to put their cars there. They have to just get them out by Tuesday around 5 p.m. to get them out of that lot. And so the lots I will go over with you again. We would encourage people to first, if possible, use the Vineland Walker ramp at 727 Vineland Place. It is covered parking. It has the most number of spots at this point. Farmers Market lot is at 225 East Lindale Avenue. Salvation Army lot is in the North Loop area, 4th Street North, and that is 601 North 4th Street. The Lynn Lake lot in the area of Uptown, it's called the Garfield lot. 2940 Garfield Avenue. The Basilica lot is open, but we would encourage people to begin to use that, and we actually are directing people away from that lot until after Ash Wednesday concludes. Ash Wednesday services at the Basilica tomorrow night. And then we do know, we are aware in Minneapolis of 2 private lot owners opening their lots right now for free parking. 7 Points in Uptown, which is 1375 West 31st Street, and the Mosaic Art Parking Ramp, 1340 Lagoon Avenue. And we are thankful that those private lot owners have opened those spaces as well. We are continuing to work on even more parking for people. We know how important getting your vehicle off the street is. I just want to reiterate one more time. A snow emergency being called is a parking management tool. We are plowing streets. We have full complement. We are ready to go. We have our equipment ready to go. When this snow starts falling, we will be out there. We just ask for patience. It's going to take longer to do some of the things we normally do. Normally, we're removing snow from corners. Normally, we are getting snow out of downtown. It is going to take a few days to get those things done because of the volume of snow that we will be seeing. All right. Thank you. I think we're ready for questions. Do you want me to take it? So we are working very closely with both our internal city unsheltered team and Hennepin County. And Hennepin County's unsheltered team has been doing outreach to be able to make the offer for beds. There are beds available right now. And so we are just working very closely with the county, our county partners, to get out there and hope that people can move to shelter, because this is going to be extreme and it's going to get cold. That is the other part of this storm. It will get colder on a Friday, and that will add a layer of complexity. We're also working with our Department of Emergency Management and Xcel Energy in case there are power outages. We are working to potentially provide some warming spaces for residents in Minneapolis, and more information will come on that should it be needed. I do not, but we can get back to you on that.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I anticipated the same question. Our homeless assistance response team, our HEART team, which we've created in recent years, you know well, which exists in our Department of Safety and Inspections, is doing outreach, same as they always do, helping to facilitate transitioning people who are sheltering outdoors into indoor spaces. I do not have that same answer on exactly how many beds are available, but I know that our teams are out engaging folks and talking to folks directly.
Regarding the parking, some of the information started to come out yesterday. Can you tell us, have people been taking advantage of it so far? And I realize how important that is to get the cars out the streets so that the roads can be blocked.
So we know that a few people have taken advantage of the parking spaces already. I think that when snow starts to fall, and it may be snowing when we walk out of here, that's when it gets very real for people. And so encouraging people to, as early as possible, get those spaces, work together with your neighbors. I think almost all of the spaces we are offering right now are on bus lines, and so if people need to come and drop their car off, there is an option for that. But the longer you wait, the harder it's going to get to be, not necessarily because the spaces will be filled, but just the very basics of the volume of snow and getting through the snow. It will be harder for even, I suspect, Metro Transit.
Yeah, so the response volume most likely will increase, but what's super helpful for us is if they can stay home, staying off the roads is helpful, preparing their walks and shoveling, but also the hydrants on every corner. For us, it is crucial to be able to access those in case of a fire. Keeping those cleared is essential for us to obtain water and help us put the fire out. So.
I don't know that I have much to add to that. I would just reiterate, staying off the streets, staying home if you can, allow the plows to do their job so that we can respond if there is an emergency, and keeping those hydrants clear is very important. We have firefighters out there trying to clear those hydrants, but it takes a while, and I have a feeling that in the next couple of days there will probably be consumed with the amount of emergency incidents that we have. So what residents can do is stay off the streets and keep those hydrants clear for us. Thank you.
I just want to reiterate, you've heard the words unusual, you've heard the words normal, what's normal. There's nothing normal about the snow that we're expecting. We are expecting a historic snowfall. As a Minnesotan, part of my birthright is telling you how horrible the Halloween blizzard was in 1991. If the worst case scenarios that we're hearing from meteorologists come true, this could be the second largest snow event in state history, second only to that one. Our second message to folks is please move your car, clear your car off of the street, and our crews can clear the snow off of the street. That is absolutely critical to making sure that our emergency response vehicles can get through and can get to people. That's absolutely key. As you can see, our cities, our public works teams, our school districts, our mayors are working together where this is concerned, and even this large coordinated effort is not enough in and of itself to do this, to clear a historic snowfall like this. That's why we need folks to do their part. We need you to stay home so that our public works crews can clear our streets, so that our emergency response crews can get through. We need you to pay attention to those snow emergency guidelines that you can either be found at minneapolis.gov/snow or stpaul.gov/snow, and stay connected so that we can move through this together. Any other questions?
Sure. Go ahead.
It makes sense. No, it makes sense for you to do that.
So we work closely with our colleagues in our regulatory services area. We often, on the first night of the snow emergency, will try to have additional staff. That could be a challenge this time around, and so that's again a reason that we're asking folks to move their vehicles now. We're telling you, we are going to call a snow emergency. There is no reason to keep your vehicle on that snow emergency route tomorrow. Get it off the snow emergency route. We will have teams out there to ticket and tow, but it'll be challenging just based on some of the other information we're hearing about the storm in terms of even just tow supply in the metro area. I suspect will be really taxed by this storm. So yes, we will ticket and tow, but the important thing is we're giving you the information now to be able to get your vehicle off that snow emergency route well before 9 p.m. tomorrow night.
Same message in St. Paul. We will be ticketing and towing. We will be looking out for the safety of our ticketers because they will be out in the elements as well. And as Director Margaret Anderson Kelleher said, it's going to be a strain on the tow drivers. They are going to be pulling people off of interstate roads, but we will be ticketing and towing. The most important thing you can do is sign up and follow the rules. Both cities will tell you exactly where you can park at any specific moment to know where your cars should be if you can't put them in a garage. And if absolutely you can, take them off the street and get them just out of the way of everybody.
Thank you, Henry. I think it's the most important thing is the ordinance is very clear right now. There is no program for municipal sidewalk shoveling in Minneapolis. We are studying that issue or going to study that issue. However, it's the property owner's responsibility. So if you are a business or if you are an individual, it is your responsibility after the snow. There's two different rules, one for businesses, one for residents. Businesses have to clear their snow faster than residents. However, with the volume of snow, I would really recommend that people do multiple shovelings here to keep the sidewalks open. We also, of course, work with Metro Transit. They shovel or clear their own bus stops and their contract bus stops. If people see a bus stop that's not cleared or a sidewalk in Minneapolis, they should call 3
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host this morning, Zach Horner. It is 5:56 on the East Coast and 2:56 over on the West Coast. We appreciate all of you joining us this morning as we go through all the top stories of the day as we take a live look at downtown New York City as they wait for the sun to pop up over that beautiful New York skyline. So let's get into some of the top stories of the day. And this, of course, is a big one. President Biden and Russian President Vladimir Putin delivering dueling speeches as the fighting in Ukraine inches closer to the one-year mark. President Biden firing back at the Russian leader after Putin accused the West of actually starting the war. Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst has more from Kyiv, Ukraine.
Ukraine will never be a victory for Russia. Never.
The eyes of the world on Warsaw and President Biden as he delivers remarks to a massive crowd, waving Polish, Ukrainian, and American flags. The speech coming hours after Russian President Vladimir Putin blamed the West for the year-long war in Ukraine.
We are not fighting the Ukrainian people. The people of Ukraine became a hostage of the Kyiv regime and its Western masters.
Biden calling on the autocrat to put a stop to the fighting.
This war is never a necessity. It's a tragedy. President Putin chose this war. Every day the war continues is his choice. He could end the war with a word.
The rebuttal, a rallying cry to NATO allies as he declares unwavering support for Ukraine, with no end to the war in sight.
He thought NATO would fracture and divide. Instead, NATO is more united and more unified than ever.
Ahead of the speech, Biden met with NATO ally Polish President Andrzej Duda, in which he reaffirmed America's commitment to European security and stability.
We have to have a security in Europe. It's that basic, that simple, that consequential.
In his State of the Nation address, Putin denied any wrongdoing for the invasion. He also announced Russia would be suspending the New START treaty, the only remaining nuclear arms agreement with the U.S. NATO officials asking Russia to reconsider.
More nuclear weapons and less arms control makes the world more dangerous.
President Biden is expected to announce more sanctions against Russia later this week. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Since news that former President Jimmy Carter has entered hospice care broke over the weekend, thousands of well wishes and tributes have been pouring in for America's longest living president. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera, she has the story.
Tucked in southwest Georgia, nearly 3 hours away from Atlanta, is the small town of Plains. Tractors carrying peanuts often roll through the streets, indicative of this humble community's strong agricultural ties. But pride also runs deep.
I think one of the things that stands out about President Carter is that this is his birthplace, and he's always been committed to the people of Plains.
Former President Jimmy Carter is passing his remaining time in hospice care at home with his family by his side, in this compound roughly 2 miles from the house he grew up in as a boy. It's one of several sites preserved as part of the Jimmy Carter National Historic Park, the town now shaped by the country's 39th president, just as much as he was shaped by it.
Washington will change people, not Jimmy Carter. He's the same man that went to the White House.
Here, Carter developed strong values on faith, family, and education, all of which would influence his leadership in the White House and beyond. The old train depot served as his presidential campaign headquarters. After serving in the Oval Office for a tumultuous one term, Carter moved back to Plains with his wife, Rosalind, but continued to lead a life of public service, building houses for the poor and teaching Sunday school. As Carter reaches the twilight of his life, many say his legacy endures by having helped others live.
His programs through the Carter Center have saved millions of lives. The whole world would be worse off if it weren't for Jimmy Carter.
The top official from the Environmental Protection Agency was among a contingent of federal, state, and local officials in East Palestine, Ohio on Tuesday. It comes amid growing criticism the Biden administration has been slow to react to the devastation caused by that derailment of a train carrying toxic chemicals. Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson is in East Palestine, Ohio with the latest.
We believe in science.
More than 2 weeks after that massive train derailment here in East Palestine, the president's EPA chief and Ohio's governor drinking the tap water in an attempt to reassure the public. At a news conference here in town, Michael Regan, joined by the governors of Ohio and Pennsylvania and other officials, announced he will force Norfolk Southern to reimburse the federal government for the cleanup, or the company would pay even more.
Triple the amount. Triple the amount.
In an interview with Fox News, Norfolk Southern says the company's in it for the long haul.
Norfolk Southern is fully committed to helping this community recover, and we aren't going anywhere.
Today, the state of Ohio and HHS opening a new medical assessment clinic here in town, but some residents are still not satisfied.
It's not a clinic, it's a survey. How are your symptoms? How have you been affected?
How are you feeling?
I feel like crap. I've been sick for about a week.
Pressure has been mounting on the president's transportation secretary, who has been trying to shift the blame to the previous administration. But he has promised that when the time is right, he will visit.
When I go, the focus is going to be on action. Look, I was mayor of my hometown for 8 years. We dealt with a lot of disasters, natural and human.
Many residents are asking what happens here 5, 10, or 20 years down the line. Farmers are worried about their crops and who will buy them. Former President Donald Trump visits here tomorrow. In East Palestine, Ohio, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
Alec Murdaugh's defense team calls Buster Murdaugh to testify on behalf of his father in the double murder case against the disgraced South Carolina attorney. He is accused of killing his wife and younger son. Fox News multimedia reporter Caroline Elliott has that story.
I mean, he was destroyed. He was heartbroken. I walked in the door and saw him and gave him a hug and just broken down.
Alec Murdaugh's oldest and surviving son, Buster, takes the stand in his father's double murder trial Tuesday. The defense calling Buster as their third witness as they try to counter prosecutors' claims that Murdaugh is responsible for killing his wife and youngest son in order to distract from his financial crimes. In court, Buster testified his family was very close and loved each other deeply, but under cross-examination also admitted he had no clue his father was facing financial ruin.
You had no knowledge of your dad's financial difficulties at all, did you?
No, sir.
Buster also testifying it was not uncommon for weapons to go missing at his family's hunting estate. A direct challenge to prosecutors' claims Murdaugh used 2 missing weapons at the estate to carry out the murders, despite the murder weapons never being found. The defense also poked holes into allegations Murdaugh incriminated himself on tape.
What'd your dad say? Said they did them so bad.
Tuesday's testimony also included a forensic engineering expert who recreated the crime scene and told jurors Murdaugh couldn't have been the shooter because he was too tall. The defense is expected to wrap up its case by Friday with closing arguments presented by both sides early next week. In Walterboro, South Carolina, Caroline Elliott, Fox News.
And those are some of the top stories from all around the country and around the world, as well as we get you caught up on all the big news as you start your day. And they're starting their day there in the Big Apple at New York City, taking another live look at that skyline, as we like to, because it's kind of a pretty shot there. But we do want to go to another quick commercial break. We'll be right back in just 2 short minutes. But there's plenty more to get into right here on Live Now from Fox. And turning to business news this morning, the Dow Jones is now in the red for the year, and one company is looking to give its workers a pay boost despite a weaker economy. Fox's Jerry Willis has the story in your World Business Report.
Stocks plummeting on Tuesday after Walmart and Home Depot's yearly outlook previewed a tough year for retail. The Dow turned negative for the year after falling nearly 700 points to end the day. The Nasdaq and the S&P 500 took a beating too. Investors also concerned about more interest rate hikes and how it could hurt the economy. Despite Home Depot's weaker than expected outlook for the year, the company announced it will spend an additional $1 billion to give its hourly employees a raise in the U.S. and Canada. All starting wages will now be at least $15 an hour. High prices and higher mortgage rates continue to hammer the housing market. The National Association of Realtors says existing home sales fell for the 12th straight month in January to the lowest level in 12 years. Pet parents care just as much about their four-legged kids as they do about their two-legged ones. According to a new survey by Ollie, 4 in 5 of them say their dog's wellness is just as important as their child's. That's business. I'm Jerry Willis.
Police officers in a city in California, they're trying to bring in new officers to beef up their police force and sweeten the deal for new officers. Our Fox team in San Diego has that story.
These incentives are getting more and more common as police staffing numbers struggle nationwide. But here in El Cajon, the police department is already nearly fully staffed, and still sworn officers from other departments are being offered $25,000 as a bonus to come here.
124 sworn out of 126 positions it's pretty rare.
At nearly 100% fully staffed, the El Cajon Police Department is still looking to hire.
It's not happening. It's not really happening in any other agencies that I know of around the country. Everyone's facing this crisis of personnel.
And the department is willing to sweeten the deal to the tune of $25,000 to any already sworn officers from other departments.
In the past, I believe our lateral program was $5,000. Many of the cities were offering up to $35,000. Some were offering as low as $10,000 and $15,000. We decided to fall kind of right in the middle there so that we were competitive.
National City Police recently approved a $30,000 signing bonus. In San Diego, the city approved a 10% raise for officers and $15,000 to join from another department. El Cajon Mayor Bill Wells believes El Cajon will continue to attract new officers.
And frankly, El Cajon's been a place where a lot of people want to come. We have a fairly conservative city council that's been very pro-police. And I think in some cities in California, the feeling is that they're not very well protected.
To have that backed up not by the organization and the city that you work for, but then, like I said, the community that shows this huge outpouring of support for us is it's just a breath of fresh air, and I'm just very fortunate.
City Council also approved for El Cajon Police to hire 10 extra officers, so 12 total positions are currently available. The way this incentive works here in El Cajon is officers would be offered $15,000 on their third paycheck, another $5,000 at 1 year, and the last $5,000 at the second year. Reporting from El Cajon, Kasia Grigorczyk, Fox 5 News.
Well, let's go to this story here. More than a dozen goats and sheep ran wild in Glendale, Arizona. Fox's Lindsay Ragus has more from one local business manager who saw it all unfold. All right, we appear to be having a little bit of difficulty playing that story there, but we're going to go to a quick commercial break. We'll be right back in just 2 short minutes, so stay with us. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. A dog is finally reunited with his owners after she ran off the freeway. Fox's Laura Diaz takes us to see the emotional reunion.
It was an emotional reunion Monday morning when Jay Segura of Sun Valley held his precious missing dog named Pretty in his arms once again.
Hi, girl.
Segura and his friends greeted the Northridge family who rescued their pup.
He's like, hey, I saw a video last night. It looked like Pretty. You might want to check it out. I'm like, because we've been looking everywhere for her, high and low.
By now, you know the story of the runaway pup on the northbound 5 freeway at the 118. Last Friday, you saw it live on Fox 11 as the terrified dog darted in and out of traffic. Drivers tried to help, but only one person was able to rescue her.
Look at her face.
She was nurse Amber Stride on her way home from an overnight shift at the hospital. With no chip or tag, the pup had been lovingly cared for by the Stride family until they could find her owners. All weekend long, we checked in to see if an owner had come forward. It's a story that captivated the city.
Stu, what's going on?
A dog on the freeway.
The Segura family realized their Pretty was that dog on the news. Relieved and grateful, the owner reached out to Amber. Your puppy is alive because of Amber.
Yeah, I let her know. I messaged her on Facebook right away. I'm not sure if it was her account, if she got it or not. I messaged her right away with pictures of my appreciation and my thanks, and just I was so thankful that she just randomly stopped right there. You look at the video, she just kind of pulls over where she didn't make sense, It's just kind of meant to be.
Segura says that he originally rescued the 9-month-old pup who'd been abused before he adopted her. He believes she ran off from his Sun Valley home as he was helping some relatives move. She's now been outfitted with a GPS tracking device. For Amber and her family, also dog lovers, the handoff to her rightful owner was hard.
It was definitely bittersweet.
And there was some detective work.
Had to make sure it checked out. So I was like, send me pictures of you and the dog. So they sent me multiple pictures. I asked them some questions and it added up. And then seeing the dog go to them for the first time, you can tell that she knew them.
We'll obviously keep in touch with them and bring Pretty by whenever they want.
So Pretty is so popular. If you can imagine this, the woman who rescued her and the people who rightfully own her are going to do play dates. So you haven't seen the last of this story. Laura Diaz reporting in Northridge for Fox 11 News.
All right, and now we're taking a live look there at the White House, turning to our next story, which is a little farther south focused. Now to the 2020 election probe. This morning, we're getting a rare insight into the Fulton County Special Grand Jury's months-long investigation into former President Donald Trump and his allies. Caitlin Pratt is live outside the courthouse in downtown Atlanta. And Caitlin, what can you tell us? What's the latest information?
Hey, Zach, good morning to you. Well, let's talk about this panel, which last week revealed some findings that were released to the public. That was the headline last week. This week, we're hearing from the foreperson of this special grand jury. Now, from shredded documents on the Daily to police escorts, she reveals some details that proves this grand jury was indeed special. Insight into the months-long 2020 election investigation. In an interview with the Associated Press, the special grand jury foreperson, 30-year-old Emily Coors, said she didn't vote in the presidential election, was only vaguely aware of the controversy. The panel was tasked with investigating whether then-President Donald Trump and his allies illegally meddled in Georgia's election. Coors saying when they were led down a staircase into a garage where officers with big guns were standing guard and driven to their cars under police escort, she knew the proceedings were a, quote, big deal. She says she'd sketched many of the who's who of political leaders who testified before the special grand jury. After some 8 months, the panel finished its work and voted to recommend that its report be published. While most of that report would remain sealed, the introduction revealing an important finding that the special panel found, quote, no widespread fraud took place in the Georgia 2020 presidential election. The AP reports that Coors would not disclose details related to the jury's deliberations, but that partial release last week showed jurors believe some witnesses lied under oath during their testimony.
I was amazed the judge released that part of it to let the world know that there were people who testified before this grand jury that the grand juries believe were not telling the truth.
And along those lines, the panel did recommend some indictments and asked whether the jurors had recommended indicting Mr. Trump. Ms. Coors told the New York Times she wouldn't answer directly, but said, quote, "You're not going to be shocked. It's not rocket science." And of course, these panel members spent nearly 8 months together, almost every day, right? When asked whether they were still in touch, she said, "We don't meet out exactly. We were friendly, but there's no group chat." That's the latest here live in Fulton County, Atlanta. I'm Caitlin Pratt. Back to you.
All right, Caitlin Pratt with our Fox 5 Atlanta team staying on top of the latest information on that grand jury inquiry into former President Donald Trump. Caitlin, thank you so much. All right, it's 6:19 on the East Coast and 3:19 over on the West Coast. We appreciate all of you joining us this morning as we get you caught up on the top stories of the day from all around the country and the world as well. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back in just 2 short minutes. Stay with us. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Well, the Twin City area of Minneapolis and St. Paul is getting absolutely slammed with what's being called an extreme winter snowstorm, with snow piling up, classes getting canceled, and snow emergency warnings issued in some areas. Here's more from our Live Now team along with Fox Weather and Fox 9 in Minneapolis.
Let's get an update from down on the ground there. We're going to be joined by Fox Weather's Max Gordon. He's in the Twin Cities with an update. Max, what are residents there going to expect with this latest storm?
Well, the National Weather Service issuing a pretty interesting message. They're saying that this is going to be a historic storm. They don't use those terms very often, but we're talking about up to 21 inches of snow here in the Twin Cities, so nearly 2 feet of snow. That's on the high end of the totals. And we're talking about 2 rounds of snow. So we're going to have this initial round that's already hitting us tonight, and then we're going to have an even stronger round of snow after a slight lull tomorrow. So we're talking about a lot of snow here. We've seen our live shot background change over the past few hours, where we've had some very heavy bands of snow move in, and then now you can see once again the skyline of Minneapolis revealing itself. Very beautiful. But really the message that officials have been trying to drive home is that over the next 2 days, if you don't have to be out and about, just stay home. So people have been going and hunkering down, getting ready, going out to the grocery store, the hardware store. This is what they had to say.
I picked up a lot of water, some food, some fruits, some nuts, just basic essentials that if the storm does hit, that I don't have to run to the store.
We've been packed.
here in the store and on the phone. 5 times busier, easily. I mean, it's just crazy because everything starts to go.
Now, as soon as we landed here in Minneapolis, my photographer and I, we did go to the store, tried to stock up on some provisions. We also went to a hardware store to get some odds and ends. You know, shelves weren't exactly barren. There's still plenty of food left, but they were pretty busy. A lot of folks coming on in and, you know, getting what they need for the next few days. You know, to put this storm in context, really what this is being compared to is back in 2010, they had what they call the Dome Buster storm. That was a storm that actually caved in the roof, the inflatable roof of the Metrodome. That was where the Vikings used to play. And there's video that you're probably playing right now of the snow coming on in as this dome collapsed. The Giants versus Vikings game had to be moved to a different location because of this Dome Buster storm. And really what that storm was indicative of is just how heavy snow can be. There's around 17 inches of snow that fell, and we're talking about tons of weight on buildings, and that can really cause a lot of stress. So we'll see what sort of damage this storm deals as it moves into the area and as it puts down a whole lot of snow, up to 21 inches of snow expected once again. We're also going to be talking about very high winds at times. When we look at the western part of the state, we're going to be looking at some blizzard warnings, winter storm warning here in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area, a serious storm. And once again, the message from officials is stay home, because first responders are going to be severely delayed when it comes to getting out and responding to emergencies. You know, fire officials said that it could take them 4 times as long to get out to emergencies as normal because road conditions are going to be so bad, and also because they're going to be responding to just so many calls. So a serious situation that's going to be unfolding here in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. A lot of snow expected. Andrew?
Okay, but Max, you know, these residents, this is just an everyday February for them, isn't it? I mean, they're used to winter storms like this time of year.
Well, definitely, you know, a hardy bunch of folks here in Minneapolis and in Minnesota in general. But this storm, though, it could rank among the top 5 snowstorms in Minneapolis, St. Paul's history, in the Twin Cities history. So even though this is a part of the country that does get a lot of snow, this isn't just going to be your average winter storm. This is going to be pretty serious.
All right, Max Gordon there live for us in the Twin Cities. Max, thanks so much. Stay warm, stay safe.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, we do want to keep it moving here as well. We have some other reporters for us at Fox 9 in Minneapolis standing by as well. Just want to put up this, our X-RAD system, and you can see the temperatures kind of hovering over the Twin Cities and what this storm is going to look like. You just heard from Max. It could rank in the top 5 of these winter storm systems. In the meantime, let's go out now to Fox 9's Paul Bloom. He's standing by as well. We have Paul in pretty snowy conditions. Paul, good to see you. It's been a while. And you heard there Max's report. What are residents telling you? What can they expect?
Well, I caught the tail end. I don't know if Max is from Minnesota. Andrew, good to be with you. I'm in the Minneapolis suburb of St. Louis Park, so kind of the western edge of the big city of Minneapolis. And I was here in 2010 when the Metrodome roof collapsed, and it was a lot of snow, but that was an inflatable type of structure that sort of collapsed under the weight of the snow. The officials aren't so much worried about the amount of snow that will fall today on building structures. That was sort of a unique situation that day with that 17-plus inches that fell. Now, what's interesting about this storm is we're going to get it in 2 waves. So today, 6, 8, 10 inches, depending on where you live in the metro region. Then there'll be this lull on Wednesday, and then all of a sudden we're going to just get pummeled by blizzard-like conditions. So I heard your question for Max, like, yeah, Minnesotans are hardy, but this storm front, this sort of double punch, is going to really have an impact. And when it is all said and done, if we get 20-plus inches, I think 22 would put us in that top 2 or 3 category for a snowfall. That would be remarkable. We don't get, I'm from the East Coast originally, we don't get those ocean-fed storms where snow just falls on top of each other. We get a lot of 6-inch storms, but we don't necessarily get the, upwards of 2 feet. So what's going on, what's interesting today is I was on the school kind of beat today. Most schools had school all day today. They got kids out of there 2, 3 o'clock, usual dismissal time. But school districts, the major school districts have all gone ahead and canceled classes in person tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday as well. Some have already said Friday, no school, let's bring the kids back on Monday and give crews time to really clean up the roads. So schools, the advice, as Max mentioned from state officials, have a plan, no time to panic, but have a plan. And if the plan involves staying off the roads, the better, because that way the plows can get through here. The cities are particularly worried, the urban core cities. They don't want all those neighborhood streets filled with cars that kind of narrow those lanes already. They want all the cars off of the roads. The cities are both making public ramps available for free parking for residents, so residents can move their cars, get them off those roads to give plows the free access. Because when it's all said and done, you're talking 20 plus inches, you got to figure out where to put it all. So if they could have cars off the roads, Andrew, that would be perfect. So yeah, the advice that I took away from that news conference, I was in the room with state leaders today, was don't panic, have a plan, and take this one seriously. Yes, we're used to winter storms, but this one will be remarkable when it's all said and done.
Yeah, Paul, we showed some of that press conference earlier. We're going to replay some of it. But what you're saying is it seems like the resources, the utilities that are available to monitor and get the snow out of the way once it's done falling is in place.
We do have the infrastructure. MSP International Airport, I'm not going to say isn't going to close, or we'll have shutdowns of runways during the next few days, but we're just one of those places that is prepared for this type of storm. But again, it's above and beyond what we're accustomed to. So they need help. They were honest. They need help. Help would mean staying off the road, so you don't have to put the National Guard out into western Minnesota where there's nothing blocking the wind and blizzard-like conditions, and running emergency crews out to get families out of a stranded vehicle out on the roads. They want to focus on what they can do, what they do best, which is clear snow, keep the roads open, and that's the mission here. So it was sort of this don't panic, but be prepared. They talked about spending time at home these next couple days, making sure paths out to the road are clear. Don't let drifts pile up at your front door to make it hard to get out of your house. Stuff like that. Carbon monoxide. Make sure your carbon monoxide monitors are working in the house. Make sure pipes are clear, exhaust pipes, those kinds of things. So yeah, this was just kind of that checklist of remember where we live and be ready.
All right, Paul Bloom there outside of Minneapolis. Paul, we appreciate your time and your reporting, and definitely stay safe out there. We'll talk again.
You bet. Thank you, Andrew.
All right, we do. Well, there's some of the latest coverage on the snowstorm, that extreme snowstorm happening there in St. Paul, Minnesota, and Minneapolis, the Twin Cities there, getting hit pretty hard. That was some coverage from the local Fox station there, Fox 9, also our LiveNOW team, and Max Gordon from Fox Weather, giving a good wrap up on everything there. But we do want to take another quick commercial break. We'll be right back in just 2 short minutes with plenty more right here on LiveNOW from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Well, at one point in the last few years, the Big Apple saw a big need for coronavirus PPE supplies. But now New York City is selling their COVID-19 stockpile of supplies at a loss. Our Live Now team teamed up with our Fox 5 New York team to discuss what this means and where things go from here.
We're going to be joined right now by Fox 5's Chris Welch. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. What can you tell us about what's going on with all those masks, all that PPE that might just be lying around right now?
We were back in March and April of 2020. This was a very different time for the COVID pandemic. New York City was really the epicenter of the global pandemic during those couple of months. And that was when we were seeing shortage of medical supplies. We were seeing a shortage of gowns, a shortage of masks, and a shortage of those key life-saving components, those ventilators that were keeping people alive. Turns out, city may have bought, in fact, did buy more than we needed. But what we're now learning from an investigation in the nonprofit news organization, The City, they have found out that of all those $200 million worth of COVID purchases that were bought back then, the city is auctioning those off and selling them for just $500,000. They're making pennies back on the dollar.
So we placed an order for 3,000 of these ventilators.
An emergency order made in extraordinary times. April of 2020, and New York City was the epicenter of the global COVID pandemic.
People were dying. There was reasonable concern that it was going to keep getting worse.
And according to Bill Hammond, a health policy fellow at the conservative-leaning think tank, the Empire Center, the demand for medical supplies was unprecedented.
In those conditions, a lot of expensive mistakes are going to get made. The basic situation was panic buying.
One of the costliest items, 3,000 emergency ventilators totaling $12 million.
They put them in the corner or in the closet or something, and they never turned them on.
And now, according to the City NYC investigative reporter Greg Smith, Eric Adams' administration is selling that excess equipment like masks, medical gowns, and ventilators for pennies on the dollar in online auctions.
The advertisement in the auction was non-functioning medical equipment for scrap metal. And they sold it to this junk dealer on Long Island for $24,600.
That works out to about $8 a ventilator.
I mean, they're trying to sell it, so it's still usable. Why don't they keep it? Because, I mean, are we really comfortable with the idea that this will never happen again?
Adams, when asked Tuesday why the city is selling the items for, in some cases, pennies, blamed what he referred to as a city charter that, according to him, requires the items be disposed of.
The charter calls for a 90-day stockpile. After that 90-day, we have to make the determination, of my understanding, either to auction it off, give it away, or discard it.
So I'm going to try to explain a little bit of what he's referring to there, the charter that we think he's talking about and referencing there. Back in April, the same time all these items were purchased back in April of 2020, then Mayor Bill de Blasio came up with a rule, a goal, that the city would never be in this position again, that they would always have at least 90 days of medical stockpile, medical equipment, gowns, PPE, ventilators, in case anything like this were to happen again. So that was just kind of, as setting up a backstop, essentially. But what we haven't been able to figure out is there any language or actual, documentation that says the city is required to get rid of the excess beyond the 90-day supply. And we've asked the current administration, Mayor Eric Adams and his spokesperson today, where does that language exist? The mayor pointed to it today at his press conference. Can you tell us where this is? Is this in documentation? And they have yet to get back to us.
That is so very interesting because, like I said in the intro, New York City kind of at the center of this COVID-19 pandemic. And you mentioned the 90 days that they have to have that supply from Bill de Blasio and other leaders in the city. Have they thought about extending maybe that 90 days to something beyond? So maybe that excess isn't excess anymore, because obviously COVID-19 or something, another infection could come along like one of your interviewees talked about. Have they thought of maybe extending that?
Right. I mean, it seems to make sense that, they would. But to be honest, at this point, I've heard no discussion of anything at this point beyond, It's very unclear, really, specifically what the mayor was referring to today. But yeah, beyond that, whether there'd be discussion to extend the 90 days, at this point, it's anyone's guess. But you kind of bring up a point here. Why would we even be in a world where we'd be thinking about selling these things when there's any remote possibility that we might need it again down the road, and we might be in that exact same boat that we were in before. So it's a great question, and hopefully we'll learn some more in the coming days.
Correct. Well, thank you so much for this reporting. I know it was certainly an interesting story, and hopefully we'll learn some more in the future. Thank you so much for joining us, Chris.
And turning now back to the big stories of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. President Biden and Russian President Vladimir Putin delivering dueling speeches as the fighting in Ukraine inches closer to that one-year mark. President Biden firing back at the Russian leader after Putin accused the West of actually starting the war. Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst has details from Kyiv, Ukraine.
Ukraine will never be a victory for Russia. Never.
The eyes of the world on Warsaw and President Biden as he delivers remarks to a massive crowd, waving Polish, Ukrainian, and American flags. The speech coming hours after Russian President Vladimir Putin blamed the West for the year-long war in Ukraine.
We are not fighting the Ukrainian people. The people of Ukraine became a hostage of the Kyiv regime and its Western masters.
Biden calling on the autocrat to put a stop to the fighting.
This war is never a necessity. It's a tragedy. President Putin chose this war. Every day the war continues is his choice. He could end the war with a word.
The rebuttal, a rallying cry to NATO allies as he declares unwavering support for Ukraine, with no end to the war in sight.
He thought NATO would fracture and divide. Instead, NATO is more united and more unified than ever.
Ahead of the speech, Biden met with NATO ally Polish President Andrzej Duda, in which he reaffirmed America's commitment to European security and stability.
We have to have a security in Europe. It's that basic, that simple, that consequential.
In his State of the Nation address, Putin denied any wrongdoing for the invasion. He also announced Russia would be suspending the New START Treaty, the only remaining nuclear arms agreement with the U.S. NATO officials asking Russia to reconsider.
More nuclear weapons and less arms control makes the world more dangerous.
President Biden is expected to announce more sanctions against Russia later this week. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Since the news that former President Jimmy Carter has entered hospice care broke over the weekend, thousands of well wishes and tributes have just been pouring in for America's longest living president. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera reports.
Tucked in southwest Georgia, nearly 3 hours away from Atlanta, is the small town of Plains. Tractors carrying peanuts often roll through the streets, indicative of this humble community's strong agricultural ties. But pride also runs deep.
I think one of the things that stands out about President Carter is that this is his birthplace, and he's always been committed to the people of Plains.
Former President Jimmy Carter is passing his remaining time in hospice care at home with his family by his side, in this compound roughly 2 miles from the house he grew up in as a boy. It's one of several sites preserved as part of the Jimmy Carter National Historic Park, the town now shaped by the country's 39th president, just as much as he was shaped by it.
Washington will change people, not Jimmy Carter. He's the same man that went to the White House.
Here, Carter developed strong values on faith, family, and education, all of which would influence his leadership in the White House and beyond. The old train depot served as his presidential campaign headquarters. After serving in the Oval Office for a tumultuous one term, Carter moved back to Plains with his wife, Rosalind, but continued to lead a life of public service, building houses for the poor and teaching Sunday school. As Carter reaches the twilight of his life, many say his legacy endures by having helped others live.
His programs through the Carter Center have saved millions of lives. The whole world would be worse off if it weren't for Jimmy Carter.
The top official from the Environmental Protection Agency was among a contingent of federal, state, and local officials in East Palestine, Ohio on Tuesday. It comes amid growing criticism the Biden administration has been slow to react to the devastation caused by that train derailment carrying toxic chemicals. Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson is in East Palestine, Ohio, with more.
We believe in science.
More than 2 weeks after that massive train derailment here in East Palestine, the president's EPA chief and Ohio's governor drinking the tap water in an attempt to reassure the public. At a news conference here in town, Michael Regan, joined by the governors of Ohio and Pennsylvania and other officials, announced he will force Norfolk Southern to reimburse the federal government for the cleanup, or the company would pay even more.
Triple the amount. Triple the amount.
In an interview with Fox News, Norfolk Southern says the company's in it for the long haul.
Norfolk Southern is fully committed to helping this community recover, and we aren't going anywhere.
Today, the state of Ohio and HHS opening a new medical assessment clinic here in town, but some residents are still not satisfied.
It's not a clinic, it's a survey. How are your symptoms? How have you been affected?
How are you feeling?
I feel like crap. I've been sick for about a week.
Pressure has been mounting on the president's transportation secretary, who has been trying to shift the blame to the previous administration. But he has promised that when the time is right, he will visit.
When I go, the focus is going to be on action. Look, I was mayor of my hometown for 8 years. We dealt with a lot of disasters, natural and human.
Many residents are asking what happens here 5, 10, or 20 years down the line. Farmers are worried about their crops and who will buy them. Former President Donald Trump visits here tomorrow. In East Palestine, Ohio, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
Alec Murdaugh's defense team calls Buster Murdaugh to testify on behalf of his father in the double murder case against the disgraced South Carolina attorney. He's accused of killing his wife and younger son. Fox News multimedia reporter Caroline Elliott has the story.
I mean, he was destroyed. He was heartbroken. I walked in the door and saw him and gave him a hug and just broken down.
Alec Murdaugh's oldest and surviving son, Buster, takes the stand in his father's double murder trial Tuesday. The defense calling Buster as their third witness as they try to counter prosecutors' claims that Murdaugh is responsible for killing his wife and youngest son in order to distract from his financial crimes. In court, Buster testified his family was very close and loved each other deeply, but under cross-examination also admitted he had no clue his father was facing financial ruin.
You had no knowledge of your dad's financial difficulties at all, did you?
No, sir.
Buster also testifying it was not uncommon for weapons to go missing at his family's hunting estate. A direct challenge to prosecutors' claims Murdaugh used 2 missing weapons at the estate to carry out the murders, despite the murder weapons never being found. The defense also poked holes into allegations Murdaugh incriminated himself on tape.
What'd your dad say?
Said they did them so bad.
Tuesday's testimony also included a forensic engineering expert who recreated the crime scene and told jurors Murdaugh couldn't have been the shooter because he was too tall. The defense is expected to wrap up its case by Friday with closing arguments presented by both sides early next week. In Walterboro, South Carolina, Caroline Elliott, Fox News.
And turning to business news, the Dow Jones is now in the red for the year, and one company is looking to give its workers a pay boost despite a weaker economy. Fox's Jerry Willis has the story in Your World Business Report.
Stocks plummeting on Tuesday after Walmart and Home Depot's yearly outlook previewed a tough year for retail. The Dow turned negative for the year after falling nearly 700 points to end the day. The Nasdaq and the S&P 500 took a beating too. Investors also concerned about more interest rate hikes and how it could hurt the economy. Despite Home Depot's weaker than expected outlook for the year, the company announced it will spend an additional $1 billion to give its hourly employees a raise in the U.S. and Canada. All starting wages will now be at least $15 an hour. High prices and higher mortgage rates continue to hammer the housing market. The National Association of Realtors says existing home sales fell for the 12th straight month in January to the lowest level in 12 years. Pet parents care just as much about their four-legged kids as they do about their two-legged ones. According to a new survey by Ollie, 4 in 5 of them say their dog's wellness is just as important as their child's. That's business. I'm Jerry Willis.
Well, it's 6:49 on the East Coast and 3:49 over on the West Coast. We appreciate all of you joining us this morning as we get you caught up on all the big stories of the day from all around the country and looking around the world as well, and also keeping an eye out for live events as they happen. We will dip into those live, raw, and unfiltered. So far, nothing going on, but like I said, we'll keep an eye on it. But we do want to take another quick commercial break before the end of the hour here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox, turning to our coverage here of that Ohio train derailment in East Palestine. This is a press conference from the EPA talking about that cleanup process and giving the latest details. So I want to dip into this and listen to it. Take a listen.
Whatever you want.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you all for being here. It's a privilege to be back in East Palestine. I want to begin by thanking our emergency responders, including EPA personnel, who have been on the ground since day one and whose sole mission has been to keep this community safe. They have done a remarkable job, and we are truly indebted to these heroes. I want to thank President Biden for offering up all federal resources to support East Palestine from the very beginning. I'm also grateful to my colleagues across the federal family, Health and Human Services, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and the Department of Transportation. I'd like to thank our state and local partners who are here with us today, and I'd like to start by thanking Governor DeWine. Thank you for the leading role Ohio has played throughout the emergency response phase. Governor Shapiro, thank you for your leadership and your partnership throughout this process. And Congressman Johnson, as a federal representative of this district, thank you for your partnership in making the resources available to all of us. I also want to thank Mayor Conaway, who I met earlier today. who has been on the front lines of this since day one, working around the clock on behalf of the people of East Palestine. For more than 2 weeks, our teams across all levels of government have worked hand in hand to respond to this emergency. And as we transition from the emergency response phase, which the state has led with support from the federal government, to the cleanup phase, that level of coordination will continue to be essential to all of our successes. Just 2 weeks ago, tragedy struck this small town, this small, close-knit community. And thanks to the emergency responders, there was no loss of life. But the way of life, the sense of comfort that comes with living in a community like East Palestine, has been shattered. What happened here is traumatic, but because this community is so resilient, we know that this community will bounce back. I recognize that no matter how much data we collect or provide, it will not be enough to completely reassure everybody. It may not be enough to restore the sense of safety and security that this community once had, but we're going to work together day by day for as long as it takes to make sure that this community feels at home once again. This is my second time here visiting East Palestine. And coming from Eastern North Carolina, I can tell you firsthand it's communities like this that represent the backbone of this country. As I told Ms. Caroline Brown and Mr. Andres Balputnis, whom I had the privilege of meeting with earlier today, we're not going to leave this community behind. We're not going to leave this community to manage this aftermath alone. We are with you. Just as we did through the emergency response phase, EPA is going to continue to support this community throughout the cleanup phase, and we're going to do so by continuing to work hand in hand with our state, local, and federal partners. As we head into this next phase, state and local authorities will continue the water sampling efforts, and EPA will continue indoor air screenings to residents within the evacuation zone. So far, we have tested more than 550 homes. But let me also be crystal clear. Norfolk Southern will pay for cleaning up the mess that they created and the trauma that they inflicted on this community and impacted Beaver County residents. Today, I'm announcing that EPA is ordering Norfolk Southern to conduct all necessary actions associated with the cleanup from the East Palestine train derailment. Using EPA's legal authorities, I am ordering Norfolk Southern to do the following. Norfolk Southern will clean up all contamination in soil and water and safely transport that contamination to the appropriate locations to ensure that residents are not impacted further. From the debris and the chemicals you see in the waterways to the soil in and around the crash site. This work will be done to EPA specifications. Norfolk Southern will reimburse EPA for cleaning services that will be offered to provide an additional layer of reassurance, peace. Those services will be conducted by EPA staff and contractors who have extensive expertise in conducting these types of cleanings. And Norfolk Southern will attend and participate in public meetings at EPA's request and share information with the public. Full transparency is the only option. And to ensure that this is done in a way that leaves this community whole again, EPA will review and approve Norfolk Southern's work plan with state and local government input. The work plan will outline every single necessary step to clean up the environmental damage caused by the derailment. And I can assure you, no details will be overlooked. If the company fails to complete any action ordered by EPA, the agency will immediately step in, conduct the work ourselves, and then force Norfolk Southern to pay triple in cost accordance to the powers granted by my agency. In no way, shape, or form will Norfolk Southern get off the hook for the mess that they created. This order represents one of EPA's strongest authorities to hold a company accountable for jeopardizing a community's health and safety. Folks, I know this order cannot undo the nightmare that families in this town have been living with, but it will begin to deliver much needed justice for the pain that Norfolk Southern has caused. I want the community to know that we have heard you and that we need to keep hearing from you. As much as our support on the ground will continue to be needed, we also need, however long it takes, we're going to work to earn trust. There's a long road ahead, but you will not have to walk that road alone. We're going to take this journey for justice together. And now you'll hear from Governor DeWine.
Minister, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Mr. Administrator, thank you very much. When the train derailment occurred, the Ohio EPA, within a very short period of time that night, was on the scene. And shortly thereafter, the U.S. EPA was there as well. This has been a working partnership, and I want to thank the Administrator for this partnership. This is a partnership that will continue in the days and weeks and months going forward. Today at 12 noon, we opened up a clinic. This is a clinic that will be available to anyone. They can call and make an appointment. In fact, let me give you the numbers. 234-564-7755 or 234-564-7888. This is a clinic that anyone free of charge can go to. We've heard many concerns with residents, and this is really in response to the concerns that we have heard, that people want to be able to go someplace and get some answers about any kind of medical problem that they believe that they are in fact having. I want to thank Wes Vine, the Health Commissioner, for the work. This is really a joint effort. The Ohio Department of Health, the Columbiana Department of Health, the Columbiana County Community Action Agency, Columbiana County Mental Health and Recovery, the Ohio Poison Control Center, HHS, as well as the Federally Qualified Health Center that is located here. This is a joint effort. We would encourage anyone who has concerns to take that opportunity to make an appointment and to go and see them, and they'll get you connected into the health system, and will give you some answers going forward. Water testing by the Ohio EPA is continuing. One of the things that we did today at our two home visits was to drink some of the water, the village water. This village water is safe. How do we know that? We know that because it has been tested. But we're going to continue to test, and so the Ohio EPA will continue to test once a week going forward, and of course those results will be published as soon as the results come back. Anyone who has a private well, we will test that as well and give them the results in regard to that. Let me just say that it has been a real pleasure to work with Governor Shapiro. He and I have worked and been on the phone and text back and forth many times since the derailment. One of the things that he and I have talked a lot about is really the need we have for Congress to take a hard look at rail safety. There is something fundamentally wrong when a train like this could come into a state and the current law does not require, despite what they were hauling, does not require them to notify the state or local officials. That simply has to be changed. The fact that this train did not qualify under current law, requiring the railroad company to make that notification, is just absurd. It makes absolutely no sense at all. And the two of us, as governors of states that have been directly impacted by this tragedy, are going to make sure that our voices are continue to be heard. And again, we're asking Congress to hold hearings, asking Congress to take action in this area. As I've talked to the mayor many times, and I've talked to citizens of the community, the one request that I keep hearing is this: don't leave us. The concern, a very legitimate concern, is that when all the TV cameras are gone, the reporters are gone, and the world turns to something else, the community is going to be left here to handle this problem all on their own. Let me just say that we are making a public commitment again today. We will not leave them. We will stay here. We will continue to test. We will continue to do what needs to be done in the weeks and the months and the years as we go forward. Let me now introduce a person I've gotten to know very well in the last several weeks, Governor Shapiro. Governor?
Thank you, Governor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and Governor DeWine, thank you for welcoming me to your state. First Lady, thank you for having us here, and thank you for the partnership that we have developed throughout this process, a partnership that's putting people first. I want to thank Administrator Regan for making East Palestine, Beaver County, Ohio, and Pennsylvania a priority to not just the EPA, but the federal government. We have been grateful to have recognition with the President of the United States, the EPA Administrator, the Secretary of Transportation. I want to thank them for their leadership, and to that end, thank your local Congressman, Congressman Johnson, as well as Congressman Luzio across the border for their work. I'm joined by several members of our Pennsylvania delegation who are here. Commissioner Camp of Beaver County, those local officials have just done an extraordinary job on the ground, as well as State Senator Elder Vogel. I know the state senators and representatives are going to do everything in their power to make sure that all of these issues are addressed at the state level. And I'm pleased to be joined by the head of PEMA, Randy Padfield, and our acting secretary of DEP, Rich Negrin, as well. Since the first hours after this Norfolk Southern train derailment right here in East Palestine, our administration has been closely monitoring the situation on both sides of the border. We've been on the ground coordinating with our first responders and emergency management personnel, our partners in Ohio, and the federal government. I'm thankful especially to Governor DeWine for making sure that he's been the glue that has kept us all together here in this process. A week ago, I was in Beaver County to meet with county leaders and emergency management personnel to get a firsthand account of the ongoing needs in our communities in Pennsylvania. And I heard two messages loud and clear. Number one, we need testing and knowledge. And number two, we need accountability. And we are going to deliver both. My administration is committed to leading the way so that Pennsylvanians are aware of and protected from any threat to their safety and to the resources that they have that may arise. Our top priority is always the health and safety of the good people of Pennsylvania. Just last week, I announced that Pennsylvania's Department of Environmental Protection, under Rich Negrin's leadership, will be conducting independent water sampling from both the Norfolk Southern sites and within Pennsylvania's 2-mile radius of the derailment. That independent sampling has already begun. We should be receiving the first round of test results in the coming days. Residents with concerns about private well water should contact the Department of Environmental Protection's Southwest Regional Office at 412-442-4000 for more information about how to get your well tested. We've also been working with the local municipal water authorities to help them test their water. I want to be very clear about something. Pennsylvania continues to see no concerning air quality readings following this incident, and we are now collecting the baseline water readings as well. However, the Commonwealth, I want you to know, is going to continue monitoring the safety of Pennsylvania's air, water, and environment to ensure that Pennsylvanians have the information they need to stay safe in the weeks and the months ahead. We're going to stay in Darlington Township and communities all across Beaver County as long as it takes. And when I depart East Palestine here in a few moments, I'll be heading back to Beaver County to speak with residents in the affected areas together with their county commissioner. At the same time we do this work, my administration is working with local fire departments from Beaver and Lawrence counties who responded to the derailment. We're making sure that Norfolk Southern reimburses those fire departments for the cost of any equipment that needs to be replaced because it was contaminated or damaged. I want to thank our acting fire commissioner, Cook, for his hard work on this effort. Those first responders answered the call. Their departments deserve to be made whole, and they will be. My administration will remain vigilant for any threats to Pennsylvanians, and we will hold accountable Norfolk Southern, the company that made this vigilance necessary. The combination of Norfolk Southern's corporate greed, incompetence, and lack of for our residents is absolutely unacceptable to me. I've been outspoken about the serious concerns that I have with the company's failed management of this crisis. They chose not to participate in the unified command. They gave us inaccurate information and conflicting modeling data, and they refused to explore or articulate alternative courses of action when we were dealing with the derailment in the early days. In sum, Norfolk Southern injected unnecessary risk into this crisis, and they created confusion in this process. Thankfully, leaders like Governor DeWine, local leaders in the communities here in Ohio and in Pennsylvania were able to do our jobs, even though Norfolk Southern made it harder. We will hold Norfolk Southern accountable for any and all impacts to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, to our residents, and to our environment. Today is another step toward accountability. I wanted to be here today to stand not just with the governor, but with Administrator Regan when he made the critical announcement that the EPA will use its vast authority to ensure Norfolk Southern pays to clean up the mess that they created. I want to thank Administrator Regan and the Biden administration for coming back to this region over and over again and making sure that there will be real accountability for Norfolk Southern. Under the order announced a moment ago by Administrator Regan, they'll set up a series of incident management teams made up of representatives of Pennsylvania, Ohio, and our federal partners to assess and test for environmental and health impacts from this derailment. EPA, as you heard, will have the authority to compel Norfolk Southern to complete that testing and remediation and pay for any work, any testing, any cleanup that we do in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Nothing can make up for the damage that's already been done. But what the good people of Pennsylvania and Ohio deserve now is real accountability. This is an important step that will give our communities confidence that they will not be on the hook for the cleanup that was made at the hands of a multi-billion-dollar company's mess. In the face of Norfolk Southern's arrogance and incompetence, I want you to know we are fighting back. We stand with the good people of Pennsylvania and Ohio, and we stand with them against this corporate greed and incompetence. My administration will continue to work closely with our local, state, and national partners to keep the people of Pennsylvania safe. I know that some Pennsylvanians in Beaver County are worried right now. I get it. I get it as your governor. I get it as a father. I know you're worried about your water, your health. I know you're worried about your children and your families. I want every Pennsylvanian who is worried right now to know one thing. Our administration stands with you. We will make sure you have the information and knowledge you need to keep your family safe, and we will hold Norfolk Southern accountable for their conduct. With that, it's my pleasure to introduce Congressman Bill Johnson, our local congressman from here in East Palestine. Congressman.
Thank you, Governor. I want to thank Governor DeWine, Governor Shapiro, Administrator Regan for being here today. I said this in the first news conference that we had. There are some bright spots in this tragedy. And when you look at the collaborative work from the federal to the state to the county to the local state lines, I am amazed at how many moving parts this tragedy has invoked, and yet we are making progress. You've heard from the authorities at the state and federal level that accountability is certain. It's going to be comprehensive. You've heard them say that we're here for the long haul. To the citizens of East Palestine, the 6th Congressional District that I represent, let me define what that means. You, the citizens of East Palestine, get to determine what that long haul finish line is. We are here, and the experts are going to be here with ongoing testing, with remediation, with health concerns. We are going to be here until your questions are all answered and until you are convinced that you can return to normal life. That's what the finish line looks like. As your voice, I'm not a chemist, I'm not an engineer, but I represent you. And in that regard, I work for you. It's not the other way around. And so my role is going to be engaging with those who do have the answers to make sure that you get the answers that you need. And rather than reiterate anything that you've heard from Governor Shapiro or Administrator Regan, I think we'll now open it up for questions.
Governor DeWine, if I could ask, a lot of criticism of Norfolk Southern, a lot of criticism of the railroad industry. How confident are you that this particular enforcement is going to accomplish what you want?
That this particular enforcement is going to accomplish? Look, we're going to do everything we can. There's a real commitment, and there's been a commitment since the train wreck occurred. We understand that it's not just about today, it's not just about 2 weeks from now, but really it's 6 months from now, a year from now, 2 years from now. People have long-term concerns, and we're going to do everything we can to stay at this, continue to work at this.
All right, and that was the latest update from the Environmental Protection Agency discussing the cleanup and recovery process in East Palestine, Ohio. We'll have more on this story in just a bit, but for now, let's go ahead and switch gears. We have another story coming from New Jersey. Our Fox 5 New York team checking in with us for this one. So we do want to bring you more about the Mercer County, New Jersey area. They are cleaning up this morning after a storm and possible tornado rips through the area. We're taking a look back at some of the damage right here. Joining us now live is Fox's Robert Moses in Lawrence Township, New Jersey. Good morning, Robert. What can you tell us about the damage?
Good morning to you. As a news helicopter hovers overhead of us to capture some of this damage, when people heard yesterday that the National Weather Service had issued a tornado warning, they probably said something along the lines of, wait, what? That's not supposed to happen at this time of year. We're right in the middle of winter. But it did happen. And so whatever it is that moved through here caused extensive damage on a violent afternoon of summer-like weather that happened in the winter.
first it was like hail coming down, just like really big chunks of hail, but not a lot of wind. And then suddenly like the wind picked up and it was crazy. You know, I was standing by that window and I probably shouldn't have been.
Megan Borsamian shared this video that she shot from the Lawrence Square Village condo complex as a wicked storm howled through yesterday afternoon.
What did we live through?
That will be up to the National Weather Service to decide. Today, teams will survey this area approximated on this map to figure out if indeed a tornado or tornadoes whipped through here and caused this destruction. Parts of walls and roofs sheared off, leaving interiors exposed, siding peeled off like stickers and flapping in the winter wind, trees across roads, on vehicles, and on roofs.
I have been living here since almost 20 years, 22 years actually, this complex. I never ever seen this kind of damage.
She is not alone. We watched as a man and woman looked at a blown out window in the complex. At this time of year, people are usually out shoveling snow, not looking dazed and confused at the aftermath of a storm that you would normally see in the summer.
I was just stunned. I did not expect all of this damage and was like, this is just like nothing I've ever seen before.
And according to the Office of the State Climatologist, New Jersey has seen since 1950 only 4 tornadoes in the month of February. So this would be a pretty rare occurrence. The most recent February tornado that the state saw, I should say, was back in 1999. We'll see if the Weather Service determines that this was all caused by a tornado.
And Robert, you mentioned that the Weather Service is surveying the damage, but when exactly can we expect that update?
The Weather Service tells us that they expect to issue their findings sometime late today, so perhaps later on this afternoon. We've not seen any of the teams on the ground just yet. Typically, they begin their work right around this time, a little bit later on in the morning, and then they'll look to see which direction the trees fell, what other kind of damage you saw from the piece, the siding sheared off these condos, some of the other trees that have fallen. They'll look at all of that and then make a determination late today. Rain?
All right, a huge thank you to you, Robert, and our entire Fox 5 New York team. Let's go ahead and take a live now look from New York this morning. The time there, 7:21 a.m. You can see that Times Square is definitely off to a busy start this morning. Now, on the left-hand side of your screen, here's a look at the top stories that we plan to cover during this morning's coverage of Live Now from Fox. So, of course, we're bringing you all the latest on President Biden's European tour, which he wraps up today. President Biden wrapping up that trip to Ukraine. And he's also meeting with the Bucharest 9 today. The president hopes to reassure allies as Russia's President Vladimir Putin steps up his rhetoric. Now to more news taking place here in the United States. We do continue to witness oral arguments taking place in a high-stakes internet regulation case about tech giants Google and Twitter before the Supreme Court. So a majority of Supreme Court justices seemed reluctant to end a nearly 30-year practice of a legal precedent protecting social media and search engines from liability when it comes to policing conduct. The justices are expected to make a decision before the end of their term, but we'll bring you all more again during today's show. And today also marks Ash Wednesday, the outwardly symbolized Christian holiday. We are seeing many Christians receive their ashes on the forehead in the shape of a cross today to mark the beginning of the Lenten season. These top stories and so much more taking place here at Live Now from Fox. The time is now 7:23. Let's go ahead and take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll bring you all up to speed on other news headlines right after this. The time here on the East Coast is 7:25 a.m. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Rain Augustine. Let's begin with the 7 o'clock hour with the latest news from Washington, D.C. President Biden wrapping up a busy trip to Ukraine and Poland with a meeting of the Bucharest Nine today. As Lucas Tomlinson reports from Washington, the president hopes to reassure critical allies as Russia's President Vladimir Putin steps up his rhetoric.
The Bucharest Nine consists of countries from the former Soviet Union and Warsaw Pact that are now part of NATO's eastern flank. These Eastern European leaders fear Vladimir Putin could expand his war into their countries if he's successful in Ukraine.
Hello, Poland.
Fresh off his trip to Ukraine, President Biden addressing the largest crowd of his presidency in NATO ally Poland.
1 year ago, the world was bracing for the fall of Kyiv. Well, I just come from a visit to Kyiv, and I can report Kyiv stands strong.
On the same day Biden spoke in Warsaw, Russian President Vladimir Putin addressing his country, announcing he's pulling out of the last nuclear arms control treaty between Cold War foes, which limits each side to 1,550 deployed nuclear warheads.
Our relations have degraded. The responsibility for that is fully on the United States. They can't be silly people. They want to deliver us a strategic defeat while crawling into our strategic nuclear objectives.
The Republican chairman of the House Armed Services Committee responding, quote, all options must be on the table, including deploying additional nuclear forces and increasing the readiness of our nuclear triad. We must also accelerate efforts to modernize our nuclear systems. In Moscow, China's top diplomat meeting his Russian counterpart on the eve of the war on Ukraine's one-year anniversary. This as U.S. fears grow that China could soon be supplying the Russian army with weapons.
A burgeoning and deepening defense relationship between these two countries, while Mr. Putin is prosecuting a brutal war in Ukraine, clearly that would have very, very bad ramifications.
Of course, China and the U.S. have no nuclear arms control agreements. China is expected to triple its nuclear stockpile by 2035. In Washington, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
A new Cold War appears to be approaching. 1 year into the Ukraine war, a war of words between leaders of the United States and Russia, as President Biden says hard and bitter days could be ahead as Moscow continues its battles with Ukraine. Now, this is coming as Russian President Vladimir Putin says he is suspending Russia's participation in the last remaining nuclear arms control pact with the United States. Here's more.
Ukraine will never be a victory for Russia. Never.
The eyes of the world on Warsaw and President Biden as he delivers remarks to a massive crowd, waving Polish, Ukrainian, and American flags. The speech coming hours after Russian President Vladimir Putin blamed the West for the year-long war in Ukraine.
We are not fighting the Ukrainian people. The people of Ukraine became a hostage of the Kyiv regime and its Western masters.
Biden calling on the autocrat to put a stop to the fighting.
This war is never a necessity. It's a tragedy. President Putin chose this war. Every day the war continues is his choice. He could end the war with a word.
The rebuttal, a rallying cry to NATO allies as he declares unwavering support for Ukraine, with no end to the war in sight.
He thought NATO would fracture and divide. Instead, NATO is more united and more unified than ever.
Ahead of the speech, Biden met with NATO ally Polish President Andrzej Duda, in which he reaffirmed America's commitment to European security and stability.
We have to have security in Europe. It's that basic, that simple, that consequential.
In his State of the Nation address, Putin denied any wrongdoing for the invasion. He also announced Russia would be suspending the New START treaty, the only remaining nuclear arms agreement with the U.S. NATO officials asking Russia to reconsider.
More nuclear weapons and less arms control makes the world more dangerous.
President Biden is expected to announce more sanctions against Russia later this week. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Now to former President Jimmy Carter, whose hometown is bracing to say goodbye as he rests at home under hospice care. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera brings us more.
Tucked in southwest Georgia, nearly 3 hours away from Atlanta, is the small town of Plains. Tractors carrying peanuts often roll through the streets, indicative of this humble community's strong agricultural ties. But pride also runs deep.
Well, I think one of the things that stands out about President Carter is that this is his birthplace, and he's always been committed to the people of Plains.
Former President Jimmy Carter is passing his remaining time in hospice care at home with his family by his side, in this compound roughly 2 miles from the house he grew up in as a boy. It's one of several sites preserved as part of the Jimmy Carter National Historic Park, the town now shaped by the country's 39th president, just as much as he was shaped by it.
Washington will change people, not Jimmy Carter. He's the same man that went to the White House.
Here, Carter developed strong values on faith, family, and education, all of which would influence his leadership in the White House and beyond. The old train depot served as his presidential campaign headquarters. After serving in the Oval Office for a tumultuous one term, Carter moved back to Plains with his wife, Rosalind, but continued to lead a life of public service, building houses for the poor and teaching Sunday school. As Carter reaches the twilight of his life, many say his legacy endures by having helped others live.
His programs through the Carter Center have saved millions of lives. The whole world would be worse off if it weren't for Jimmy Carter.
All right, so many people remembering the former governor of Georgia and former president of the United States. Let's dive into this interview with historian Dr. Barbara Perry, who sat down with our LiveNOW from Fox team to discuss the legacy and life of former President Jimmy Carter.
Well, let's bring into the conversation right now Dr. Barbara Perry. She joins us from the University of Virginia Miller Center. She's the director of presidential studies there. Dr. Perry, thanks so much. I know I was speaking to you offline. We were kind of discussing the fact that the Carter Center might know a little bit more about the former president's health. That's why they made this announcement over the weekend, because you and I both know Jimmy Carter has had numerous health struggles over the last 10 years, and he's beat every one of them.
Of the Democratic Party in 1976 come really almost from out of nowhere, and everyone said, Jimmy who? And I think they even said that when his mother was told he was running for president, she said, president of what? So it's kind of tenacity that he just could never be kept down. And despite the fact that all three of his younger siblings passed at fairly young ages from cancer, and he himself had his diagnosis and came forward very courageously in 2015 to announce that melanoma had spread to other parts of his body from the skin cancer. And people thought that was going to be the end of Jimmy Carter. And then not long later, he said, I've had my treatment and I'm cancer free. But given that he's in hospice in 98, this would seem like the end is sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and also you can imagine with high-profile figures like this, everything is ready to go upon the news of someone like Jimmy Carter's stature, upon his passing, funeral plans, what have you, right?
Oh, yes. In fact, when presidents are still in office, and that must be a bit macabre for them, but the Army, the military, the State Department, all of the protocol people have to come in and plan what that will be, and particularly for those who are retired, and someone like President Reagan, for example, who died in California and then brought back to Washington, Bush 41, the same thing. It's a lot of moving parts, and we want it to be done right, because whether we voted for these people or not, there are very few people who get to be president of the United States and represent our country here at home and abroad. So we want to give them a proper hail and farewell.
You know, there's this kind of prevailing notion that has been, and has caught on, especially amongst presidential historians like yourself, that when they talk about Jimmy Carter, how he kind of came from nowhere, he had one term in office, and they talk about what his presidency was like. Some describe that it was the worst presidency in modern times. Do you think that's a fair assessment? You hear it still today.
I wouldn't say it's the worst in modern times, and I will give you two data points to think about as we get towards the end of his life here on this earth. And that is one that historians, presidential historians, scholars, political scientists like myself, tend to rate him right in the middle of the pack of the 45 different presidents we've had, 46 presidencies, but 45 men. So that he has fallen in the last 10 years, 20 years in that same middle pack around Grover Cleveland, for example, someone people don't think too much about these days. But he falls in sort of the 22 to 25 range. And then when people were asked in 2010 by Gallup poll, where do you place him among the 10 or so presidents, starting with Bush 43 and moving backwards, Kennedy came out first with a very high rating in the 80s, followed by Ronald Reagan at 79%. Interestingly enough, Bill Clinton was third. And again, Jimmy Carter kind of came in the middle of the pack for the American people's response to that, with Richard Nixon not surprisingly being there at the bottom. So given that he had to resign over Watergate, I think without doubt he gets the award for the worst president in modern times.
Oh, I see. So, you know, he had such a renaissance, though, in his public image in his post-presidency. It was, you know, it is a very, very long post-presidency. He's the longest lived president in history. And so he really kind of maybe changed some minds when it came to that, right?
I think he did, and Andrew, you and I were speaking, as you say, offline before our chatting right now, and it's a bit of an irony, I think, that was used by both the left and the right. And I think for the right, who didn't support Jimmy Carter, they sort of use it as to poke a stick in his eye and say, oh, he's the best ex-president we've ever had. And yet people on the left, people who were moderate liberals as well, supported him and could take some pride in saying that they thought he was the best ex-president ever. But I think what's important to say, whether that's true or not, is to say he created a model for the post-presidency that was and is unprecedented for that time. All other presidents, starting with FDR, began to create libraries for papers and archives and museums to laud them as they moved into history. But no one, really had put together a presidential center that was to be based on human rights and do good works at home and around the world. And now notice all presidents, with the exception of Donald Trump, understandably, because he's running again, so he doesn't want to have a legacy just yet. But every other president has followed that model, that modern post-presidency model of Jimmy Carter.
What about also, you hear this a lot too, Dr. Perry, that, Jimmy Carter was really one of the only presidents in recent times to just go back to Plains, Georgia. He didn't profit off his name. A lot of, former presidents recently, you can make that argument that they are out there, they're selling books, they're on the speaking circuit, they're doing documentaries. Jimmy Carter devoted his life to service after serving in the presidency, but he moved back to Plains, Georgia.
Well, that is so very true. And a lot of presidents do go home, or at least their adopted homes. In the case of the Bushes, went back to Texas, and Ronald Reagan went back to California. It seems that some of them decide to go to resorts. In the case of Gerald Ford, went to Vail, Colorado, as an example, and Palm Springs. Who could blame him for wanting to get out of the winters of Michigan? But I think it's the case that, once again, Jimmy Carter sets that model. And unfortunately, that's one that's not been followed. And as recently, after he left office as Ronald Reagan, I can remember there was quite a bit of controversy when Reagan took $1 million from the Japanese to give a talk in Japan. But it seems now we sort of accept that presidents, particularly those who didn't come from money, maybe rightly so, want to earn some money in their post-presidency.
And just lastly, Dr. Perry, it has been a really long time since Carter was in office, some more than 40 years. And so a lot of Americans, a lot of younger Americans, I was talking to my parents the other day. I think their first election they were even eligible to vote was the 80 election. And so he has been kind of out of the public consciousness, at least politically, for so long. Do you think that's going to matter or factor into his legacy as we remember him? Obviously, this is a very morbid conversation that we're having, but those conversations are being had.
They are, and understandably so. And I think part, that may be why the Carter Center went ahead and announced that he was in hospice, to prepare people for the inevitable, but also to remind people that in 2015, when he spoke about his, what probably was a fatal cancer diagnosis at that point, he said because of his faith, he had no fear of death. He just prayed to the Lord that he'd have the strength to get through this last part of his life. And so I think that it is the fact that because it was so long ago that he was president, many people either weren't around at that time or weren't voting for a president at that point. And so some of the toxicity of the time has probably passed, and that's a good thing. And we tend to be, as Americans, pretty nice about our former presidents, and when they pass away, we kind of see them in a golden glow.
All right, Dr. Perry, we appreciate your insight into Jimmy Carter's life and legacy, and we're going to be speaking again in the near future, no doubt, and we'll talk again. Thanks so much.
And we will continue to cover the life and legacy of former President Jimmy Carter throughout today's show. We're taking a live now look at our XRAD weather forecast. Take a look at how temperatures are faring in your area. We're closely following the heavy damage that has been reported after a rare tornado warning in New Jersey. The National Weather Service has a team on the ground surveying the damage, and so do we. We'll check in with our Fox 29 Philadelphia team in just 2 minutes right after this commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time here on the East Coast is 7:43 as we take this Live Now look from our XRAD weather forecast. We're paying very close attention to the aftermath of storm damage in the New Jersey area as our Fox 29 Philadelphia team reports strong thunderstorms and a possible tornado has ripped through the area. Let's go ahead and welcome Fox 29 Philadelphia's Shayna Fiera to the show. Good morning, Shayna. I can see there's a lot of damage behind you. Walk me through what you're seeing this morning.
Well, as you mentioned, the pictures really speak for itself. I'll step out of the way to kind of describe the scene as the sun rises. We've been up there since 4 a.m. and this is what it looks like. You see those down trees. You see many of the trees shaven off at the base all over this property. We're standing in this Trenton community. This is the Lawrence Square condo complex, and it really gives you an idea of how quickly things escalated. Residents telling us that they just heard a big boom and crash after the brief tornado warning came across their phones, it came across their television screens, and 6 seconds later, one person telling us that they walked outside and it looked like a war zone. And now as the sun rises, we're able to see just how bad it was. Light poles down, telephone poles down. even a lot of the street signs damaged. At this point, we are happy to report that there have been no fatalities or serious injuries reported, according to the Windsor Township Police Department, but dozens of residents here have been displaced. The Weather Service is sending out those surveyors, not just here, but in Lawrenceville, West Windsor, and Princeton Junction to investigate this possible tornado strike. So even now, you see the damage continuing to kind of go from stretches and miles here, and it's not, again, just contained to this particular condo complex, but it spans some miles at this point. So we are waiting for official word from the National Weather Service. They're set to be here at some point this morning to get a good glimpse of the damage at this point, but certainly the tornado warning went into effect, and just within seconds, everything pretty much changed for this neighborhood. Again, very happy to report no serious injuries, but it's something that at this point, the National Weather Service has to make their way out here to confirm if this was indeed a tornado. And at this point, we know it's a tornado warning. It could have been some high gusty winds, but just based off of the damage, more than likely we're expecting to hear official word on if this was a tornado very, very soon. Again, they have to make their way through the county. They have to make their way through all these neighborhoods and really assess, which is going to help the residents that have been displaced for insurance claims and things like that. So the best news of all is that no one was hurt. But certainly now that the sun has risen and we've entered the 12th hour since everything happened yesterday evening, now is the time to really hear from the professionals as they take a survey of this area.
All right, Fox 29 Philadelphia's Shayna Vieira, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Moving right along with our top stories this morning, the top official from the Environmental Protection Agency was among the contingent of federal, state, and local officials in East Palestine, Ohio on Tuesday. It comes amid growing criticism that the Biden administration has been slow to react to the devastation caused by the train derailment carrying toxic chemicals. Let's check in with Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson, who's bringing us the latest.
We believe in science.
More than 2 weeks after that massive train derailment here in East Palestine, the president's EPA chief and Ohio's governor drinking the tap water in an attempt to reassure the public. At a news conference here in town, Michael Regan, joined by the governors of Ohio and Pennsylvania and other officials, announced he will force Norfolk Southern to reimburse the federal government for the cleanup, or the company would pay even more.
Triple the amount. Triple the amount.
In an interview with Fox News, Norfolk Southern says the company's in it for the long haul.
Norfolk Southern is fully committed to helping this community recover, and we aren't going anywhere.
Today, the state of Ohio and HHS opening a new medical assessment clinic here in town, but some residents are still not satisfied.
It's not a clinic, it's a survey. How are your symptoms? How have you been affected?
How are you feeling?
I feel like crap. I've been sick for about a week.
Pressure has been mounting on the president's transportation secretary, who has been trying to shift the blame to the previous administration. But he has promised that when the time is right, he will visit.
When I go, the focus is going to be on action. Look, I was mayor of my hometown for 8 years. We dealt with a lot of disasters, natural and human.
Many residents are asking what happens here 5, 10, or 20 years down the line. Farmers are worried about their crops and who will buy them. Former President Donald Trump visits here tomorrow. In East Palestine, Ohio, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
Alex Murdaugh's defense team calls Buster Murdaugh to testify on the behalf of his father in the double murder case against the disgraced South Carolina attorney who is accused of killing his wife and younger son. Fox News multimedia reporter Caroline Elliott has the story.
Evening he was destroyed. He was heartbroken. I walked in the door and saw him and gave him a hug and just broken down.
Alec Murdaugh's oldest and surviving son, Buster, takes the stand in his father's double murder trial Tuesday. The defense calling Buster as their third witness as they try to counter prosecutors' claims that Murdaugh is responsible for killing his wife and youngest son in order to distract from his financial crimes. In court, Buster testified his family was very close and loved each other deeply, but under cross-examination also admitted he had no clue his father was facing financial ruin.
You had no knowledge of your dad's financial difficulties at all, did you?
No, sir.
Buster also testifying it was not uncommon for weapons to go missing at his family's hunting estate. A direct challenge to prosecutors' claims Murdaugh used 2 missing weapons at the estate to carry out the murders, despite the murder weapons never being found. The defense also poked holes into allegations Murdaugh incriminated himself on tape.
What'd your dad say?
Said they did them so bad.
Tuesday's testimony also included a forensic engineering expert who recreated the crime scene and told jurors Murdaugh couldn't have been the shooter because he was too tall. The defense is expected to wrap up its case by Friday with closing arguments presented by both sides early next week. In Walterboro, South Carolina, Caroline Elliott, Fox News.
The time here is 7:51 a.m. We are taking this live now look from at Atlanta, Georgia. A cloudy start to the morning there. Let's go ahead and take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll continue our coverage of top stories and breaking news in just 2 minutes. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time here on the East Coast is 7:53. Thank you all so much for streaming with us on this Wednesday, February 22nd. We are continuing to celebrate Black History Month. So let's go ahead and check in with our producer, Tania Sims, who sat down with 2 civil rights activists. They shared their testimony, their story, and how this is an opportunity for the younger generation to continue the work.
February is Black History Month, and the theme is resistance. And that's exactly what Florida couple Harry T. and Harriet Moore showed during the Civil Rights Movement. After their death, the couple became America's first civil rights martyrs. A museum in Men's, Florida was created in their honor. And I have the pleasure of speaking with Sonia Millard, Cultural Center Coordinator, and Krishanda Wright, Culture Center Leader, to share more about the Moores' legacy. Thank you guys for joining me today.
Thank you.
So first off, tell me a little bit more about who the Moores were, and then a little bit more about what you guys do at the museum.
So I'm the cultural center leader here, and I do the tours, especially of the museum. Now, the museum was actually started in 2004, and it pays tributes to the contributions that the Moores made to the civil rights movement before it even was called the civil rights movement. So they were doing this basically in the late 20s, 30s, and 40s when most people weren't even calling it civil rights movement. They were just out here by themselves, and they made the decision that they were going to make some changes in their community, because it starts with one man. He decides, hey, things are not just the way that they are, and we want to make some changes, and that's what he did. And because of all the things that he was able to gather the community to do, he was then targeted by the KKK.
And so with that being said, why is it important to tell the Moore story? And then also kind of explain to me a little bit more about what you do and what your role is into telling the Moore story.
It's so important to share the Moore story because the Moors had the audacity to do the unthinkable when at a time it wasn't prevalent for a Black man to do. So what was that? He got over 116,000 Blacks registered to vote at a time that they were scared to death. He got a piece of literature from New York City about the NAACP, and he opened up the different branches throughout the state of Florida. He investigated the lynchings. Florida was #1 in lynching. He took the school board, Brevard Public School Board, to court. Thurgood Marshall was the lawyer with his good friend John Gilbert. They lost that case, but they eventually won the war. And he investigated every lynching that took place in the state of Florida. So it's important to share the legacy of the Moors, not only because of their contributions, because those are whose shoulders we're standing on today. And my job as the Cultural Center Coordinator is to ensure that we give every guest who crosses our doorway, not just a history lesson and the knowledge of the Moors, but an experience that they were experienced from 1860, the Emancipation Proclamation, all the way around that Timeline Museum to the 1964 Civil Rights Act. And I think Pearl Walker, Cassandra Wright, and myself do a great job doing so.
I love to hear your passion, and I could tell you really love what you do. And I know I've talked to you a little bit before. You guys have students who come and see the center, who get to learn about the Moors and their legacy. Kind of talk to me about why is it important to share the Moore story with, the younger generation? Why is it important to you guys for them to know their history?
Well, go ahead, Lola.
So often the kids don't know exactly the struggles that happened in the past. And so often we don't share that. We now want to make everything, like it was always this way. And when people don't understand what happened in the past and don't comprehend the lessons that need to be learned from it, then you will repeat them and you won't know what to do in the future when you're faced with the same thing. So we think it's so important for us to tell the story of the Moors to the children so that they could see that we have made progress, but we still have progress to go, and that we do have a lot to be proud of, especially when it comes to Black History Month. They always talk about slavery. We talk about all of the people who, Rosa Parks, we talk about Malcolm X, we talk about Martin Luther King Jr., but there are so many other people who contributed well before it was considered to be the civil rights movement. So, and they paved the way for those people to make it happen. So I think it's so important that we acknowledge all of the contributions that were made, especially when we're talking about American history.
And as we sum that up, let me just say it like this. So many times, most African Americans, they're not sharing our history with our children. So most of our children, our grandchildren, they go to school, they're not learning it there. And as you can see, our governor is taking it out and trying to take it out of our history lessons. And what's so important today is to know the history. And just like Cassandra said, unless we share our history, we're doomed to repeat it, right? We can't allow America to go backwards. And then for Black children growing up in this day and age and not to know where they came from, not to know whose shoulders they stand on, not to understand that school wasn't afforded to them, that they don't have to sit in the back of the bus anymore, they don't need to sit in the back of the classrooms anymore, that they need to sit in the front, not be class clowns, but to learn, because knowledge is power, education is the key. And that's why they need to go to high school, college, and become productive citizens and become civically engaged. You know, a lot of young people today don't understand about becoming civically engaged, joining different groups to learn about how our justice system and how our city hall and the city council works. We need to get our foot and be at those tables. That's what's so important today.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's interesting because we have having these conversations. And my next question is, how important is it to have these conversations during Black History Month? How important is it to share legacies such as the Moors and talking about Malcolm X and W.E.B. Du Bois and, you know, talking about these pivotal moments in history? What does that mean to you guys?
Well, for me, it means that we are speaking on American history and we're being all inclusive, because we only tell a narrow version of American history if we don't include everybody's contributions to America. When we say that this is Black History Month and it's only 28 days, but really we made contributions all year round. There are so many things that we have done as American citizens that we need to make sure that we are inclusive about everything. We focus on Black history this month, but we need to talk about American history 365 days of the year. It's not just one month. It's really how we have been woven into the fabric of America, the contributions we've made to every arena in America, and to make sure that people don't forget that the story of the American dream is not just one from one perspective, but it's from all perspectives of the people that came here. Yes, we may not have come here on the Mayflower, but we're here just as well, and we built this country just as well. And why not make sure that we have our contributions noted in American history just as others are?
And it's a sense of pride, right? It's a sense of belonging. It's a sense of America. We are all the red, white, and blue, right? And it's so important for our children and our grandchildren and our ancestors to pay homage to the sacrifices that we have made right here in America. And how dare us or America to forget the significance of what we have built and what we have done, and that what we're still striving to do, because again, diversity matters.
Right. And again, I love that we're having this conversation and sharing the Moors' legacy and, you know, what they did. And so with that being said, you know, what do you want people to take away when they join and visit the museum? What do you hope that people take back home with them?
Mostly, I hope that when people come here, they experience the couple and their contributions that they made. And I want them to take away that I am one person, but I can't make a difference, because this one family made a stand in this one community and they made a difference in the world. So don't look at it as I'm just one person. What does it really matter? Look at it as, if I take a stand, you empower others to take a stand, and those people empower others, and then it goes on. So if you talk about the Moors and then you tell a friend and they tell a friend, guess what? The world knows. And so just like they did, the Moors wanted to just change the world, just their little piece of land here, but it ended up impacting the world. That's what I want people to take away from it.
And I would like people to take away a sense of pride, a sense of to be proud. Is it a sad, sorry story? It could be, but it's the glass half full or half empty? And I like to think of it as half full, right? So when we talk about Harry and Harry T. Moore, I like to think of it like this. That was a husband and wife who changed the mindset of America, who could have minded their business. No, they didn't make as much as their white counterparts, but they made a pretty good living. They were both school teachers. He was a principal. They sold their oranges. They sold insurance. Again, when kids come here to see the light bulb go off in their head, and when other people come in, international people, no matter what color, a sense of pride that a husband and wife stood up, because they could have minded their business, stood up against the injustices of yesterday, the Ku Klux Klan, and took a stance. And not only that, changed, and he encouraged and motivated Blacks who was downtrodden during the Jim Crow era to get excited, to understand the power of the vote, and to make America better, to the America we have today. We still have a way to go. So yes, when they come here, I like to see that change and then to pay it forward for human kindness.
Pay it forward. I like that. I like that a lot. Well, thank you so much for speaking with me, Sonia Millard and Krishanda Wright. Thank you for taking the time out and sharing the Moore's legacy with me. Yes, and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
All right, amazing to have those activists onto the program speaking about documenting and educating people when it comes to Black history, which of course is American history. The time is now 8:05. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. And when we return, we'll bring you all up to speed on a few consumer-related headlines. We'll talk about United Airlines and their initiative to create funds for sustainable aviation fuel. That story and more up in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Rain Augustine. United Airlines is looking into alternative fuels for their planes. The airline is aiming to invest in startups that produce sustainable aviation fuel. The company, backed by Air Canada, Boeing, and others, is launching the fund with more than $100 million. United, along with several other airlines, looking to sign clean fuel supply agreements with the startups. In the aviation sector, many startups are looking into using everything from fats, oils, and grease to hydrogen fuel cells to make sustainable aviation possible. Let's check in with our Fox News correspondents for our latest Fox Means Business report.
Stocks plummeting on Tuesday after Walmart and Home Depot's yearly outlook previewed a tough year for retail. The Dow turned negative for the year after falling nearly 700 points to end the day. The Nasdaq and the S&P 500 took a beating too. Investors also concerned about more interest rate hikes and how it could hurt the economy. Despite Home Depot's weaker than expected outlook for the year, the company announced it will spend an additional $1 billion to give its hourly employees a raise in the U.S. and Canada. All starting wages will now be at least $15 an hour. High prices and higher mortgage rates continue to hammer the housing market. The National Association of Realtors says existing home sales fell for the 12th straight month in January to the lowest level in 12 years. Pet parents care just as much about their four-legged kids as they do about their two-legged ones. According to a new survey by Ollie, 4 in 5 of them say their dog's wellness is just as important as their child's. That's business. I'm Jerry Willis.
Oral arguments being held in the internet regulation cases against some tech giants. The tech community is breathing a sigh of relief, but a majority of the Supreme Court justices seemed reluctant to end nearly 30 years of a legal precedent protecting social media and search engines from liability in policing content. This comes amid the case of Gonzalez versus Google. The case seeks to hold Google's YouTube responsible for the death of a California college student who was killed in a 2015 terror attack in Paris conducted by ISIS. Now, the family says that the Communications Decency Act doesn't protect YouTube's use of algorithms to recommend ISIS recruitment videos to YouTube users. The justices are expected to make a decision before the end of their term. The time here, 8:10 a.m. We'll have more nonstop news in just 10 minutes. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time here on the East Coast is 8:12 a.m. Thank you so much for streaming us this morning. We are getting these Live Now images into our desk from Warsaw, Poland. Any moment now, we do expect President Biden to meet with the Bucharest 9 today as he is wrapping up a very busy trip to Ukraine and Poland. Let's check in with Lucas Tomlinson reporting from Washington, D.C. as the president hopes to reassure critical allies as Russia's President Vladimir Putin steps up his rhetoric.
The Bucharest 9 consists of countries from the former Soviet Union and Warsaw Pact that are now part of NATO's eastern flank. These Eastern European leaders fear Vladimir Putin could expand his war into their countries if he's successful in Ukraine.
Hello, Poland.
Fresh off his trip to Ukraine, President Biden addressing the largest crowd of his presidency in NATO ally Poland.
1 year ago, the world was bracing for the fall of Kyiv. Well, I just come from a visit to Kyiv, and I can report Kyiv stands strong.
On the same day Biden spoke in Warsaw, Russian President Vladimir Putin addressing his country, announcing he's pulling out of the last nuclear arms control treaty between Cold War foes, which limits each side to 1,550 deployed nuclear warheads.
Our relations have degraded. The responsibility for that is fully on the United States. They can't be silly people. They want to deliver us a strategic defeat while crawling into our strategic nuclear objectives.
The Republican chairman of the House Armed Services Committee responding, quote, all options must be on the table, including deploying additional nuclear forces and increasing the readiness of our nuclear triad. We must also accelerate efforts to modernize our nuclear systems. In Moscow, China's top diplomat meeting his Russian counterpart on the eve of the war on Ukraine's one-year anniversary. This as U.S. fears grow that China could soon be supplying the Russian army with weapons.
A burgeoning and deepening defense relationship between these two countries, while Mr. Putin is prosecuting a brutal war in Ukraine, clearly that would have very, very bad ramifications.
Of course, China and the U.S. have no nuclear arms control agreements. China is expected to triple its nuclear stockpile by 2035. In Washington, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
All right, thanks, Lucas, for that update. Moving right along with other top stories, this segment coming from Tampa, Florida. The latest now on a profession that many people may overlook in Florida, but folks are saying it's definitely necessary. We're talking about alligator trapping. That industry is going through a shortage of workers right now, and many say they're being overlooked and underpaid. Fox 13 Tampa, Kelly Cowan joins us right now with more on this. Kelly, this is a story that I'm not familiar with. I've never heard of alligator trapping before, so please elaborate. What exactly is going on here, and what's behind this new initiative?
Well, some 10,000 nuisance calls come in each year to the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission about gators that need to be removed, whether it's from somebody's backyard, whether it's from a riverfront area where they really shouldn't be. Sometimes they end up in pools. They end up in all different scenarios where they just need to be taken away. And so the state has a model set up where they call on private contractors to come in and then remove those alligators. And they only have about 100 of those contractors that cover the entire state. So just think about that. 100 contractors, 10,000 calls a year, and we are a massive state here in Florida. So they've got a lot on their plates, and what they're saying right now is that there are more and more of them that are getting out of the business because it simply isn't profitable. One factor is that the state hasn't raised the amount of pay that they are giving to these contractors since 2005. So the way that the business model works here in Florida is that when and FWC contacts that private trapper to handle it. The state pays the trapper $30, just $30 to come remove that alligator, but allows the trapper to then either sell the alligator that they catch or have it processed for its hide and meat. And that's really where they're making their profit there, is on the sale of the animal. Now, the trappers say they are no longer able to make enough money within this business model because demand for hides has precipitously fallen off. They don't anticipate that the hides are going to become any more valuable. So with that $30 and then really only relying on the gator for meat, they're really not able to make enough money. And that's why trappers are saying something at this point has to give.
Economically, with the gas, hooks, bait, we wind up going in the hole every year. I mean, every year. And I love doing this.
Yeah, and think about it. These private contractors, they're having to provide their own gear, their own trucks, their own equipment. And a lot of times when they come out on these calls, they're not catching a gator the first time around. They might have to come out to an area several times because gators are very elusive. They tend to hide. And so there might be a lot of time put into just catching one gator. And as some are saying, some of these alligators that they end up with aren't even able to be sold for a profit because they're so small. So there's just not a lot of buyers out there for the smaller alligators that they still need to catch and remove because they are nuisance gators. So the FWC looking to increase the per gator stipend to $50 an alligator, and then also looking at ways that they can maybe adjust some of the regulations, some of the rules around gator trapping to make things a little more profitable and keep these guys in business, because this is a very valuable and necessary thing here in Florida.
Yes, and Kelly, I believe it was just yesterday when we reported on the 85-year-old victim in Florida who lost her life due to an alligator attack. So I believe hundreds of alligators have been removed from that situation, that area, since the attack. And I'm sure that this initiative could possibly save another life. So thank you so much for joining us with that update. Fox 13's Kelly Cowan. Let's move right along with other top stories this morning. We're learning more about another nuisance animal, goats, which are running loose in certain communities. Here's more on that story.
It's just an exciting day. A little spice to getting our restaurant open.
Right next to Freddy's Frozen Custard in Glendale is an empty lot usually filled with sheep and goats, but that wasn't the case Tuesday afternoon.
Just outside our windows there, as we were getting stuff ready for the day, we looked out and there was probably 16 goats and sheep that just started walking by.
Chad Pickett and his coworkers spotted the livestock on 83rd Avenue heading towards Camelback and quickly went out to help.
So the three of us went out. Myself and Joel kind of got out there to stop traffic from going either way down 83rd here. And then the person that actually owns the land over there that the sheep and goats were on that were eating the foliage, he had just come by and he shot across the street in his pickup and that he was actually trying to herd them back this way as we were stopping the traffic from either way.
Glendale police showed up shortly after to help the owner herd the livestock back to the fenced property.
Watching them, just the police chase around this building here, the JT's pub, like that area and the gas station, they just kept going around in circles and finding new places to hide.
Bystanders on both sides of the street say they saw goats and sheep wandering around nearby businesses.
They were just herding them. They were trying to yell them back in the direction they needed to go.
And that worked?
Yeah, surprisingly well. It's just an exciting day. A little spice to getting our restaurant open.
Right next to Freddy's Frozen Custard in Glendale is an empty lot.
Looking live from Washington, D.C. So many top stories coming from our nation's capital today. We'll bring you all up to speed on them in just 2 minutes right after this commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, taking a Live Now look from Washington, D.C. A new Cold War appears to be approaching. 1 year into the Ukraine war, a war of words between leaders of the United States and Russia. As President Biden says, hard and bitter days could be ahead as Moscow continues its battles with Ukraine. This comes as Russian President Vladimir Putin says that he is suspending Russia's participation in the last remaining nuclear arms control pact with the United States. Here's more.
Ukraine will never be a victory for Russia. Never. The eyes of the world on Warsaw and President Biden as he delivers remarks to a massive crowd, waving Polish, Ukrainian, and American flags. The speech coming hours after Russian President Vladimir Putin blamed the West for the year-long war in Ukraine.
We are not fighting the Ukrainian people. The people of Ukraine became a hostage of the Kyiv regime and its Western masters.
Biden calling on the autocrat to put a stop to the fighting.
This war is never a necessity. It's a tragedy. President Putin chose this war. Every day the war continues is his choice. He could end the war with a word.
The rebuttal, a rallying cry to NATO allies as he declares unwavering support for Ukraine, with no end to the war in sight.
He thought NATO would fracture and divide. Instead, NATO is more united and more unified than ever.
Ahead of the speech, Biden met with NATO ally Polish President Andrzej Duda, in which he reaffirmed America's commitment to European security and stability.
We have to have security in Europe. It's that basic, that simple, that consequential.
In his State of the Nation address, Putin denied any wrongdoing for the invasion. He also announced Russia would be suspending the New START treaty, the only remaining nuclear arms agreement with the U.S. NATO officials asking Russia to reconsider.
More nuclear weapons and less arms control makes the world more dangerous.
President Biden is expected to announce more sanctions against Russia later this week. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Now turning our attention to former President Jimmy Carter, who is facing home hospice care. Here's more on his life and legacy.
Tucked in southwest Georgia, nearly 3 hours away from Atlanta, is the small town of Plains. Tractors carrying peanuts often roll through the streets, indicative of this humble community's strong agricultural ties. But pride also runs deep.
I think one of the things that stands out about President Carter is that this is his birthplace, and he's always been committed to the people of Plains.
Former President Jimmy Carter is passing his remaining time in hospice care at home with his family by his side, in this compound roughly 2 miles from the house he grew up in as a boy. It's one of several sites preserved as part of the Jimmy Carter National Historic Park, the town now shaped by the country's 39th president, just as much as he was shaped by it.
Washington will change people, not Jimmy Carter. He's the same man that went to the White House.
Here, Carter developed strong values on faith, family, and education, all of which would influence his leadership in the White House and beyond. The old train depot served as his presidential campaign headquarters. After serving in the Oval Office for a tumultuous one term, Carter moved back to Plains with his wife, Rosalind, but continued to lead a life of public service, building houses for the poor and teaching Sunday school. As Carter reaches the twilight of his life, many say his legacy endures by having helped others live.
His programs through the Carter Center have saved millions of lives. The whole world would be worse off if it weren't for Jimmy Carter.
Former President Jimmy Carter is undergoing home hospice care in Plains, Georgia. Right now, we are taking a live now look from Atlanta, Georgia, where the foster care system is under fire. We'll check in with our Fox 5 Atlanta team in just 2 minutes, right after this commercial break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, taking a Live Now look from Atlanta, Georgia. The time there, 8:30 a.m. Let's go ahead and check in with our Fox 5 Atlanta team. We're learning more about Georgia's foster care system. It's under fire, facing possible congressional investigations. U.S. Senator Jon Ossoff is demanding answers after a report accused the system of failing to protect suspected child abuse victims. Joining us now live with an update is Fox 5 Atlanta's Mark Teitner. Good morning, Mark.
Allegations that have been actually leveled by another state agency. They commissioned this report, and now you've got senators, not just Jon Ossoff, but also Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee, demanding answers to find out exactly what's going on with Georgia's foster care system.
It is shocking that apparently for years children have been locked in hotel rooms or offices.
Senator Jon Ossoff calls for a congressional investigation into Georgia's foster care system. This after a July 2020 report from the state's Office of the Child Advocate found widespread systemic breakdowns. In a letter to the Georgia Department of Human Services, Ossoff and Tennessee Senator Marsha Blackburn demanded answers. The report found that caseworkers were no longer adequately responding to child abuse cases.
We're talking about kids who are meant to be in the care and protection of the state, who, it appears, have potentially been left at risk of serious abuse.
The letter criticized placement services of suspected victims of human trafficking as well as sexual and physical abuse. It also mentioned the widespread practice of hoteling within the foster care system.
They're staying in hotels where they are unsupervised, where they are unmonitored.
The head of the Foster Care Institute, who's a foster care parent himself, tells Fox 5 with 11,000 kids, the system has been overwhelmed for years, causing caseworkers to quit after an average of 18 months.
There are not enough services or homes or families for these children in crisis.
The senators demanded the state send them a number of documents as well as reporting figures as far as DFACS. Those are the folks who actually run the foster care system here in Georgia. They did put out a statement saying that they look forward to showing how they're trying to protect Georgia children. Reporting live from Atlanta, Georgia, I'm Mark Teitner for Live Now from Fox.
All right, a huge thank you to Fox 5 Atlanta, Mark Teitner, for joining us with that live update. The time is now just past the 8:30 mark here on the East Coast. Switching gears, let's touch base when it comes to international news. We're taking a Live Now look from the presidential palace in Poland. Happening any moment now, we do expect President Biden to really wrap up his whirlwind 4-day visit to Poland and surprise stop in Kyiv, Ukraine. He is reassuring Eastern Flank NATO allies that the Biden administration is highly attuned to the looming threats and other impacts spurred by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So again, before departing from Warsaw, President Biden will hold talks at this very location with leaders from the Bucharest 9, which is a collection of nations on the most eastern parts of the NATO alliance. They're coming together in response to Russian President Vladimir Putin's 2014 annexation of Crimea from Ukraine. Again, but today, talks specifically focusing on the reassurance of the NATO's commitment. Let's check in with Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft. He had a conversation with our national security expert, Hal Kempfer. They're discussing President Biden's trip and a host of other foreign affairs topics. Let's listen in.
Juxtaposing speeches today, one in Warsaw by President Biden, the other in Moscow by Vladimir Putin. Let's talk about them even further with national security expert, CEO of Global Risk and Intelligence Planning, Hal Kempfer. Hal, good to see you yet again. I want your thoughts on these speeches, especially the Putin one. You were texting me late last night because it was just starting there in Moscow, and we were kind of wondering what Putin would say. Before we get to that, I want to put up this tweet, Hal, from Liz Frieden. She's Jennifer Griffin's producer at the Pentagon. And she quoted Biden saying in Warsaw, "The stakes are eternal. The choice between chaos and stability, between building and destroying, between hope and fear, between democracy that lifts up the human spirit and the brutal hand of the dictator who crushes it. You juxtapose that with what Vladimir Putin was saying, accusing Ukrainian leaders of being neo-Nazis, saying that the West is completely to blame, saying they're just trying to stop the West's aggression in Ukraine. Quite diametric and opposing viewpoints there.
Andrew, you're absolutely right. They are completely diametrically opposed. And it's interesting how this thing, this war has really become defined, certainly in the West, as a war between good and evil, between humanity and brutality, between democracy and authoritarianism. Of course, the interesting thing, and most experts have looked at Putin's speech closely, is that he kind of doubled down on basically being detached from reality. He's got stories that have been talked about, you know, the Nazis and everything else. And if you go back further, I mean, they had, I think someone calls them homicidal or murderous pigeons, where they were talking that they were going to send biological agents to attack Russia on birds, and they were warning people not to feed pigeons, all sorts of very strange things that they put out there to the Russian people to somehow create this story that Ukraine is filled with these, you know, bloodthirsty Nazis that are oppressing the people, brainwash the population, all sorts of stuff. But truly, most experts have looked at it and they said it's just detached from reality. It's unhinged, but it's doubling down on that strange narrative that he has put out since the very beginning.
All right, Hal, we're just watching some video of the speech from earlier in Moscow. I want to put up yet another kind of assessment. This is from Andrew Roth. He's a reporter with The Guardian, the British newspaper. He says about Putin's speech, this is an extremely conservative speech given the stress Putin has put on his country by launching a full-scale invasion of Ukraine and plunging Russia into international isolation. No new ideas, no big plan, no end to war. He's betting on stability, but it looks like stagnation. Would you agree?
Well, I would to a certain degree, and you and I, you know, we were looking at this, you were texting last night as this speech was going on. Of course, it's in the morning in Moscow time, which is pretty late here. But as this speech is going on, conservative in that there were things that he could have said that he didn't say. All right, he could have gone much further. He could have announced a national mobilization. He could have done a number of things. He could have claimed that they had taken Bakhmut, which they are not really that close or any closer than they were last week or before from taking Bakhmut. He could have made a lot of claims that would have been more extreme. On the other hand, he did formally say that they're not abiding by START. Now, the reality of the START treaty, which was the last strategic arms or nuclear weapons limitation treaty we had with Russia, was that they've been blocking our inspectors from going in there and look at various sites for quite some time. So our ability to enforce the terms of START have been blocked or obstructed by Putin for quite some time. But this was a fairly big statement saying, hey, we're not going to abide by it. He also alluded to that it was kind of an offhand thing that they might start nuclear testing. Now that would be really big if they did nuclear testing, and it gets into would it be underground, above ground. The reality is, and this is just looking at it, the logistics of starting nuclear tests would be rather daunting for them to do. There's certainly domestic backblast, if you will, and I'm not talking kinetics, I'm talking political. If he was to try something like that, and certainly China would get extremely nervous if he was to try something like that. But just saying that got everybody's attention. So in that regard, I kind of move away from the conservative. If you took all the nuclear talk out, if you took all the strategic weapons out, I would say conservative. When you throw all that in, not as conservative as one might think.
Yeah, and Hal, to your point, because they were seemingly in non-compliance of this treaty, it led me to wonder what treaty do we have left on the books regarding the use and the testing of nuclear weapons with Russia anymore? Is there?
There is an international convention banning above ground tests. That was in I think the early 1960s. That was ended, and that was because it was recognized worldwide that we literally were poisoning our atmosphere, our water, and everything else with all the particulate matter the fallout, if you will.
Okay.
So they said, okay, that's an international treaty. And underground tests, we still have a treaty in effect. As far as I know, it's still in effect with not just the United States and Russia, but with other countries banning underground nuclear tests. Now, obviously, there is one country that's not signatory to that. That's North Korea.
Okay.
And they were still claim that they want to do nuclear tests, but that one's still in effect. However, the treaties, these famous treaties that we've had going back to Nixon, where we limit the number of nuclear weapons, where we're reducing the number of nuclear weapons. START was the last one of those. You may remember the intermediate treaty had ended in 2019, and Russia said, no, we're not going to continue it.
Right.
Intermediate range missiles. So this was the last big one that we had in terms of that specific sector of strategic arms.
All right. Here's Secretary of State Antony Blinken's response to that announcement by Putin today. Let's listen.
Secretary Putin announced today he would suspend cooperation with New START. Do you have a reaction, and do you see this as a sign he's going to breach the limits of the treaty?
The announcement by Russia that it's suspending participation in New START is deeply unfortunate and irresponsible. We'll be watching carefully to see what Russia actually does. We'll, of course, make sure that in any event we are postured appropriately for the security of our own country and that of our allies.
All right, Hal, that was Secretary of State Antony Blinken's response. A lot of Western leaders voicing their disappointment about this today. And we got one more thing to talk about. There was a major exclusive in the Wall Street Journal today with the China angle. We're learning how that Xi Jinping, the Chinese leader, is set to make an official visit to Russia in the next couple of days here. I want to put this tweet up from Fox Business's Edward Lawrence, and they say the South China Morning Post also reporting there are plans being made for a summit between Chinese President Xi and Russian President Vladimir Putin in the coming months. And Hal, I wanted to ask you this yesterday because over the weekend in Munich, Blinken and his foreign counterpart, they met on the sidelines of the security conference there, essentially saying, and this is what Blinken said, that, and Blinken doubled down on this, on his, urging Chinese leaders to essentially not provide material support to Russia in the event of the war. That is something that has not happened yet, and it seems like U.S. officials are concerned that it could happen in year 2.
It's an interesting situation with China, is that China has picked up a lot of the slack economically for Russia that Europe used to do, it's particularly like exporting oil. China has become this huge consumer, and India to a slightly lesser extent, but a huge consumer of Russian oil. Now, for Russia, they're sending a lot of oil, but they're sending it at a very discounted price. So overall, the revenues for oil are significantly down, as are the revenues for many other things, significantly down. But China has been supporting Russia in essentially non-lethal categories, if you will. The concern was, and I'm sure this was based on some intelligence we had, that China was thinking about changing its policy. Now, whether they're going to do that overtly or covertly is a question. However, we took that and put it into the overt sphere by raising it publicly and saying they can't do this. So if there was a covert policy change by China, it's just been put out there in the open as something that's being discussed on the world stage. I don't know what's going to happen. This Xi trip, which, as it's been noted, Xi has avoided making trips like this or avoided a summit with Putin for some time. He's now going over there. I'm sure we're calculating what it is that's going to come out of this. What will be the results of this summit? They can't just meet. They're going to have to do something. And of course, our concern is that China, particularly after the balloon thing, but also with all the pressure that we're putting on them in the South China Sea, and how that's all come together as a coalition of nations in that area that is basically containing Chinese aggression, that they may decide it's time to strengthen this relationship more and maybe go the lethal aid route. And that's the big concern.
All right. Yeah, I mean, Blinken said, at least U.S. officials said about this kind of side meeting in Munich that China was now, quote, strongly considering providing material support. Blinken urgently cautioning against that, saying there would be ramifications and consequences on the Chinese part. Hal Kempfer, as always, we appreciate your insight into these major international stories, and we'll talk again.
Okay, thank you, Andrew.
These juxtaposing speeches today, one in Warsaw by President Biden, the other in Moscow by Vladimir Putin.
All right, again, taking a LiveNOW look from Warsaw, Poland. You can see there President Biden joined with other Bucharest 9 leaders as he wraps up his foreign trip to Ukraine and Poland. And there you have it. Now, as the war continues to drag on in Ukraine, the Bucharest 9 countries' anxieties are remaining heightened, I should say. Many people are worrying that Putin could move to take military action against them if he's successful in Ukraine. President Biden says that that is just not an option. So again, the alliance includes Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, Estonia, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Romania, and Slovakia. The time here, 8:46 a.m. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Quickly approaching the 9 a.m. hour here on the East Coast. Let's continue to visit extreme and severe weather that we are seeing across the country. St. Paul, Minnesota, declaring back-to-back snow emergencies. Actually, let's go ahead and switch gears because, as you know, here at Live Now from Fox, we monitor several live events in real time, and it looks like we do have a live update coming from Warsaw, Poland. President Biden meeting with the Bucharest 9. At this point, it looks like the Polish President Andrzej Duda is speaking. Let's listen in. I do believe there is an English translation.
Summit is of particular importance. We are meeting almost exactly on the anniversary of the event which has forever changed the history of our part of Europe and which has an impact on the security situation across the world. I'm speaking about the brutal, full-scale Russian aggression of Ukraine, which started on February 24 last year. One day later, we met in this hall to discuss the most significant challenges facing our state, facing the entire North Atlantic Alliance, and to speak about the ways to support our friends in Ukraine. What we wish to do today is to think together among closest allies about our next steps in the run-up to the B9 summit in Bratislava and the NATO summit in Vilnius, and about the possibilities to provide further support to Ukraine. Thank you now, and I give the floor to the President of Romania, Mr. Klaus Iohannis, co-host of the summit.
Thank you very much, dear President Biden, dear President Duda, dear colleagues, dear Secretary General Stoltenberg. It is extremely relevant to meet again in the Bucharest 9 format, which I launched in 2015 together with Andrzej Duda, President Duda, in the eve of the 1-year mark since war returned to Europe. The war has brought nothing but suffering and despair, killing and displacing of millions of Ukrainians, unprecedented destruction and uncertainty. We, the leaders of the eastern flank, have the duty to stand firm in defense of our peace. We must continue to stand firm in delivering on our commitments to support Ukraine for as long as it needs to win this war. This is what Romania will continue to do. We are not alone in this endeavor. Our effort is one of transatlantic scale and scope, and I welcome the presence today of President Joseph Biden, reconfirming the substance of our Bucharest 9 format and the commitment of the US administration towards the eastern flank security. This commitment is very solid and forward-looking, increased US military presence that needs to continue, and the preparation of a US strategy for the Black Sea. I also welcome the participation of NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg for timely and open coordination. Almost 1 year ago, Russia tried to destroy the European and Euro-Atlantic security and the rules-based international order. Russia is acting on a pattern of aggressive conduct, which we have already witnessed in the Republic of Moldova, in Georgia, and in Ukraine itself. Today, these partners benefit from Allied support for their long-term resilience, which is needed to help them achieve lasting peace, stability, and prosperity. We also strongly support Ukraine's Euro-Atlantic perspective. To make sure that this brutal war against Ukraine is Russia's final act, we also must be resolute in deterring further aggression and rolling back the current one. NATO is standing strong and showing clear commitment towards Ukraine and its people. The B9 is stronger than ever. I thus look forward to continue our coordination on our way to a successful NATO summit in Vilnius. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And now I give the floor to the co-host of summit, to the President of the Slovak Republic, Madam Zuzana Čaputová.
Thank you very much. Dear President Duda, dear President Iohannis, dear President Biden, Secretary General, dear allies. As you mentioned, Mr. President Duda, we are meeting in very special time because of first anniversary of Russia aggressions in Ukraine. This year has made us stronger and more united. And we, the countries on the eastern flank, are more protected than ever. And we together passed the test of solidarity and humanity because of our help to Ukraine. President Biden, your presence here is another proof that our transatlantic unity is stronger as ever. And it's an opportunity to discuss our expectations from NATO summit in Vilnius. For example, how we ensure that there are no gray zones in our defense, or how we adapt our defense spending to our security environment, and how we ensure that Ukraine is able to defend itself as long as it takes, and how to move practical but also political relations between NATO and Russia. This is what we will discuss today, but also in B9 summit in Bratislava in June and in Vilnius in July. Thank you, President Duda, for hosting us, and I look forward to our discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Excellencies, dear friends, we are all delighted to have with us today a special guest who has accepted the invitation to the summit, the President of the United States of America, Mr. Joseph Biden. Welcome, sir. We ask you to take the floor, please.
Well, thank you all very much, and I'm delighted to be here. Some of you may remember years ago when we were expanding NATO, I was the one in the United States Senate who was pushing the hardest to expand NATO for membership of many of you sitting around this table. And the irony is that one of the last conversations I had with our friend in Russia was, I said, you keep asking for the Finlandization of NATO. You're going to get the NATOization of Finland. Well, it happened. Not only are we as strong as we're stronger, and I say to my fellow presidents that I'm honored to be with you here, and so many strong NATO allies, and the Secretary General, who I think has done an incredible job for a long time. I rely on his judgment a great deal. You know, the B9 was founded in 2015 after Russia attempted annexation of Crimea. And today, as we approach the one-year anniversary of Russia's further invasion, it's even more important that we continue to stand together. And I think this is proof of just how strongly we feel. That's why I wanted to meet all of you in person here today. As NATO's eastern flank, you're in the front lines of our collective defense, and you know better than anyone what's at stake in this conflict, not just for Ukraine, but for the freedom of democracies throughout Europe and around the world. You know, when that's what President Zelensky and I spoke about when I was in Kyiv 2 days ago. And the leaders around this table have repeatedly stepped up to reaffirm our shared commitment to all these values. We provided critical security assistance to Ukraine and critical support to literally millions of refugees. We've helped ensure Ukrainians can access basic services, and together we'll continue our enduring support for Ukraine as they defend their freedom. Over the past year, with your countries around this table providing collective leadership, we've also strengthened NATO. A commitment of the United States to NATO, and I've said it to you many times, I'll say it again, is absolutely clear. Article 5 is a sacred commitment the United States has made. We will defend literally every inch of NATO, every inch of NATO. And it's just an important moment. I look forward to the discussion and the next steps we can take together and to keep our alliance strong and to further deter aggression. Because what literally is at stake is not just Ukraine, it's freedom. The idea that over 100,000 forces would invade another country after war, since World War II, nothing like that has happened. Things have changed radically. We have to make sure we change them back. So thank you all very much for allowing me to be with you, and I look forward to our private discussions.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And now I pass the floor to the NATO Secretary General, Mr. Jens Stoltenberg. Please.
Andrei, it's a pleasure to be back in Warsaw to meet with all the B9 heads of state and government, and also with President Biden. And Joe, I would like to say to you that I'm so pleased and so impressed by the outstanding leadership you show, and your visit to Kiev sent a clear message of our steadfast support to Ukraine and America's ironclad commitment to the security of Europe. Let me also thank you for hosting the next NATO summit. President Putin is not preparing for peace. On the contrary, he is preparing for more war. So we must sustain and step up our support for Ukraine. We must give Ukraine what they need to prevail. We don't know when the war will end, but when it does, we need to ensure that history does not repeat itself. We have seen the Russian pattern of aggression over many years. Georgia in 2008, Crimea and Donbass in 2014, and then the full-fledged invasion of Ukraine last year. We cannot allow Russia to continue to chip away at European security. We must break the cycle of Russian aggression. NATO allies have never been more united. We will protect every inch of Allied territory based on our Article 5 commitment to defend each other. One for all and all for one. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the part of the summit open for media. So I kindly ask the media to leave the room, please.
All right, as you heard there, that does wrap up the part that the media is allowed to hear. They're going to meet now in private. That is Bucharest 9. We do know, of course, that President Biden is wrapping up his trip over there in Poland. He has been there for several days. It's been about 4 days there. He did visit Poland, but also made that surprise visit to Ukraine. He is now reassuring NATO allies that his administration is highly attuned to the looming threats and other impacts spurred by the grinding Russian invasion of Ukraine. Before departing Warsaw, Biden is holding talks with those leaders from the Bucharest 9. Now they are in private here, a collection of nations on the most eastern parts of the NATO alliance that came together in response to Russian President Vladimir Putin's 2014 annexation of Crimea from Ukraine. So again, we did hear the opening portions of that speech that were open to the media, but now they are closing everything off and we are not able to listen in to that discussion. I do want to talk more about President Biden's trip there in Poland. So here is Lucas Tomlinson with Fox News to break down that trip.
The Bucharest 9 consists of countries from the former Soviet Union and Warsaw Pact that are now part of NATO's eastern flank. These Eastern European leaders fear Vladimir Putin could expand his war into their countries if he's successful in Ukraine.
Hello, Poland.
Fresh off his trip to Ukraine, President Biden addressing the largest crowd of his presidency in NATO ally Poland.
1 year ago, the world was bracing for the fall of Kyiv. Well, I just come from a visit to Kyiv, and I can report Kyiv stands strong.
On the same day Biden spoke in Warsaw, Russian President Vladimir Putin addressing his country, announcing he's pulling out of the last nuclear arms control treaty between Cold War foes, which limits each side to 1,550 deployed nuclear warheads.
Our relations have degraded. The responsibility for that is fully on the United States. They can't be silly people. They want to deliver us a strategic defeat while crawling into our strategic nuclear objectives.
The Republican chairman of the House Armed Services Committee responding, quote, all options must be on the table, including deploying additional nuclear forces and increasing the readiness of our nuclear triad. We must also accelerate efforts to modernize our nuclear systems. In Moscow, China's top diplomat meeting his Russian counterpart on the eve of the war on Ukraine's 1-year anniversary. This as U.S. fears grow that China could soon be supplying the Russian army with weapons.
A burgeoning and deepening defense relationship between these two countries, while Mr. Putin is prosecuting a brutal war in Ukraine, clearly that would have very, very bad ramifications.
Of course, China and the U.S. have no nuclear arms control agreements. China is expected to triple its nuclear stockpile by 2035. In Washington, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
All right, Lucas, thank you for helping to break down that trip here. You are taking a live look over in Warsaw, Poland. If you are just joining us here, we did hear just some of the comments from President Biden and the Bucharest 9 a short time ago. Biden is there wrapping up that 4-day visit to Poland and the 1-day trip he made to Ukraine, about 5 hours there, by reassuring those NATO allies that his administration is paying attention to the looming threats and other impacts spurred by the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which on Friday will mark 1 year since that began. Before departing Warsaw, Biden is holding these talks with leaders from the Bucharest 9, which is a collection of nations on the most eastern parts of the NATO alliance that came together in response to Russian President Vladimir Putin's 2014 annexation of Crimea from Ukraine. We'll be covering that first anniversary of the war in Ukraine beginning all throughout the week, and we will have a special on Friday hosted by our very own Andrew Kraft. It is now 9:06 on the East Coast and 6:06 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 9:08 over on the East Coast and 6:08 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I do want to get more into our coverage here of former President Jimmy Carter. We do know that he entered home hospice care in Plains, Georgia, after a series of short hospital stays. The Carter Center said in a statement Saturday that the 98-year-old former president, quote, decided to spend his remaining time at home with his family and receive hospice care instead of additional medical intervention. Madeline Rivera with Fox News is over in Plains, Georgia, and filed this report.
Tucked in southwest Georgia, nearly 3 hours away from Atlanta, is the small town of Plains. Tractors carrying peanuts often roll through the streets, indicative of this humble community's strong agricultural ties. But pride also runs deep.
Well, I think one of the things that stands out about President Carter is that this is his birthplace, and he's always been committed to the people of Plains.
Former President Jimmy Carter is passing his remaining time in hospice care at home with his family by his side in this compound roughly 2 miles from the house he grew up in as a boy. It's one of several sites preserved as part of the Jimmy Carter National Historic Park, the town now shaped by the country's 39th president just as much as he was shaped by it.
Washington will change people, not Jimmy Carter. He's the same man that went to the White House.
Here, Carter developed strong values on faith, family, and education, all of which would influence his leadership in the White House and beyond. The old train depot served as his presidential campaign headquarters. After serving in the Oval Office for a tumultuous one term, Carter moved back to Plains with his wife, Rosalind, but continued to lead a life of public service, building houses for the poor and teaching Sunday school. As Carter reaches the twilight of his life, many say his legacy endures by having helped others live.
His programs through the Carter Center have saved millions of lives. The whole world would be worse off if it weren't for Jimmy Carter.
All right, Jimmy Carter there, of course, being remembered by several people in his community in Plains, Georgia. Coming up in just, let's say, about 20 minutes or so, we are going to be joined by the church deacon at the church where Carter did teach Sunday school up until his health started to decline. Georgia politicians and officials paying tribute to the former president who is in home hospice care. His accomplishments at both the national level and within Georgia's communities are being remembered on both sides of the political aisle. On the floor of the Georgia State Senate, former President Carter was honored for his life of public service and advocacy for human rights. That was on Tuesday. He was also honored in the House there. Our Fox 5 Atlanta team has more on that.
Let's take a moment and stand, and let's just get a moment of silence. Let's keep put our prayers up for the Carter family and President Carter himself.
On the floor of the Georgia State Senate Tuesday, President Jimmy Carter is honored for his life of public service and advocacy for human rights.
Post-presidency, he continued promoting these ideas through his dedication to humanitarian aid globally and here in Georgia as well. Everyone in Plains, Georgia knows President Carter as Jimmy.
And is the only Georgian to ever occupy the Oval Office.
He is a role model, a leader, a trailblazer, and an unmistakable gentleman with loads of strength.
We are all keeping him and his family in our prayers.
The Georgia House of Representatives also paid tribute to the 39th president Tuesday.
President and Mrs. Carter are woven into the fabric of our community. Even through their political success, President and Mrs. Carter have remained good neighbors and are active in the community of Plains.
Brittany Yedney for Good Day Atlanta.
All right, we will continue to follow the latest here, and once again, coming up in about 17 minutes, we'll speak with the church deacon at the church where Jimmy Carter did teach Sunday school up until his health started to decline. 9:13 over on the East Coast and 6:13 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and the world. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we will get right back into those headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 9:15 over on the East Coast, and it is 6:15 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and we do have a lot to get into, so take a look at your screen right there. Wild weather across the country. We're talking this big winter storm that you're seeing. A lot of snowfall piling up there in Muskegon, Michigan. That is a live image here. There's also an ice warning over in the Lansing, Michigan area, so I do actually want to head out live to Fox Weather's Robert Ray. He is there in Lansing with a look at how conditions are shaping up as that storm does head toward that area. Robert, as always, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, Josh, thanks. Good morning to you from the capital of Michigan, Lansing. You see the Capitol building behind me with the ominous clouds. We have precipitation on the way at any moment, and we're under that severe ice warning that will begin in about 2 hours and last for, roughly almost 24 hours. We're expecting potentially up to a half an inch in the capital of Michigan here. And boy, what does that mean? Well, if historically we look back at 2013, a major ice storm that hit in this area, it really paralyzed the region, knocked out power for days. In some instances, if you can believe this, in the outer perimeter, nearly a month in some spots. We certainly hope that that's not the case. But this system that is blanketing 2,000 geographical miles of the U.S., affecting over 40 million people. Minneapolis, as we speak, getting a dump of snow, potentially over 2 feet. That may be a record. And here in Michigan, we're expecting, the ice to the south, which is where I'm at, to the north, the snow, and the Motor City in Detroit, which is about 100 miles to the east of me. They're going to get a mix. And Chicago getting rain right now. So all of these different precipitations coming down. We have got blizzard warnings in some areas. We've got winter storm watches, winter storm warnings, winter weather advisories, you name it. If you're into winter, that menu is chocked full with whatever you want, unfortunately. The issue is that the roads, particularly in the state of Michigan, like where I'm at, if this ice does come down, are going to be totally impassable. National Weather Service and us at Fox Weather are urging people to stay off of the roads while some of these trucks are out dropping rock salt and really anticipating what could be a very nasty 24 to next 48 hours. Winter is still alive and well here in late October, or actually late February. And we just have had week after week, whether it be severe weather in the south or these winter bands that come through to the north. And this system moving to the east, Josh, into the northeast, New England, going to get walloped as well in the next couple of days. We're standing by. You can smell it. You know that precipitation is on the way. I can smell toast and eggs as well, Josh, but mostly just that cold air coming in.
Well,
Josh?
Hopefully you get to the toast and eggs. That sounds way better.
I know. Bring it on, right?
Right. All right, Robert Ray there with Fox Weather. A lot of times when we see these storms coming in, you see people kind of stay indoors, they heed the warnings. Are you seeing a lot of people walking around there in Lansing?
Yeah, I mean, you see some people walking around. As a matter of fact, here's a gentleman, looks like he's probably headed to work right now. But I think a lot of people here, the topic of conversation in Lansing and this part of Michigan is, we're going to take the day off. Because honestly, even though vehicles are rolling by us right now, because the event has not begun. It's about to begin. But these roads will likely just be a sheet of ice in the coming hours, with snow, by the way, as well. Not expected a ton of snow, but 1 to 3 inches on top of ice, not good. Not good at all, Josh.
All right, Robert Ray with Fox Weather. We're hoping you get the toast and the eggs coming in over in that area very soon. Thank you so much for joining us as always.
Thanks, Josh.
All right, everyone, it is 9:20 over on the East Coast and 6:20 on the West Coast. We mentioned it here, but we're talking about wild weather, not just over there in the Michigan area, but let's actually head to New Jersey, where we have a look at some of the damage that they saw from a possible tornado. So the National Weather Service investigating several reports of possible tornadoes after quick-moving storms crossed the state on Tuesday afternoon. At about 3:51 p.m. Eastern Time, very specific there, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Twin Rivers, which is 13 miles east of Trenton, moving east at 35 miles per hour. After the storm did pass, there were unconfirmed reports of a tornado in Princeton Junction, New Jersey. Photos posted on Twitter by a storm chaser showed several damaged trees. This is around Quaker Bridge Road, if you are familiar with that area. There also did appear to be damage to roofs and several buildings. You can see a window that is smashed in as a result. The Emergency Operations Center did open due to storm damage in West Windsor. Crews going door to door to check on affected residents. Robert Moses with our Fox 5 New York team has a closer look.
First it was like hail coming down, just like really big chunks of hail, but not a lot of wind. And then suddenly like the wind picked up and it was crazy. You know, I was standing by that window and I probably shouldn't have been.
Megan Barsamian shared this video that she shot from the Lawrence Square Village condo complex as a wicked storm howled through yesterday afternoon.
What did we live through?
That will be up to the National Weather Service to decide. Today, teams will survey this area approximated on this map to figure out if indeed a tornado or tornadoes whipped through here and caused this destruction. Parts of walls and roofs sheared off, leaving interiors exposed, siding peeled off like stickers and flapping in the winter wind, trees across roads, on vehicles, and on roofs.
I have been living here since almost 20 years, 22 years actually, this complex. I never ever seen this kind of damage.
She is not alone. We watched as a man and woman looked at a blown out window in the complex. At this time of year, people are usually out shoveling snow, not looking dazed and confused at the aftermath of a storm that you would normally see in the summer.
I was just stunned. I did not expect all of this damage and was like, this is just like nothing I've ever seen before.
Robert Moses, Good Day New York.
All right, once again, that was Robert Moses with our Fox 5 New York team providing the absolute latest information there as we are working to keep an eye on that. The National Weather Service expected to survey that damage later on today. We'll let you know as we do get more updates coming out of that area. I do actually want to head over to southern Nebraska. Take a look at this video right here on your screen. This is coming in a short time ago from it appears Jesse Ambler over with Storyful. What you can see is essentially a big mess at this point, and this is part of a train derailment in Gothenburg, Nebraska. Images from that derailment show roughly a dozen cars that were strewn across train tracks, but there were no flames, no smoke. Union Pacific Railroad says the train was transporting coal, and there is no indication the crash posed a threat to anyone there. At about 1:45 a.m., approximately 31 Union Pacific train cars carrying coal derailed. That is according to Union Pacific Railroad. They told Fox News Digital in a statement that no one was injured. The incident occurred about 3 miles southeast of Gothenburg. Cleanup has begun with heavy equipment on site. One of the 3 mainline tracks near the derailment site did reopen to train traffic already. The cause of the incident is considered to be under investigation. But again, looking at that video on your screen, you can tell it's going to take a while to get all of that cleaned up. I do want to head over to East Palestine, Ohio. That is where that train derailment that happened 2 weeks ago is still causing concerns from residents there. Anna Eliopoulos with Fox News has more on that.
We're not going to leave this community to manage this aftermath alone. We are with you.
The EPA takes charge and orders railroad operator Norfolk Southern to take all available measures to clean up contaminated air and water in the aftermath of the East Palestine, Ohio train derailment. Norfolk Southern is being ordered to foot the bill for the cleaning costs and reimburse the federal government for a new program that provides cleaning services for impacted residents and businesses. If Norfolk fails to follow through, the EPA warns the company will face heavy fines that triple those costs.
In no way, shape, or form will Norfolk Southern get off the hook for the mess that they created.
The EPA is also promising to continue air and water testing despite data showing both are safe. To ease concerns over safety, both EPA Administrator Michael Regan and Ohio Governor Mike DeWine drank a glass of tap water during a tour of East Palestine early Tuesday. The visit included talks with local residents still fearful of long-term health issues due to the derailment. Along with the EPA action, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg also announced a package of reforms to improve safety and accountability across the railroad industry. The announcement came as Buttigieg and the Biden administration face heavy criticism for not visiting East Palestine personally.
When I go, it will be about action on rail safety, like the actions that we are calling on Congress to help us with, that we're calling on industry to take.
Governors DeWine and Shapiro also saying they will be pursuing legal action against Norfolk Southern and have gotten their state's attorneys general involved. Anna Eliopoulos, Fox News.
All right, I do want to show you that video once again. You saw it in Anna's story there, but that is the governor drinking some of the tap water there, saying that it does prove that everything is safe there. We will, of course, continue to follow this story, and Mike Tobin with Fox News is out there. We are going to talk to him later on today. We'll bring you the latest report and the latest information. We did speak with Garrett Tenney with Fox News yesterday, who did have a series of tweets where he talked about just some of the symptoms that he is experiencing himself after being in that area. Again, we will have that live report from Mike Tobin coming up a little bit later on today. In other news here, a juror from the Fulton County Special Grand Jury, this story we've been following, they are investigating the 2020 election, and that foreperson is speaking out. The one-on-one interview and her findings from that report, we do have a breakdown from our Fox 5 Atlanta team.
Insight into the months-long 2020 election investigation. In an interview with the Associated Press, the special grand jury foreperson, 30-year-old Emily Coors, said she didn't vote in the presidential election, was only vaguely aware of the controversy. The panel was tasked with investigating whether then-President Donald Trump and his allies illegally meddled in Georgia's election. Coors saying when they were led down a staircase into a garage where officers with big guns were standing guard and driven to their cars under police escort, she knew the proceedings were a, quote, big deal. She says she'd sketched many of the who's who of political leaders who testified before the special grand jury. After some 8 months, the panel finished its work and voted to recommend that its report be published. While most of that report would remain sealed, the introduction revealing an important finding, that the special panel found, quote, no widespread fraud took place in the Georgia 2020 presidential election. The AP reports that Coors would not disclose details related to the jury's deliberations, but that partial release last week showed jurors believe some witnesses lied under oath during their testimony.
I was amazed the judge released that part of it to let the world know that there were people who testified before this grand jury that the grand juries believe were not telling the truth.
Another story we will continue to follow very closely here on Live Now from Fox. Now 9:28 over on the East Coast and 6:28 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Let's head to a quick commercial break. We'll be right back in 2 minutes with more of your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to talk more about the legacy of Jimmy Carter, the former president now in home hospice care. We do know that he is in the town of Plains, Georgia, which is known as the birthplace and the home of Carter. He actually did speak there. He taught Sunday school until his health started to decline at Maranatha Baptist Church. Joining us now live is the church deacon, one of them, Zach Steele. He is there in Plains, Georgia. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us here.
Absolutely, Josh. Glad to do it.
Of course. So obviously, as you can see, we are speaking over Zoom at this point, and we're just using the audio. But tell me about Jimmy Carter and his wife.
Well, they're two of the finest people that I've ever met or interacted with. And, you know, I joined the church there 4 or 5 years ago. I came the same year that Pastor Loudon came and was there for a few years. And just a remarkable experience of being able to be around them made me a better human being. And I know from the 25, 30 church members that we have, I think everybody would echo my sentiments on that.
So obviously he was still teaching Sunday school for quite a while. His health did start to decline. You have a man who's in his 90s. What does that mean to see somebody like that who is speaking about their experiences but also just teaching Sunday school there? He's the former president. That's got to be just something to see.
Exactly. You know, I think as we've had time to reflect over the last few days, it's important to see that somebody who was the most powerful man in the world came back and used his platform to share the gospel with people not just from the United States or the state of Georgia, but from all over the world. We saw visitors from countless countries for many years visiting our church. And, you know, when the Sundays, if he was teaching once or twice a month, it was not uncommon to see 400 to 500 people in the church parking lot. Sometimes if you weren't there by Saturday afternoon, you weren't going to get a seat on Sunday morning. The crowds were just that demanding. And it's a remarkable testament to his character that he was willing to use that platform to share with other people. And I know there's countless people around the world who are thankful and were led to Jesus just because of that opportunity.
Tell me a little bit about the town of Plains, Georgia. We've been hearing a lot about it over the past several days, as we do know that Jimmy Carter is there in home hospice. But what is Plains, Georgia like overall?
A very small town, you know, about 800-900 people at max, and a little over 1 mile as far as the square mileage on it. So if you drive that, sometimes you'll blink, but President and Mrs. Carter, the heartbeat of that town, and there's many remarkable people that don't get enough credit in there as well. And a lot of people around the world have seen the footage of his niece, Kim Fuller, teaching Sunday school and talk about passing the baton on this past Sunday. And that's very important to his legacy, is moving forward in the future and making sure that somebody carries on the good work that he's done.
Is she a lot like Jimmy Carter in the way that she does things? Because we did hear from her a bit earlier, I believe it was over the weekend there. Is she like Jimmy Carter?
She is. Obviously, she's had a front row seat for many years to having a very famous uncle, but she also is just trying to pick up in his footsteps and has tried to emulate him for many years. And Kim is a very hardworking person, and I know that you know, when she got emotional talking about passing the baton on, she's a big carrier of that baton, and you know, passing that family legacy on is very important, and I know she'll do really good work doing that.
How do you think Jimmy Carter is going to be remembered over the coming years, decades, centuries, not just in Plains, Georgia, but overall?
I think if you know Mr. Jimmy, or JC as some of us call him, he would just want to be known as a devout Christian who used his life and his faith to help others the best he can. You know, in my short time of having experiences with the former president, he won't talk about family. He won't talk about Braves baseball. I'm a big offshore fisherman, and he always wanted to see pictures of fishing, and that's him. And if you got the opportunity and were blessed enough to know him, he deeply cared about people, and I hope that everybody remembers him that way, as knowing that he was a better person, the most part. And he'll tell you, he's more proud of his work in humanity probably than anything he's ever done in his life.
I mean, for sure. What's great about Jimmy Carter, you're hearing this a lot over the past several days, is that he was basically just like your average everyday guy. He would walk around, he'd be in public, he wasn't in hiding. It was almost hard to believe when you think back that he was a U.S. president.
Yeah, certainly so. He obviously, a lot of people came to see him, and myself included, several years ago before I joined the church and had the opportunity to become a friend of his. But he certainly, it was nothing to see him just walking downtown or in and out of the stores just like any other normal human being.
All right, Zach Steele, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us here. Anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
No, as one of the deacons at the church, I just want to thank everybody from around the country and the world for the thoughts, prayers, and the messages. I know that the Carter family is very appreciative of that. And as far as Maranatha Baptist Church, it's our obligation to his ministry that we'll continue having services and welcome visitors from all over around the world. So if anybody would like to come join us, please do it.
All right, Zach Steele, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We appreciate it.
All right, Josh, thank you.
All right, and I do actually want to talk a little bit more about Jimmy Carter's legacy here. Lauren Blanchard with Fox News has more from Plains, Georgia.
Now at home in hospice care, former President Jimmy Carter is with his loved ones. By his side, his wife Rosalind of over 7 decades. Together, they raised 4 kids and have a combined 22 grandchildren and great-grandchildren.
We got to keep his legacy going.
And it is. The couple's grandson is the chair of the Carter Center's Board of Trustees, a nonprofit the Carter couple started 40 years ago.
So much of his legacy created after the White House in opening the Carter Center as a place to broker peace, but also to build health and transparency around the world.
Jimmy Carter's one term in the White House was a rocky one. Still, he's celebrated now as a man ahead of his time. He helped broker Middle East peace and installed solar panels on the White House.
The whole world would be worse off if it weren't for Jimmy Carter.
Friends and family remember Jimmy not only as the 39th president, but a volunteer who built houses for the poor and a devout Christian who taught Sunday school. Thousands of online messages of peace and comfort are pouring in on the Carter Center homepage. One well-wisher writing, "I may not be an American, but the life and works of President Carter have deeply touched me."
I think his post-presidency time gives him the legacy that's global.
All right, of course, we are going to continue to bring you the latest here on former President Jimmy Carter, who is now in home hospice care there in his hometown of Plains, Georgia. If you were just watching, we spoke with the church deacon there at the church where Carter was teaching Sunday school up until his health started to decline. Coming up in about 20 minutes, we're going to go live to Middle Tennessee, where we'll talk to Habitat for Humanity about some of the impact that he did have there. You heard Zach Steele, that church deacon, say a short time ago that Habitat was one of the things that Jimmy Carter loves the most in life. It is helping to build those homes for those less fortunate. 9:40 on the East Coast and 6:40 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, we'll get right back into your headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. This video from, I would say, about 30 minutes ago, as we do know President Biden is still there in Poland right now meeting with the Bucharest 9. I want to go over everything that was said so far this morning here, but President Biden saying Wednesday that Russian President Vladimir Putin made a big mistake by suspending his country's participation in the last remaining U.S.-Russia nuclear arms control treaty. The U.S. president was in Poland to reassure Eastern Flank NATO allies that the U.S. will remain by their sides amid that grinding Russian invasion of Ukraine. In his first comments since Putin's announcement Tuesday, Biden condemned the Russian decision to pull back from that treaty known as New START. The move is expected to have an immediate impact on U.S. visibility into Russian nuclear activities, but the pact was already on life support following Moscow's cancellation late last year of talks that had been intended to salvage an agreement that both sides have accused the other of violating. Briella Tomasetti with our Fox 5 New York team has more on the speech that Biden gave and the one that was held by Putin.
Ukraine will never be a victory for Russia. Never.
I want to repeat, it's they who have started the war. We have used and are using force to stop it.
It was a war of words between President Joe Biden and Russian President Vladimir Putin. Biden challenged Putin to end the war in remarks delivered from Warsaw, Poland, just days before the one-year mark of the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Every day the war continues is his choice. He could end the war with a word.
Yesterday in Warsaw, Biden met with Polish President Andrzej Duda, praising the country for taking in more than 1.5 million Ukrainian refugees. Earlier this week, he made an unannounced visit to Kyiv to meet with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, walking the streets as an air raid siren blared in the distance. Biden warns that the free world will continue to support its ally and push for new sanctions on the Kremlin.
He thought NATO would fracture and divide. Instead, NATO is more united and more unified than ever.
But ramifications and consequences have not deterred the Russian president. In his State of the Nation address, Putin announced Russia would be suspending the New START treaty, the only remaining nuclear arms agreement with the U.S.
They can't be stupid people. They want to deliver us a strategic defeat while sneaking into our strategic nuclear objects.
The Russian Foreign Ministry later said despite Putin's announcement, it would continue to abide by the treaty, which establishes direct limits on deployed warheads. Still, it's clear Putin's attitude makes much of the Western world uneasy.
The announcement by Russia that it's suspending participation in New START is deeply unfortunate and irresponsible.
More nuclear weapons and less arms control makes the world more dangerous.
All right, that right there was Briella Tomasetti. She is with our Fox 5 New York team helping to break that down for us. I do want to head over to California, Redondo Beach. So Mario Ramirez with our Fox 11 LA team is live over there, where it sounds like the winds are picking up and the waves are crashing along the coast. Mario, thanks for being here as always.
Josh, good morning to you. Yeah, you mentioned those winds. We've definitely been feeling them for the last few hours here along the coast as they're pushing in towards the inland area and towards the mountains. Now, we've had quite a few winter storms, but this is expected to be the coldest, and it's really bringing weather activity from the coast to the mountains and everywhere in between. Now, you can also see here behind me, along with the winds, the surf is really aggressive here near the coast. Choppy waters here this morning near Redondo Beach, near the yacht club. At times we've been watching water crashing over the nearby seawall with 15-plus foot swells. Coastal and valley regions here are seeing gusts up to 50 miles per hour, with mountain and foothill communities seeing gusts up to 70 miles per hour. So that is very unusual, especially in these parts. And we've already seen these winds causing damage, blowing down several trees and power lines, and it's bringing rain as early as today with lower elevation snow possible. We could even see snow on the Hollywood sign by the end of the week, which is very rare. I don't recall that ever happening in my time here, and I've been here almost a decade. So up in the higher mountain areas by Friday, we'll be in a blizzard warning, and elevations higher than 4,000 feet could see several feet of snow. So, we are bracing for this week of winter weather that will last, Josh, through Saturday. So we've got the next couple of days to deal with this winter weather activity here in Southern California.
Yeah, I don't think I can recall ever seeing the Hollywood sign covered in snow. That's crazy to think about. So in Redondo Beach, what are the residents doing there to prepare? Because I can see that wind is already pretty crazy out there.
Yeah, well, preparing for the rain, residents are being urged to prepare with sandbags. Fire stations are open across the Southland offering free sandbags, and city officials are also preparing. The waves were so strong here in Redondo Beach overnight, the city closed the pier, and it's still closed until at least 8 o'clock this morning. So I know law enforcement as well as city crews, they're watching the coastline, monitoring the weather, and really trying to keep people away from any areas that might be dangerous. Some of these parts really prone to coastal flooding when we see this type of activity, Josh.
All right, Mario Ramirez with our Fox 11 LA team. As always, thank you so much for joining us, and stay safe out there.
Thanks. You have a good one, Josh. See ya.
9:48 on the East Coast, and it is 6:48 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Let's head to our last 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and we'll get right back into those headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We always prioritize those live events that are happening not just across the country, but across the world. At this hour here, the World Health Organization is holding a meeting where they are discussing the earthquakes that have now hit Turkey. There have been 2 major earthquakes over a matter of just about 2 weeks. I want to pump up the audio and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Because it underlines once again why governments should continue to vaccinate and boost their population, especially the most at-risk groups, including older people and health workers. It's also critical that governments maintain and strengthen surveillance and sequencing so that as the virus evolves, vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics can be evaluated and updated quickly as needed. This week, WHO's Technical Advisory Group for COVID-19 vaccine composition emphasized the need for continued surveillance to guide the composition of vaccines and to assess their effectiveness. While the world is collectively in a better position than it was 3 years ago.
All right, so obviously it appears we missed the top of that, where they are going to be talking about the earthquake. Right now they're discussing a little bit about COVID-19 and the COVID vaccine. So again, this is live, raw, and unfiltered. I do want to pop the audio back up and listen in.
Earthquakes, conflict, and the ongoing impact of the COVID-19 pandemic all reinforce the fragility the world faces and the need to strengthen our collective defenses against health emergencies. This week, WHO member states are hosting discussions on amendments to the international health regulations. Next week, countries will begin negotiations on a zero draft of the new pandemic accord. These discussions will be crucial for building a more effective health security architecture for the future, grounded in international law, equity, and the fundamental right to health for all people. At the Munich Security Conference last Friday, I said that right now, the world remains unprepared for another pandemic. While leaders have many other crises to deal with, attention on future epidemic and pandemic threats must remain, or we will pay a heavy price. No crisis happens in isolation. In a world of converging and overlapping crises, we need a shared, coherent, and equitable global approach to shared global health threats. Christian, back to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tedros. With this, we open the floor to questions from the media. And let me remind you again, to get into the queue to ask questions, please press the raise your hand icon on your screen and then unmute yourself when it's time to go. First question goes to Musa Assi from Al Mayadeen TV. Musa, please unmute yourself.
Vous m'entendez?
Yes, very well.
شكرا كريستيان. سؤالي بالعربية. في التاسع من شباط فبراير
Musa, give us 1 second. We need to put on the Musa.
رفعت الولايات المتحدة جزء من العقوبات عن سوريا لكي يتسنى دخول المساعدات الإنسانية. اليوم بعد مرور أسبوعين على هذا الأمر، هل لاحظت منظمة الصحة العالمية تغيير في دخول المساعدات إلى سوريا؟ وهنا لا أتحدث فقط عن المعدات الطارئة كالأدوية والأمصال وغير ذلك، إنما عن المعدات والآلات الطبية التي يحتاجها النظام الصحي في سوريا وإعادة بناء المستشفيات وغير ذلك. شكرا جزيلا.
So thank you very much, Musa. We didn't immediately catch the beginning because we didn't have time enough for the interpretation, but
Rick Brennan.
yes, exactly. But we go to Rick Brennan, who's the Regional Emergency Director in the Eastern Mediterranean region, and he's joining us from Gaziantep.
Thanks, Christian, and thank you for the question. A great question. WHO is moving very rapidly right now, together with our partners, to take advantage of this pause in the sanctions. We have already started ordering equipment and supplies, and we are working with UN partners on a collective approach to take advantage of the pause. You're absolutely right. We not only need medicines and consumables and vaccines, we need vital equipment like X-ray machines, surgical equipment, and so on. So at the same time, we are doing a more detailed assessment of those needs, and we'll be moving very, very rapidly to do the procurement, again, capitalizing on this important opportunity that we have. So, you know, I'm confident that things are moving in the right directions. We've already had 4 airlifts, planes full of supplies and equipment come into Syria since the earthquake, and we will be moving into a situation where we'll be able to bring in that heavy equipment in the weeks and months ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rick. And I understand Dr. Kathy Smallwood, who's the earthquake incident manager for Europe, can join.
Thanks very much. Just to add, of course, that under COVID, we found it very difficult to get laboratory supplies into Syria in both directions, and we'll be working really to use this opportunity, as the Regional Emergency Director said. Thank you.
Thank you very much, both. With this, we go to the next question, and that goes to Erin Prata from Fortune. Erin, please go ahead and unmute.
My question was addressed. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Lucky today. Next question goes to Simon Ateba from Today's News Africa. Simon, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you for taking my question, Christian. This is Simon Ateba with Today News Africa in Florida. I wanted to have an update on the Marburg disease in Equatorial Guinea, Cameroon, and the neighboring countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon in Florida. And we'll go to Dr. Abdi Mahmoud for this, please.
Thanks, Simon. And just would like to take this opportunity to thank the Minister of Health of the three countries for the rapid deployment of teams and then for strengthening the basic investigation and healthcare. As we speak right now, we have currently 9 deaths, including the one confirmed. And particularly, there's a detailed investigation with teams from WHO headquarters, the regional office, and with the Minister of Health there. So we don't have more update because there are several cases happen, suspected, confirmed cases, probable cases. So we'll be waiting to get that detailed outbreak response from the field team, because a lot of the death happened before this was declared. So it will be a lot of retrospective investigation and a detailed investigation on that. What's more important right now is the readiness in the neighboring countries. Cameroon and Gabon both moved in a rapid action, and they have strengthened their readiness, and particularly in the surveillance, and more importantly, in the community surveillance. At WHO, we're working very closely. Just yesterday, the executive director and the DG have released $500,000 to start the initial plan, and then to enhance further the response. But coming back, outbreak start and end in the community, that the community engagement and bringing this community on our side will be very, very much appropriate and the initial step. As we have learned, and as we, from the lessons in Uganda, integrating research is very key into this, as we don't have right now proven and approved countermeasures. And we've been communicating with the Minister of Health to accelerate the research into this response.
Thank you very much, and Dr. Mahmoud. And next question goes to Belisa Godinho from W Magazine in Portugal. Belisa, if you hear us.
Hello, everybody.
Yes, all good.
I'm Belisa Godinho from W Magazine, based in Lisbon, Portugal. My question is related to global health prevention. The recent problem of the lack of dialogue in successful negotiations for peace between Ukraine and Russia, and the breaking of the New START treaty with the United States makes it urgent to have correct information about the effects of atomic energy weapons on human health, for the health of all living beings and the health of the planet. Can WHO help clarify this matter? Thanks.
Thank you very much. We'll start with Dr. Michael.
No, I think everyone is aware of the devastating effect of nuclear weapons and radiation can have on people who are not properly protected. So WHO remains very concerned about radiologic safety in all settings, and especially in Ukraine, given the war. We support our colleagues in the IAEA, who are the responsible agency for this. We're a part of a a medical emergency response network with IEEA. We continue to work with the Ukrainian authorities to ensure that we've got adequate training of health workers on the Ukrainian side. But obviously, from what you mentioned, the issues here are not about health. The impact will be on health, but this is not in itself a health issue. This is obviously a very, very political issue in the middle of a very devastating war. So we would call on all sides in the conflict to ensure that sites where radiologic material is present be protected and be avoided in any form or shape in this conflict. And that just echoes the calls of our colleagues in the IEA over many months. But we do have a team working on this. We are ready to support and work with other agencies should anything happen. And we've been working with Ukrainian authorities on that diligently over the last number of months. But this is a real issue, and everyone needs to be exceptionally careful. And quite frankly, I'm not as concerned about the intentional use of anything. I'm more concerned about accidents, and I'm more concerned about the fact that nuclear plants continue to be run in a manner that requires a lot of courage and a lot of commitment from a very small number of staff. And we just want to make sure that everyone remains safe. And we do commend those workers who continue to work to keep those plants safe, particularly in Ukraine.
Thank you much, Dr. Ryan. Next question goes to Miriam Nadaf from Nature Magazine. Miriam, please go ahead and unmute.
Hello. Hi. I hope you can hear me. I would like to ask if WHO have already or plan to supply the semi-besieged northwest region of Syria with basic medical supplies such as antibiotics. We are concerned of spread of infections post the earthquake. As we all know, 3 crossing points are now open on the Syrian-Turkish border, but before the earthquake, there were only 66 hospitals serving 4.5 million people in the northwest of Syria. And doctors on the ground have told us that most hospitals have run out of antibiotics on day 3 after the earthquake, and even with simple injuries, most patients would need antibiotics or some sort of painkiller. So I'd just like to know if there are any plans, if this has happened already, or if there are any new plans to do that as soon as possible to respond to
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening in to this WHO, World Health Organization briefing here. They were speaking about both the earthquake, COVID-19, and really answering any questions that the media did have. Their statements were fairly brief, but right now I do actually want to take you over to a live image coming in from Poland. President Joe Biden saying a short time ago here that Russian President Vladimir Putin made a big mistake by suspending his country's participation in the last remaining U.S.-Russia nuclear arms control treaty. The U.S. president was in Poland to reassure Eastern Flank NATO allies that the U.S. will remain by their sides amid the grinding Russian invasion of Ukraine. So in his first comment since Putin's announcement Tuesday, Biden condemned the Russian decision to pull back from the treaty, which is known as New START. The move is expected to have an immediate impact on U.S. visibility into Russian nuclear activities, but the pact was already on life support following Moscow's cancellation late last year of talks that had been intended to salvage an agreement that both sides have accused the other of violating. Biden said, quote, "It's a big mistake." He is still there in Poland, ending his 4-day trip, so we'll bring you updates there as we do get them. I do want to take you out to another live feed that we do have coming into our Live Now from Fox newsroom at this hour. Take a look at your screen here. There you go. You can see that UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres is addressing the meeting on the gross human rights violations due to the aggression against Ukraine organized by the Permanent Mission of Ukraine A video message by the President and First Lady of Ukraine is scheduled to happen here. I do want to pop up the audio on this hearing now underway here, just to, at this point, see if there is an English translation.
By your presence and your participation, we would note that the schedule is rather full, and we respectfully urge you to stay within your allotted time. The story of Ukraine, the story of this last year, is a multifaceted one. It is the story of the illegal, brutish, unlawful, and criminal aggression of the Russian Federation in their attempt to conquer the Ukrainian people. It is the story of the courageous people of Ukraine, steadfastly and with inspirational valor, defending their homeland from this brutal and unprovoked aggression. It is the story of exceptional leadership, fearless leadership of President Zelensky and the First Lady of Ukraine, Ms. Zelenska, who we will hear from shortly. It is the story of Western democracies, the EU, the United States, and many like-mindeds who have stood steadfast in support of Ukraine in its defense of itself and the Ukrainian people. It is a story of the international community coming together in near unanimity to condemn the grotesque Russian aggression and stand with Ukraine. Indeed, in this building, we have had unprecedented votes of 143 positive votes condemning the Russian aggression. And those voting against it are a rogues gallery of gross and systematic human rights abusers, each and every one. But today, at this session, we will discuss perhaps the most important aspect of the last year, the gross and systematic violations of human rights and international humanitarian law by the Russian Federation. Make no mistake, the atrocities are on one side, and they are indeed gross and systematic. The aggression has included violations of rights of women and children of Ukraine. The Russians have committed extraordinary crimes against prisoners, and we have observed intense vitiation of the indigenous rights of the Tatar community in occupied Crimea. As Vice President Kamala Harris recently concluded, Russia and its leaders have not only committed numerous war crimes, but crimes against humanity. That is what we will discuss today, here and now. And we need to focus on ultimate accountability, because we know that without accountability, we are doomed to recurrence. Before I close, I want to take a moment and walk through the agenda. Next, we will hear from a video from remarks specifically for this occasion from the First Lady of Ukraine. Next, we have a distinguished panel of ministers, foreign ministers, that will provide their remarks as well. After that, we will have a video presentation from the Honorable Karim Khan, King's Counsel and prosecutor at the ICC. It is always most critical to hear the voices of the victims, and on the first panel, after the high-level ministerial panel, we will hear from those who will testify about their treatment as prisoners of war. The second panel will focus on the atrocities committed against the Ukrainian children. And the final panel will document the horror of this conflict and the crimes against humanity committed by the Russian Federation and their leadership. This will include testimony about the violations of human rights of the indigenous Tatar community in occupied Crimea. So with that, please welcome the address by video of the First Lady of Ukraine, Her Excellency Ms. Zelenska.
Вітаю. Нас зібрала нині важлива тема. Можливо, найважливіша із тем. Вона сформульована як порушення прав людини в Україні. Однак я розповім, чому вона стосується не тільки України.
However, I will tell you why it's not only concerns Ukraine, but other people as well. Let's just look first how it looks like violation of human rights, not in paper, but in reality, everyday reality in Ukraine after the Russian invasion. I want to show you the Ukrainian city of Bakhmut, the center of our salt industry. This is how Bakhmut used to be, and this is what it is after many months of assaults of Russians against the city. There were 80,000 people living in the city. Now only 5,000 remains, among them 150 children. Every day these people go for humanitarian aid and water under heavy shelling, and they die every day. They are evacuated by special services and volunteers selflessly, and the evacuations are dangerous. Not so far ago, an American volunteer was killed because the ambulance he worked on was shot at. One little boy was evacuated when his parents were killed by the shelling, and then the police had to come up with a special rescue operation to save the boy. What are we, people in this audience and the cities have in common, and with the boy and the volunteers? These are human rights. In any city of Ukraine, in London, Berlin, or New York, we have the right to live free, not to be killed or tortured, the right not to be blown to pieces by a Russian missile. Each of us has this right, and you know that. But the right of these people in the photo, whether dead or still alive, has been violated by Russia. Another human rights violation looks like this. This is the building in the city of Dnipro that was hit by the Russian missile a month ago. Whole families died there, more than 50 adults and 6 children. And this is what it looks like in occupied Mariupol, where the Russians recently demolished the ruins of their destroyed theaters that they bombed by themselves together with people in spring. And this is what Mariupol looks like today. That city. A terrible monument to human rights in all their diversity destroyed by Russia. And this is what human rights violations look like in deoccupied Izum when it was liberated by the armed forces of Ukraine. Mass graves of Ukrainians left behind by the Russians, just like that before in Bucha and Irpin. This is what human rights looks like in Vinnytsia when the rocket hit in the middle of the city, 20 people in the offices and in the parking lot. There were 3 children among them during a routine visit to the doctor. This is what a human rights violation looked like at the Kramatorsk train station when a Russian missile killed 50 people who were trying to evacuate. And in Kremenchuk, when dozens of people burned alive by the shelling of a shopping mall, and in Kyiv downtown, where a Russian missile buried not only human rights under the rubble, but also a young couple who were expecting their first child. And you can see the human rights violations yourself when you see the displaced Ukrainian persons in your country, because they should have the right to be at home whether they want to be with their loved ones. Instead, Russia has deprived 6 million Ukrainians of their homes, and 8 million more became displaced within their own country. And there are also human rights violations that I cannot show you in the photos because the victims have a hard time talking about them. At least at the moment, we have about 150 rapes that are documented by the prosecutors that were committed by the Russian invaders in Ukraine. These are only cases when victims found strength to testify, because this is still a stigmatized crime. I also wanted to show you photos of 16,000 Ukrainian children that were kidnapped.
All right, everyone, you are listening there to the First Lady of Ukraine as she does address the UN. This is over in New York. This, by the way, though, is a pre-recorded video. We are going to play back more of her comments coming up later on today. I do want to get to some of the other stories that we have been following here on Live Now from Fox. Take a look at that video right there on your screen. By this point, it probably looks fairly familiar. Former President Donald Trump will be in East Palestine, Ohio today, coming 2 weeks after that big train derailment. Mike Tobin with Fox News joins us live from East Palestine with the latest here. As always, Mike, thank you so much for being here.
You got it. Look no further for proof that this has become a bitter partisan issue, for evidence in the fact that the former president, Donald Trump, is going to show up here today. You don't have to be Nostradamus to predict that he's going to say he would have handled this better than the Biden administration. And you have a lot of people here in East Palestine complaining quite bitterly that the Biden administration has failed to stand up in the face of this crisis, and Secretary Buttigieg has yet to arrive. You did have the event yesterday with Ohio Governor Mike DeWine and the EPA Administrator Michael Regan stopping to drink the tap water in a local house, making the statement that the tap water is safe and they have confidence in the testing. But Governor DeWine did say that he understands the people who are reluctant to drink the tap water out here. It was February 3rd when that train derailed. There were some 20 cars carrying hazardous material. 11 of the cars carrying hazardous material derailed, and 5 of those cars carrying the vinyl chloride were punctured using a shape charge, and that was to drain the cars. And Norfolk Southern made the effort to deliberately set that material on fire, and that made that giant plume of smoke. Since that time, you have people complaining about a foul odor. They're complaining about headaches, scratchy eyes, and skin rashes. So you do have the government saying that the groundwater is safe to drink, but the locals saying that there's something out here that is still causing the problems. You just don't have any official source right now testing positive for any harmful chemicals in the water, at least significant amounts of harmful chemicals in the water or the air. Josh?
All right, Mike, thank you so much there. So do we know what Donald Trump's visit is going to consist of? I know, as you mentioned, at this point, it's kind of a partisan issue, but do we know what he's going to do specifically while he's there?
He's going to stop at a local fire station and talk with the residents, and you got to anticipate that he's going to say that the Biden administration has done a poor job handling this and he would have done better. There is some criticism that some of the restrictions on the rail lines that were lifted during Trump's presidency, such as some regulations relating to the brakes on the trains, that contributed to it. So he'll probably defend against those points. But whenever the president shows up, he doesn't go off scripts or teleprompters. He lets it rip. So we'll see where he goes. But they seem to be very deliberate about not releasing a whole lot of information ahead of the former president's visit. It should also be noted that the mayor of this town says he doesn't want this to become a political circus. And frankly, it seems a little bit late for that the political circus has already arrived and it's kind of out of the mayor's control at this point.
And you kind of touched on this, but I did actually notice a tweet just yesterday from Garrett Tenney with Fox News talking about some of the symptoms that he is experiencing, him and his photographer, just from being there. What kind of symptoms are people describing after they have been in East Palestine?
What we hear from the general population out here is headaches, scratchy eyes, and some people are saying that they're coming down with skin rashes after the train derailment.
All right, Mike Tobin there with Fox News. As always, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. We appreciate it.
You got it.
All right, everyone, 10:20 over on the East Coast and 7:20 on the West Coast. Let's head to a brief 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll get right back into your headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look over in Warsaw, Poland. We've been checking this out for the last several hours here. President Joe Biden saying that Russian President Vladimir Putin made a, quote, big mistake by suspending his country's participation in the last remaining U.S.-Russia nuclear arms control treaty. The U.S. president was in Poland to reassure Eastern Flank NATO allies that the U.S. will remain by their sides amid the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We do know that the first anniversary of that invasion will be on Friday. Now, in his first comments since Putin's announcement Tuesday, Biden condemned the Russian decision to pull back from the treaty, which is known as New START. The move is expected to have an immediate impact on U.S. visibility into Russian nuclear activities, but the pact was already on life support after Moscow's cancellation late last year of talks that had been intended to salvage an agreement that both sides have accused the other of violating. He said, quote, "It's a big mistake." That is what Biden said during a meeting earlier on today. Now, he is at this hour meeting with the Bucharest 9 there in Poland before he does end his trip. He's been there for 4 days. All right, I do actually want to head back to New York right now as the UN is discussing violations of human rights over in Ukraine. We did hear a bit earlier from the First Lady of Ukraine, but now they are discussing this once again. So let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Force against territorial integrity of states. International criminal justice has important achievements in addressing genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. But there is no international court or tribunal which can exercise jurisdiction over the crime of aggression against Ukraine. We must close this accountability gap and establish a special tribunal which will be able to do that. The crime obviously happened. The Russian invasion of Ukraine will go down in history as a textbook example of the crime of aggression. We cannot let it go unpunished. This would cause enormous damage to the international legal order and the rule of law. This is why it is so important to establish a special tribunal. Aggression is the mother of all crimes, meaning that all war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide stem from it. Together with our friends and partners, we gathered a core group on the establishment of the special tribunal. The group will play a leading role and become an ultimate platform for holding legal discussions, finding solutions, and paving the way forward. I therefore encourage you to join the core group and make your contribution to the establishment of the special tribunal. As of now, an international center for the prosecution of the crime of aggression in Ukraine will be established in The Hague, with the objective to coordinate investigation, preserve and store evidence for future trials. And we are grateful to our colleagues from the European Union and, of course, the Netherlands for this move. We look forward to the rapid establishment and beginning of operations of this center. This is an important step forward to ensuring accountability for the crime of aggression. Ukrainians hear the powerful voices of the entire democratic world in our support, which should be strengthened by resolute, coordinated actions. And I'm confident that our dialogue today will contribute to the creation of new effective initiatives and formats of cooperation on human rights protection and accountability. There is obviously no one-size-fits-all approach to all situations, and many existing recipes no longer work. It is high time to introduce new approaches and tools, and we shouldn't be afraid of it. Let's do it together and prove that everything that seems impossible is ultimately possible when justice is our goal. Thank you.
We will now hear from the Foreign Minister Hoekstra of the Netherlands. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
All right, everyone, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening in New York, New York. That is where the UN is speaking on, quote, gross human rights violations against Ukraine. We are going to dip in and out of this as this has been ongoing here for the last 30 minutes or so and will likely last for several hours here. It is 10:27 on the East Coast and 7:27 on the West Coast. I want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we will be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 10:30 on the dot over on the East Coast and 7:30 on the West Coast. We do continue to follow the latest on Jimmy Carter as the former president has been moved to home hospice in Plains, Georgia. That move after the Carter Center says Carter wanted to be closer to family. We're hearing countless stories about the former president, especially over the last several days. I do want to bring in Mark Johnson, the former chief of staff for former Idaho Governor Cecil Andrus. The governor and Carter worked closely together, so I want to talk more about some of those memories. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Good morning, Josh. My pleasure. Thanks for the invite.
Good morning. So first off, let's talk about that friendship there, but also what kind of guy Jimmy Carter is.
Well, the friendship between then Governor Cecil Andrus in Idaho and then Georgia Governor Jimmy Carter began really with their election in 1970. They got very well acquainted through the National Governors Association. And obviously, when Jimmy Carter runs for president later in the 70s, he wins in 1976 and appoints Governor Andrus to be his Secretary of the Interior, a job that Andrus held during all 4 years of Carter's presidency. So they enjoyed a political friendship, but a personal friendship as well, that dated back to their time as governors together. And they shared a lot of, I think, similar priorities. Carter had led a effort to reorganized state government in Georgia, and Andrus did much the same in Idaho. They were both conservation-oriented governors. Andrus elected in 1970 by pledging to protect a particularly vulnerable and beautiful place in Idaho from development, and Carter very much an environmental ethic as well. So they shared a lot in common. Very different personalities, I would suggest. You know, Carter very much the PhD scientist, and Andrus not a college graduate. So they didn't come from the same kind of background, but shared a lot in common politically for sure.
And they did take that, I say historic because so many people talk about it, that rafting trip, I believe. Tell me a little bit more about that.
Well, it came about in, I think, early, the planning started for it early in 1978 when then Secretary Andrus, who knew the Idaho backcountry really, really well as a hunter and somebody who'd traveled through much of it, often on horseback or foot. And he suggested to President Carter that that would be a fun vacation for his family, get him out of steamy Washington, D.C. in the dog days of summer, come to beautiful Idaho and float the Middle Fork of the Salmon River through what was then proposed to be the Central Idaho Wilderness. It subsequently was designated as a wilderness area by Congress and signed into law by President Carter in 1980. It was quite an ambitious trip, really. 3 days in the backcountry, and you have to understand, Josh, how remote that country is. You really either walk in or horseback in, or float down the Middle Fork in a rubber raft, which is what the president did with his party for 3 days, literally out of pocket, so to speak, but with all the accoutrements still necessary to be the leader of the free world. So it was quite an expedition. Made front page headlines all over the world, really.
And that's why I kept saying the word historic, because everyone was talking about it at that point. Talk about the fact that, you know, their friendship. We're talking about a former president who is incredibly high profile because, you know, he was the head of the country. And then you have a governor there of Idaho. They were able to maintain that friendship even after he was president and he was governor.
Yes, they certainly did maintain the relationship, and President Carter said a number of times that the only person he considered to be his Secretary of the Interior after he won the presidency in 1976 was C. Andrus. He didn't believe that anybody else was up to the job. So he picked Andrus, and Andrus often said that he thought he had a dream relationship as a cabinet secretary with the president. There's a certain mythology about President Carter, I think, that he was a micromanager at the kind of granular level of the federal government, and maybe he was to some degree, but Andrus always maintained that he never suffered any micromanagement from the West Wing of the White House, that his priorities aligned very comfortably with President Carter, and they got along really, really well. He had his own channel to contact the president directly if he needed to talk to him. He didn't have to go through the White House apparatus or a chief of staff. And their biggest accomplishment, and something I think that President Carter will always be remembered for and should be remembered for, is the settlement of the Alaska lands issue in the late 1970s, culminating in the Alaska lands legislation being signed into law in 1980. Arguably the greatest environmental conservation effort of the 20th century, setting aside millions of acres of national parks and wildlife refuges in Alaska and settling a long-running dispute about how that land ought to be managed. So great environmental accomplishment for the two of them together, and Carter always graciously gave Andrus a lot of credit for that, which he frankly deserved because he came up with a lot of the ideas behind the legislation.
How do you think Jimmy Carter is going to be remembered in the coming days, years, centuries?
Well, Josh, I think I subscribe to the theory that you can't really judge a president until a certain period of time has elapsed. The great presidential historian Bob Dallek says it takes 25 or 30 years to really begin to analyze the impact of a particular president. And I think that President Carter is going to consistently be seen as a much more important figure than a lot of his contemporary detractors claim. I think history is going to treat him a lot better than maybe some of his contemporaries did, for his accomplishments with the peace accord between Israel and Egypt, for his environmental accomplishments, for the fact that he had placed an emphasis on human rights when it came to U.S. foreign policy, and he didn't engage in any wild military endeavors during his presidency. So that, among many other things, I think will stand him in good stead historically. I have to say, I think like so many Americans, want to extend our good wishes to the Carter family and the people at the Carter Center and the Carter Library, where I've had an opportunity to do research. It's a national treasure. I'm sure it's a very difficult time for those folks, and my thoughts are with them.
All right, Mark Johnson, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us here about some of those memories. Anything else that you do want to add before I let you go?
Well, I just, I think it's an important to underscore the bipartisanship that does sometimes happen in American political history. And that trip to Idaho in 1978, I remember it well because I was covering the trip for local television in those days. And I don't remember that there was any animosity at all by folks who clearly did not vote for Jimmy Carter. He didn't carry Idaho in any way, shape, or form. So there was a sense that the president of the United States was coming to Idaho to enjoy the kind of recreational opportunities that people there enjoy all the time, and people were kind of proud of that. It put the state on the map. So that one memory is a good one for me.
All right, Mark Johnson, thank you again for taking the time to join us here and talk a little bit more about Jimmy Carter's legacy.
Indeed, my pleasure. Thanks, Josh.
All right, everyone, do want to take you out live to Warsaw, Poland really briefly, as we are about to see President Biden load back up into that limo there. He will head back to the U.S. this coming after his 4-day trip to Poland. Right now, he is speaking with several NATO allies. They are, of course, speaking about many different topics, but those include Putin's speech just yesterday. We're going to have complete coverage of all of this coming up here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, it is 10:39 on the East Coast and 7:39 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick commercial break, and we will be right back. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 10:42 on the East Coast and 7:42 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Right now, we are talking more about the legacy of former U.S. President Jimmy Carter. We learned over the weekend from the Carter Center that he was moved to home hospice. We've been checking in with crews from Fox News as well as our local affiliates I do want to bring in at this hour William LaJeunesse with Fox News to talk more about what's going on there in Plains, Georgia. Thank you so much for being here as always, William.
Good morning, Josh. We don't have any health updates for you about the former president. There's not going to be a daily news conference or any kind of a daily release about the president's health. Our best understanding from talking to people here in Plains who are familiar with the family and the Carter Center is that the president simply didn't want to go back to the hospital. You know, he's had these health problems. He overcame cancer. He had a number of different falls that required some surgery to relieve pressure on his brain with the blood and so forth. But he's, as you just mentioned, he is now receiving hospice care at home. And basically that's to manage pain and comfort and suffering and to prepare the family spiritually as well as physically, Jimmy Carter, for what comes ahead. One thing I can tell you is Jimmy Carter put Plains, Georgia on the map. The people here realize that, they appreciate that, and they're really preparing to say goodbye to a very good friend. Even the Carters will come down Main Street here, have peanut butter ice cream, this kind of thing, but everyone speaks very highly of him. He thinks, they basically say that Jimmy Carter reflects this town and his upbringing, his Christian values, small town values. He was a Boy Scout. The idea that everyone is dependent on one another. And of course he carried that, that is part of who he is. And he carried that into the White House, on the campaign trail, and ultimately, obviously, in his post-presidency in terms of the Carter Center, working for peace around the world, the elimination of disease in the third world, these kinds of things. That is who this town is, and it's embodied in Jimmy Carter. And he has taken those morals, Christian values, with him where he went in the presidency and beyond. Josh?
All right, Fox News' William LaJeunesse, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us there. It is 10:45 over on the East Coast and 7:45 on the West Coast. I do want to take you back out to a live image here that does show Warsaw, Poland. You can see that we are waiting for President Biden to enter into that limo, and they will drive away as he does head back from Poland to the U.S. Again, we will, of course, keep an eye on this and bring you the latest information as we do get it. Let's step away for our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and we will be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Once again, taking a live look from Warsaw, Poland, as any minute we'll see President Biden get back into that limo as he does head out back for the U.S. We know that he is meeting with leaders of the Bucharest Nine. We saw the initial comments that were made, but media was removed from the room as they made some more detailed comments. We're not sure exactly when that conversation will end, but once it does, President Biden will load up into that limo and head back here to the U.S. In the meantime, I want to go to another live event that we have been watching here. Take a look. This is actually in New York, where government officials, UN representatives, human rights defenders, a lot of different organizations are speaking about the violation of human rights in Ukraine. Let's pop up the audio and listen in.
Hold Russia accountable for its crime of aggression. This is also aimed at deterring others who are watching us, considering if they could ever challenge the rules. The emergency session of the General Assembly will meet today and vote tomorrow on a resolution on UN Charter principles underlying a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine. Je sais que les Ukrainiens comptent sur le soutien de la communauté internationale pour les aider à parvenir à la paix. And Canada calls on all member states to support the resolution and, through it, to continue supporting the principles of the UN Charter and the people of Ukraine. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you, Your Excellency. As each of our distinguished ministers have noted, what is essential is accountability. And so one piece of that accountability is the International Criminal Court, and we welcome online the Honorable Karim Khan, King's Counsel and prosecutor at the ICC.
Distinguished foreign ministers, ladies and gentlemen, it's really a somber moment, and it's an awful and unwanted necessity to be assembled together today. As has been said by the distinguished speakers already, as is known in the world that have seen the pictures, that have heard the voices, terrible trauma and suffering has been occasioned to Ukraine and her people over the last 1 year. In May of last year, I was in Bucha, outside St. Peter's Church, with the then Prosecutor General, with my team, and with the Ukrainian investigators that were working with courage to document the crimes that appeared to have been committed. I saw the body bags, and we heard the accounts. And in the subsequent months, the investigations conducted by my office have deepened. In Borodyanka, in Kharkiv, and when I left, I thought really about left behind because shells were falling. I left Kharkiv, my small team, and we went to Kyiv, but Ukrainian investigators and prosecutors remained in a city that was on the front line, and this is repeated across Ukraine. I said very clearly in Bucha that unfortunately and objectively, Ukraine was a crime scene. And the accounts that we have seen fortify the conclusion that manifestly, ever more vividly, we are certain that there are reasonable grounds to believe that Rome Statute crimes appear to have been committed in Ukraine. We've seen, and it's been mentioned by the First Lady of Ukraine and others, we've seen the pictures of the injured regarding the maternity ward in Mariupol or the theater. We've seen and heard accounts of the targeting of the grids. We've seen and heard allegations of prisoners of war that are recounting allegations of torture. We have heard and spoken to individuals who are complaining of sexual and gender-based violence. We have seen and heard the predicament of children who appear to have been taken across international borders. And our joint responsibility is to make sure the law is on the front lines. It is not an optional extra. It is not something that we come to with a degree of pedestrian approach. We need to act with dispatch while the bullets are being fired and as bombs are falling, because I have seen, either on the border of Poland, when grandmothers and women and children crossed the border early on, at the end of February and beginning of March, that the law matters to individuals. Whilst many have lost their physical shelter, they are looking increasingly to the law to give them shelter now for what they've endured, and to mitigate or ameliorate the worst types of excesses that far too often take place in conflict. And therefore, the seriousness of the situation from any perspective is well known to everybody. And yet in the despair of uncertainty, we have also seen numerous times courage, indefatigable energy, and determination to survive, to prosper, and to succeed. There is a saying, of course, that the darkest part of the night is just before the dawn. And God alone knows whether or not we have seen the worst, but we pray so. But in the midst of the disruption, the uncertainty, when the anchors of stability seem to have been uprooted in so many places around the world, we do see rays of hope. In an unprecedented move, within 48 hours of my invitation, 39 states spoke with one voice from all corners of the world that the situation in Ukraine should be referred to my office. We now have 43 states. We have seen new partnerships being built. The Foreign Minister of the Netherlands, Wopke Hoekstra, has to be applauded, as does the government of the Netherlands, in pioneering with my office a unique, novel, rotational model for forensic experts to go under the of the ICC to help document crime scenes, to collect evidence to the highest international standards, to help the Ukrainian national authorities, and also to provide evidence to my office in a way that will facilitate independent and impartial investigation. Since May of last year, we've had a continuous field presence in Ukraine. We've partnered also with, for the first time in the history of the office, with a joint investigative team, 7 states now under the auspices of Europe. And we've also tried to build new bridges, realizing that there's no space for disinterest. There's no space for spectators in this battle conscience of humanity, this imperative that the law is rendered effective in this critical moment of world affairs. It's something, for many reasons, has to transcend Ukraine and galvanize us all to do better when it comes to adherence of law. And so we've also partnered with the Genocide Network and also Eurojust to produce civil society guidelines to make sure that those brave and enthusiastic documenters can also be given some guidance, facilitate their work to document as first responders and also refer matters to the national prosecution agencies and the office. So in the darkness of the hour, we do have these rays of hope. And the lesson that does need to be understood by all of us as students, all of us with is that the law must be seen to be potent. So this moment is a moment of opportunity, but for us to deliver on that, I would also, with respect, echo wise words, if I may say so, of the First Lady of Ukraine. And she said a few minutes that human rights, like the air, have no border. It's really important. And the prosecutor of the ICC is not any state or any government, and is not against any state or any government. The prosecutor of the ICC must be to be a friend of humanity and a servant of justice. And the simple truth of the matter is, we need to use this moment also to make sure that the concerns that are here in various parts of the world, particularly the global south, are addressed, and we use this moment to give rise to any arguments of exceptionalism or of selectivity. And well before the situation in Ukraine really went over the tipping point in February the 24th of last year, that was the most recent, of course, aggression. I said on the 16th of June 2021, a year and a half ago, when I was sworn in, that I'm not in the export business. I'm not selling a product to states. That the Rome Statute that I've sworn to uphold and apply independently and impartially is not the law of Italy. The Geneva Conventions are not the law of Switzerland. And I said that for a reason. I continued that this law that we apply is not the property of the global north, any more so than it is of the global south. It unites people because it is the lost property of humanity. The Islamic world and the Christendom. You look at the Talmud, you look at the teachings of Confucius or Buddha, that in all countries, in all cultures, in all nations, in all people, resonate or find voice in fundamental principles of humanity that bind us together. And I think this realization that who is a friend for justice and who is an enemy to those that would commit genocide, crimes against humanity, or war crimes anywhere in the world, provide this or constitute a singular moment for us to come together and do better across the world. We've tried to show that dynamism in a number of situations. In Libya last year, we applied for new warrants. We've tried to increase our field presence, not only in Kyiv, or in Cox's Bazar, or in Caracas and in other parts of the world. We're trying to move forward with confirmation hearings in Joseph Kony case, to move forward. And if we seize this moment of opportunity, if we realize with greater acuteness, the law is not something that can be taken and left. It's not part of an a la carte menu that we can choose what we want. This dark moment, this moment of uncertainty for Ukraine, can be a moment for us to together as humanity and show the victims, the survivors, the very courageous people that are going to speak in a moment, that from Kyiv to Cox's Bazar, from Kharkiv to Khartoum, international justice is on their side. And if we do that, perhaps we can move more positively in a better direction to make finally, once and for all, in the 75th anniversary.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it is 11:01 on the East Coast and it is 8:01 on the West Coast. So many different stories going on at this point, and we are covering them from each and every angle. There in New York City, the UN is meeting on gross human rights violations against Ukraine. We are dipping in and out of that, and we'll continue to do that here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get to some breaking news, though, that we are following at this hour. Take a look at your screen right here as I read you some tweets that are coming in from the police department in Boulder, Colorado. They say that they are currently responding to Boulder High School for a report of an active shooter. They say the report has not been confirmed, but a shelter-in-place order has been sent. So they are urging people to avoid that area for now. A shelter-in-place alert sent to an area, and it's a pretty large area around the high school here. We're told that the public information officer for Boulder Police is on the way to that scene. If we do get any updates, we'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. For now, let's pop the audio back up on that UN meeting that is underway.
Distinguished ministers has observed, accountability is essential. Staying steadfast in our resolution to end this conflict and to bring accountability is our mission. So with that, I will close this panel. Thank you all for your remarks.
All right, that right there was the end of that panel. Again, they met for about an hour or so, and there was actually a message from the First Lady of Ukraine talking about the conditions that are there. I do want to play some of that for you here, live, raw, and unfiltered, as we were rolling as that happened.
Excellency, Ms. Zelenska.
Вітаю. Нас зібрала нині важлива тема. Можливо, найважливіша із тем. Вона сформульована як порушення прав людини в Україні. Однак я розповім, чому вона стосується не тільки України.
However, I will tell you why it's not only concerns Ukraine, but other people as well. Let's just look first how it looks like violation of human rights, not in paper, but in reality. Everyday reality in Ukraine after the Russian invasion. I want to show you the Ukrainian city of Bakhmut, the center of our salt industry. This is how Bakhmut used to be, and this is what it is after many months of assaults of Russians against the city. There were 80,000 people living in the city. Now only 5,000 remains, among them 150 children. Every day these people go for humanitarian aid and water under heavy shelling, and they die every day. They are evacuated by special services and volunteers selflessly, and the evacuations are dangerous. Not so far ago, an American volunteer was killed because the ambulance he worked on was shot at. One little boy was evacuated when his parents were killed by the shelling, and then the police had to come up with a special rescue operation to save the boy. What are we, people in this audience and the cities, have in common, and with the boy and the volunteers? These are human rights. In any city of Ukraine, in London, Berlin, or New York, we have the right to live free, not to be killed or tortured, the right not to be blown to pieces by a Russian missile. Each of us has this right, and you know that. But the right of these people in the photo, whether dead or still alive, has been violated by Russia.
That is the First Lady of Ukraine delivering a pre-recorded message to that UN panel. They are discussing the situation there with human rights violations against Ukraine in New York. That entire hearing there did just wrap up, but what you're watching is just some of the comments that were made by Ukraine's First Lady. I do actually want to get to some of the other stories that we have been following, and millions of Americans are being impacted by this winter weather. Some areas could see about 2 feet of snow. In Arizona, some roads and highways appear to be covered in snow. These pictures coming in from the Arizona Department of Transportation. I do want to bring in their spokesperson, Doug Pacey, to talk a little bit more about those conditions there. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us today.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to be here.
Thank you. So first off, what are the conditions over there on the roads, on the highways, the interstates? What are you seeing?
Well, in the Metro Phoenix area, we're getting rain today, so it's kind of wet, and also in southern Arizona and Tucson. But that photo you just showed is northern Arizona. In northern Arizona, people may not know this depending on where they're from, but Flagstaff is one of the snowiest cities in the country. It's gotten about 5 feet of snow in January. we're halfway into February, and there's an extreme winter storm across northern Arizona today. That picture right there is State Route 260 along the Mogollon Rim. Our snow plows out, they're pushing down to trees. We're used to the snow in northern Arizona. We're used to the cold temperatures. The big different thing about this storm system is the high wind gusts. And some parts of northern Arizona are seeing gusts up to 75, 80 miles an hour. And that's kind of what we're seeing here with trees falling over, and the plows need to come out and do their job clearing the highways. But now they're also being used to move trees off the highway.
Have there been, at this point, we know the conditions are probably fairly slick. Have you all been dealing with a lot of crashes and things of that nature, or are people, for the most part, heeding the warnings and staying off the roads if they can?
Early this morning, around 4 a.m. local time, the highways started to be closed preemptively before a lot of traffic and crashes could occur. So we're fortunate in that respect. But it does mean that travel is very difficult because of the weather and the highway closures, but it's just not safe right now to travel in much of northern Arizona. So people who are in Arizona or planning to travel through it from California, Utah, New Mexico, things like that, be aware of that, and you can check out the current road conditions here in Arizona at az511.gov.
Yeah, good information for anyone who is over in that area. So what advice do you have for residents who live over there? Because I know, as you mentioned, preemptively, some of those highways were shut down.
Interstates and highways are closed, but local roads, those are open. People can get around from town to town. We're the Department of Transportation, so I don't have information on school closures, things like that. But the snowy weather isn't anything new for people who live in northern Arizona. This is probably our 4th or 5th storm in the last six weeks. We're getting a lot of practice this winter season, which is great because we want the water, we want the precipitation here in Arizona. But it does create situations like today where travel is going to be tough, and we really encourage people to stay home. But if they do go on the roads, they need to be prepared to be possibly stuck for an extended period of time because of the impassable conditions.
And as you mentioned, Arizona has seen quite a few storms that have come through. How does this one compare to what you've seen in the previous ones?
Well, the snow is just starting to fall, and you can see a lot of the snow there. That snow may be from the past few days because the temperatures are below freezing and it's not melting. The major difference about this storm is really the wind. It's forecast to get up to 30 inches of snow through the weekend. The storm system will bring into northern Arizona, but the wind today is really the big difference, with the gusts up to 75, 80 miles per hour. And for drivers of high-profile vehicles like semi-trucks, the wind can knock those over if it catches the wrong way, and then that creates a bad situation for the driver of that truck, but also all the vehicles behind it who would now be stuck on the highway with no way out.
All right, Doug Pacey there with the Arizona Department of Transportation. Anything that you want to add about that before I let you go?
If people have plans to travel through Arizona, check az511.gov. But if you're anywhere in the winter, across the country, across the U.S., pack an emergency preparedness kit in your car. Have warm clothes, water, snacks, food, all the things you might need to last a few hours in an extended closure.
All right, Doug Pacey, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. A lot of great information. And if you are over in that area, make sure to heed the warnings. All right, everyone, the time now is 11:11 over on the East Coast and 8:11 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. As you can see, if you've been watching us, a lot going on today. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we will get back into those headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Any moment now, we are going to see President Biden fly out of Poland. That is where he has been for a total of 4 days now. Just yesterday, he spoke about the anniversary, the first anniversary of the war in Ukraine as Russia did invade on February 24th. He gave that big speech on the same day that Vladimir Putin, the Russian president, gave a speech where he mentioned that they were going to suspend the START treaty. We'll have an expert join us here in about 15 minutes to break down exactly what that means. But I want to talk more about those speeches yesterday. So Briella Tomasetti with our Fox 5 New York team breaks them down.
Ukraine will never be a victory for Russia. Never.
I want to repeat, it's they who have started the war. We have used and are using force to stop it.
It was a war of words between President Joe Biden and Russian President Vladimir Putin. Biden challenged Putin to end the war in remarks delivered from Warsaw, Poland, just days before the one-year mark of the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Every day the war continues is his choice. He could end the war with a word.
Yesterday in Warsaw, Biden met with Polish President Andrzej Duda, praising the country for taking in more than 1.5 million Ukrainian refugees. Earlier this week, he made an unannounced visit to Kyiv to meet with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, walking the streets as an air raid siren blared in the distance. Biden warns that the free world will continue to support its ally and push for new sanctions on the Kremlin.
He thought NATO would fracture and divide. Instead, NATO is more united and more unified than ever.
But ramifications and consequences have not deterred the Russian president. In his State of the Nation address, Putin announced Russia would be suspending the New START treaty, the only remaining nuclear arms agreement with the U.S.
They can't be stupid people. They want to deliver us a strategic defeat while sneaking into our strategic nuclear objects.
The Russian Foreign Ministry later said despite Putin's announcement, it would continue to abide by the treaty, which establishes direct limits on deployed warheads. Still, it's clear Putin's attitude makes much of the Western world uneasy.
The announcement by Russia that it's suspending participation in New START is deeply unfortunate and irresponsible.
More nuclear weapons and less arms control makes the world more dangerous.
That right there was Briella Tomasetti with our Fox 5 New York team breaking down those dueling speeches by Putin and Biden just yesterday. Let's switch gears and talk about that winter storm here. Take a look at your screen. That is a live look at Minneapolis, Minnesota. You can see, a lot of snow falling in that area. As always, Fox Weather's Max Gordon is staying busy. He travels just about everywhere, and right now he is over there in Minneapolis with a look at how things are shaping up. Max, as always, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, happy to do it. Good morning. So right now we're in a little bit of a lull period between round 1 and round 2 of snow. So this first round of snow, we saw about 3 to 5 inches or so. You can see some of it on the ground here. We're in kind of a plowed area where there's a running trail. It's the Stone Arch Bridge for those familiar with Minneapolis. We've actually seen a lot of folks out and about enjoying this lull. We even saw a little bit of sunshine earlier. It was pretty beautiful there for a second. But for those here, you can't be lulled into thinking that the storm is over, because round 2 is on the way, and we're going to be talking about 11 to 16 inches of additional snowfall. You can see right behind me, there's already a lot that's fallen on the ground. Plowed areas like this have big old piles built up, and there's a lot more coming. Now, the Minnesota Department of Transportation says that road conditions are going to deteriorate throughout the day into the evening and overnight hours. And there's already some no travel advisories that have been issued, because we're not just talking about heavy snowfall, we're also talking about very strong winds, and that can cause whiteout conditions on some roadways. And we're already seeing that in some parts of the state. So the message to drivers has just been stay off the roads for the next day or two. Delay that travel if you can, because it's going to be very dangerous, and if you get stuck in this snow, well, that can be a life-threatening situation. Back to you.
Yeah, and when you see all that snow blanketing the ground there, it's not necessarily coming down right now. You said there'll be another wave or so later on, but you start to see people playing around in the snow there. But the big message here is more is on the way.
Yes, absolutely. 11 to 16 inches of additional snowfall. If everything goes as planned, this could be in the top 5 snowfall events for Minneapolis, St. Paul, for the Twin Cities here. Now, really kind of when we're looking historically,
All right, it does appear that we lost our shot there with Max Gordon, but he is over in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Obviously, the snowfall going to be pretty intense there, so we'll check back in with him coming up a little bit later. All right, everyone, do want to take you back out to Poland. That right there is Air Force One, as we do expect President Biden to load up here any minute, and he will head back to the U.S. This coming after a 4-day trip to Poland. Just yesterday, he did give that speech marking 1 year since the start of the war in Ukraine. Let's head to a quick commercial break here at 11:19 on the East Coast and 8:19 on the West Coast. We will be right back with more of your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. As I mentioned a bit earlier, a lot going on here, so I do want to dip into this hearing now underway, but I do want to give you some of the background first here. First-degree murder complaint against an Arizona rancher suspected of killing a Mexican man on his land was amended Tuesday to include 2 counts of aggravated assault against a pair of other people. The filing in Santa Cruz County Justice Court in the border city in Arizona was the first public mention of the possibility that other people may have been hurt in that January 30th incident. The updated complaint used only initials for the 2 other people suspected of having been assaulted and did not list their nationalities. The new counts come on the eve of this preliminary hearing that is now underway on your screen for rancher George Allen Kelly. As you can see, it is over Zoom, so that's why you're just pretty much seeing a name show up there. He does face a first-degree murder charge in the fatal shooting of a man who lived just south of the border there in Mexico. I do want to pop up the audio as that hearing is now underway, and I want to listen in to see how much you can actually hear.
The charge is being filed. An investigation should be kept secure or secret or private so that there are facts that are only known to the police and that can be used to test any potential witness's credibility if a witness happens to come forward. Witness statements and witness representations should be evaluated before making judgments about what occurred, and witness statements should be evaluated based on different factors. a witness statement alone is not necessarily credible just because it's a statement. Witness statements need to be reconciled or tested against certain things. The information given in the statement, the circumstances under which a witness is given, other statements that have been given by other witnesses in the case, facts of the case, and the physical forensic evidence. All of that should be put alongside any witness statement before a determination should be made about whether that statement is credible or not credible. And the same standard of scrutiny should apply to all witnesses. The Alec Baldwin case comes to mind as an example here of a case where an incident occurred, there was a shooting, there was an investigation, and following the lengthy investigation, then there were criminal charges that were. That's an example of how a criminal case should be handled. This case was not handled in that manner, Your Honor. This case was charged first and investigated later. Talked about the facts of the case. We've talked about the armed men that were seen on Mr. Kelly's property and the way he responded to that. The body that was discovered much later that was reported to law enforcement by Mr. Kelly. And almost immediately after making this report, Mr. Kelly was arrested. He had made no admissions that he fired a weapon at this person, or there was no bullet that was discovered. No ballistics could be accomplished. There was no forensic reconstruction of the scene. There was a radio on the deceased and a cell phone on the deceased. There were no forensic investigations of those items. And there were no witnesses other than Mr. Kelly and his wife who had consistent statements. The state nevertheless jumped the gun and decided to charge premeditated first-degree murder of Mr. Kelly. This essentially lit a match over a very intense political powder keg, and predictably, there was an explosion. This case has since been highly publicized, it's been highly politicized, and people have already prejudged this case very loudly on all sides. After this has happened, after this giant political and public explosion of the case happened, random witnesses start to come forward. These witnesses come forward very much after the fact. They come forward after the investigation is no longer secure. The investigation is compromised by all of the publicity. Facts about the case are out in the media. They're available to the public. Essentially, anyone can come forward and craft some sort of version of what happened and provide some details that are accurate in order to claim to have been a witness to what took place. The witnesses that have come forward so far, there are two. The state asserts that there may be more coming forward in the future. I would not be surprised, given the political and public nature of this case, or to show up. But the state does not appear to have vetted any of these witnesses or to have analyzed their statements to see if they can be properly reconciled to the physical evidence that we do have in this case. The state does not appear to scrutinize these witness statements in the same way that the state has scrutinized Mr. Kelly's statements in this case. There very much appears to be a double standard for these various witness statements, and there very much seems to be a confirmation bias taking place in the investigation. The witness statements of these people who've come forward are accepted as fact, and Mr. Kelly is assumed to be not telling the truth. He's subjected to a very high level of scrutiny. Today is not the day to go into all of the inconsistencies of the witness statements that have come forward in this case. I'm going to settle with just one example so Your Honor gets an idea of what's happening here. One witness who came forward asserted that Mr. Kelly came out and just randomly started shooting at people, shot this person from 10 yards away, and also shot a horse. This person was certainly not shot from 10 yards away. That does not comport with the physical evidence, and there certainly was not a horse that was shot or injured in this altercation. It appears from the summary that I received of that witness statement that the investigating officers did not even ask a follow-up question when this person said that Mr. Kelly shot a horse. That's what I mean when I say that these statements are not being scrutinized at all. They're simply being accepted as fact. And that's not how an investigation should run. That evidence is confirmation bias. I would also point out to the court that there's a very large incentive structure for people to come forward and to claim to have been witnesses to this event. People can possibly obtain immigration benefits for doing so, or at least have the expectation of that. And people can succumb to pressure from traffickers who have an interest in blaming this event on Mr. Kelly. Testimony is something that is bought and sold by drug traffickers the same way that drugs and people are bought and sold. It's a valuable commodity, and it is used by these traffickers.
All right, the audio on that just a little bit tough to make out there. George Allen Kelly is facing a murder charge in the fatal shooting of a man who was on his land. This is over in Arizona. We are going to continue to bring you the latest here as we do get it. I do want to take you back to this breaking news that at this point we are still following. We're working to get some more information on it, so take a look at your screen because at this point we really just have this tweet to work with. As you can see, Boulder police do say that they are currently responding to the high school there in Boulder for a report of an active shooter. They say at this point the report has not been confirmed. However, a shelter-in-place order has been sent, so people are urged to avoid that area. Again, there is a shelter-in-place alert as they are working to investigate this. You can see the area on your screen that is under that alert. As we do get more details on this, we will make sure to bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. All right, let's get to another story that we are tracking very closely here on Live Now. And as you can see, this is video of President Biden there in Poland. He is about to depart any minute now, but we heard from him a bit earlier on today and yesterday. Had a lot to say. This coming on the heels here of Putin there in Russia announcing the end to or suspension of the START treaty. So I do want to bring in an expert here to help break it down for us, because what exactly is this treaty? Todd Sescher, I hope I said your name right, a professor of politics at the University of Virginia, joining us now to talk a little bit more about that. Thank you so much for being here. All right, so my first question for you, can you kind of break down what that treaty is?
Sure. The New START treaty is a treaty between the United States and Russia that puts a cap on the number of strategic nuclear weapons that each side can deploy. And this treaty goes back to 2010 when it was signed and puts a limit of 1,550 deployed strategic warheads, plus some limits on the number of launchers, meaning missiles, bombers, and submarines that each side can deploy. And the treaty is enforced with regular inspections by US and Russian teams of the other countries' nuclear sites. And it was extended 2 years ago at the last minute for an additional 5 years. So it's supposed to be in force until 2026.
So what were your thoughts when you heard Putin mention that at this point they were going to suspend this? Is that something that I guess we expected to see happen?
Well, in some ways, this announcement is really more symbolic than substantive. And the reason for that is that there haven't actually been any inspections under this treaty for the last 3 years. Those inspections were originally delayed because of the COVID pandemic. And then last November, the US and Russia were supposed to get together and have some meetings to try to get those inspections back underway. And Russia announced that it was postponing them. So as a result, just a month ago, the State Department reported that it could not verify that Russia is actually in compliance with the treaty. So in some ways, this announcement doesn't really change anything on the ground. It just formalizes what was already happening.
And a question we've heard from a lot of people, do you believe that that announcement was, as symbolic as it is, the result of President Biden going there to Ukraine?
Only Putin knows what Putin is thinking and why he does what he does. So we can really only speculate, I think, what the reasons are for this announcement. But at the same time, it's hard to ignore the timing here. This is coming immediately after, as you say, Biden's visit to Ukraine. It's at a time when the West has been providing increasingly sophisticated weapons to the Ukrainian military and is now considering even more sophisticated weapons like F-16 fighters. And Russia's offensives in Ukraine keep getting bogged down, and the Russian military is being exposed repeatedly as ineffective. So this certainly seems like it's intended as somewhat of a warning to the West, or maybe even a retaliation for Biden's visit. But it's also notable for what this is not. It is not an outright withdrawal from the treaty. Putin could have withdrawn from the treaty if he wanted to, but he elected not to do that. This is just a suspension of cooperation under the treaty. So that suggests that perhaps Russia remains open to remaining in the treaty, and that there's still some room for maneuver here.
And that's something I was thinking as well. It was really a suspension. It wasn't that it was, going away forever. So thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us a little bit more about this. Do you see an end to the war in Ukraine anytime soon?
It certainly doesn't seem that way. The Russians, as I mentioned, are bogged down. The Ukrainian military is getting only more effective, not less effective. And that really is the bigger game, I think, being played here, which is that the United States has been providing military aid and the West has been providing military aid to Ukraine to keep its military effective, to help resupply and strengthen the Ukrainian war effort. The Ukrainians show no sign of being in the mood to negotiate. And the game being played here is that the United States is trying to be very careful about the kind of aid that it's been providing to avoid provoking Russia and avoid crossing its red lines. And so in a way, Putin's announcement about the New START treaty is, I think, in some ways a validation of this strategy of careful, gradual escalation in the sophistication of weapons that the West is providing, in part because of what this announcement was not. It was not a massive Russian military response against the West in retaliation for the aid that it's been providing. And that's something that the United States and NATO has been worried about from day one in this war. And instead of getting this kind of retaliation, instead, Putin is unilaterally suspending Russia's cooperation in a nuclear arms treaty, where there already had not been inspections for 3 years. So again, only Putin knows what he's thinking, but this suggests that the United States and NATO have not yet crossed his red lines.
All right, Todd, thank you again for taking the time to talk to us here. Anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
Look, I think the big question here is whether the suspension of this treaty will lead to a new nuclear arms race. And the answer, of course, is that we really don't know. On the one hand, it provides both a motive and an opportunity. The deterioration of U.S.-Russia relations, which goes back long before the start of the Ukraine war, provides the motive potentially. And if this treaty were really to go by the wayside, it could provide the opportunity. But whether we really will have a new nuclear arms race depends in part on whether Russia decides that it wants one. At the moment, I don't think it's clear that Russia does. I think in the long run, the United States is probably better positioned to prevail in that kind of an arms race than Russia is. The Russians don't have the kind of resources, and of course, with the war in Ukraine, don't need the distraction of a strategic nuclear arms race with the United States. But at the same time, I think the suspension of cooperation, this treaty, is part of a larger, more worrisome trend, which is the demise of arms control between the United States and Russia. If this treaty were to be withdrawn from by Russia, that would mark the fourth major arms control treaty in the last 20 or so years to go by the wayside. And to me, that suggests a broader pattern of decline in U.S.-Russia relations that we really should worry about.
All right. Thank you again for taking the time to help break that down. When you hear something like that, a treaty, it's what does it mean? So I appreciate you helping us to make sense of all of that.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
All right. So let's actually head to this video. Let's head to this video from just a few moments ago. This is in Poland as we are seeing President Biden load up into Air Force One. This again just moments ago. He has been there in Poland for about 4 days or so. We know that he also made a surprise stop over to Ukraine, and he did mark the first anniversary of the war in Ukraine just yesterday in a speech, a dueling speech, so to speak, with Putin, who also spoke, saying that he was putting an end or a suspension on that treaty that we just mentioned. But again, Air Force One about to take off there with President Biden loading up into Air Force One. 11:39 on the East Coast and 8:39 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick commercial break and we will be right back. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, as we did see President Biden load up onto Air Force One just moments ago as he does head back toward the U.S. after this 4-day journey. I do want to break down exactly what happened during that 4-day trip here. President Biden actually saying today that Russian President Vladimir Putin made a, quote, big mistake by suspending his country's participation in the last remaining U.S.-Russia nuclear arms control treaty. The U.S. president was in Poland to reassure Eastern Flank NATO allies that the U.S. will remain by their sides amid the grinding Russian invasion of Ukraine. In his first comments since Putin's announcement Tuesday, Biden did condemn the Russian decision to pull back from the treaty known as New START. The move is expected to have an immediate impact on U.S. visibility into Russian nuclear activities, but the pact was already on life support following Moscow's cancellation late last year of talks that had been intended to salvage an agreement that both sides have been accused of violating. Quote, "It's a big mistake." That is what Biden did have to say there as he spoke today. Again, he is now headed back toward the U.S. after that 4-day trip. That is video of him loading onto the plane. It's about to take off any minute now. All right, so speaking about Russia and Ukraine, there is a hearing still underway here at the UN in New York City as they are discussing human rights violations against Ukraine. I want to pop that up and listen in once again, live, raw, and unfiltered.
and musicians of military orchestra who are considered non-combatants under the convention can be held captive in Russia for almost 10 months. Non-combatants cannot be the direct object of an armed attack of the enemy because, unlike combatants, they are not subjects of violence on a military conflict, as defined by the Hague Convention. Accordingly, when detained by the enemy in the course of hostilities, they shouldn't be considered prisoners of war. However, they are in the captivity of Russia Federation. Finally, I would like to appeal you to, on behalf of thousands of Ukrainian families of prisoners of war. We ask you to faithfully develop the proper practice of implementation of the Geneva Conventions and prevent violations of their provisions. We ask to immediately facilitate the release of all Ukrainian prisoners of war who belong to the armed forces but don't directly participate to hostilities, non-combatants, and provide assistance to them. We ask for support in establishing a mechanism to be able to systematically keep to touch with our prisoners of war and to provide them with vital medicines, clothing, as other staff, as well as to facilitate the responsible outsourcing to carry out visits and inspections in places of detention of Ukrainian prisoners of war, even in the absence of full permission from the Russia Federation. Since Russia doesn't comply with the standards of humanitarian law and infringes on the life and health of prisoners of war, we, the families of Ukrainian prisoners of war, believe in justice, strength, and effectiveness of international law and count on our understanding, support, and effective steps towards the rescue of Ukrainian prisoners of war. Each of them is someone's son, husband, father, brother, mother, daughters. All of them defend the Ukrainian people with honor and dignity. And now, with thousands of Ukrainians are fighting for the right to life of each of them. We will fight for their rights as long as necessary. Please save the lives of our dearest relatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia, as when I met you for the first time yesterday.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are listening in New York City as the UN is discussing gross human rights violations against Ukraine. We did hear from Ukraine's First Lady not too long ago, but again, that is still underway and will be for quite a while. Let's switch gears here and talk about another story we've been tracking very closely. This is a live look at Minneapolis as the snow has come down. We know millions of people are going to be impacted by winter weather as we're seeing quite a bit of snow falling. Some areas, we're told, could get up to 2 feet of snow. Sounds unreal. Tom Frieders with the National Weather Service office in Phoenix joins us live now to help break down the latest forecast here. Thanks so much for being here.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having us.
Of course. So first off, just kind of tell me where this system is heading and what it's expected to do.
Yeah, I mean, right now we're getting some significant impacts across Arizona with heavy snow in the northern part of the state, powerful winds with this system, as well as rain to the south. And we have had a few thunderstorms this morning. And so it's really starting to ramp up across our area, and that'll be heading out to the northeast and into the plains in the upcoming over the next few days.
What are you urging people to do at this point? Because whenever you see a storm like this come through, everyone is kind of told to stay indoors, stay off the roads if you can do that. Is this one of those symptoms where that is honestly, at this point, the best advice?
Yeah, that's exactly the case. With a powerful winter storm like this, it doesn't, with the combination of the winds and the snow, it's not all about the amount of snow, it's that wind that's with the system. And we're seeing, widespread 50, 60, even a few 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts with this snow. And so blowing snow conditions, very poor travel conditions. So we do ask people to kind of hunker down and avoid travel at this point with the storm already on the move, until the storm passes and travel conditions improve.
All right. Is that area of the country used to seeing this type of snowfall? And again, as you mentioned, it's not necessarily about the total of snow that you're going to get. It's also the wind and things of that nature. Is this a type of system that we are used to seeing in February?
Yeah, it's getting a little bit late in the season, but we are still in winter here. So certainly the northern part of Arizona, it's a common occurrence. Although, previous years in recent past, it's been a quieter winter, but certainly this winter has been more active across portions of Arizona, for instance. And so, it can happen. And, the storm is particularly strong in producing that heavy snowfall and wind, and that's what's resulting in the significant impacts. But again, yeah, we're still in February, so got to pay attention to those winter weather conditions out there.
All right, Tom Frieders with the National Weather Service there in Phoenix. Thanks so much for taking the time to help break it down for us.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks.
All right, everyone, I do want to take you back
Ukraine
to this
will
breaking
never
news
be a
that
victory for Russia. Never.
I want to repeat, it's they who have started the war. We have used and are using force to stop it.
It was a war of words between President Joe Biden and Russian President Vladimir.
My apologies, not exactly sure what just happened there, but I do want to take you back to this breaking news story that we have been covering out of Boulder, Colorado. Take a look at your screen right here. So this is a series of tweets that have been posted there by the Boulder Police Department in Colorado. So we know that they did respond to the Boulder High School for a report of an active shooter. They said the report had not been confirmed. However, a shelter-in-place order had been sent there. They urged people to avoid that area. They did set up a media staging area, and a public information officer was called out there. They did also just tweet an update saying that we are still clearing the school, but right now we have not found any victims. However, they say people are still urged to shelter in place. You can see the area on your screen highlighted by that red box. That is where people are being urged to shelter in place. Once again, if you are just joining us, Boulder police saying that they are clearing the school but have not found any victims. It is now 11:51 on the East Coast and 8:51 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick commercial break and we'll be right back.
side event. 1 year ago, Russia launched its unprovoked, illegal, full-scale invasion of Ukraine. The same day, President Putin delivered an outlandish speech in an attempt to justify his war of aggression. Putin told the world he was invading Ukraine to protect Ukrainians from quote-unquote bloody crimes. Of course, this was a total distortion of reality. It is his own forces that have carried out atrocities against the Ukrainian people. And we've just heard about the tragic circumstances of POWs and their families. As we made clear this week, the U.S. believes Russian forces have committed crimes against humanity in Ukraine. Crimes against humanity. This is not a determination we make lightly, but in this case, the evidence is overwhelming. The Independent International Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine, established by the Human Rights Council in March of last year, and the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission in Ukraine have documented a wide range of atrocities and other abuses committed by Russian forces. Summary executions, arbitrary detentions, torture, rape, and other forms of gender-based violence and sexual violence. And we know women, children, older persons, persons with disabilities, and other marginalized groups are most vulnerable to these attacks. Last November, I traveled to Ukraine and I met with victims of Russia's war crimes. Women who had been tortured by Russian forces, elderly people who had been kicked out of their homes, children who wanted nothing more than to go back to school and see their friends. It was gut-wrenching. As a mother and grandmother, I am deeply disturbed by the horrors being perpetrated against Ukrainian children. Credible reports indicate Russian officials have orchestrated the transfer, relocation, re-education, adoption, or fostering of thousands of children. Some of these children have been orphaned during the war, and some were already living in institutions for serious health needs. In many cases, parents sent children to what they thought were summer camps for their child's safety, but were then denied contact and reunification with their children. In other cases, parents refused to send their children to Russian camps, and Russia's occupation authorities enrolled them anyway. And let's be clear, this is not some offshoot operation. We have evidence that President Putin and the Kremlin are actively engaged in this effort to deny and suppress Ukraine's identity, their history, and their culture. And we must call on Russia to end this inhuman campaign. Return children to their parents and their guardians, provide registration lists of the children it has removed, and allow independent observers to access facilities within Russian-controlled or Russian-occupied areas of Ukraine and inside Russia itself. The United States also condemns credible reports of abuses against persons with disabilities. Russia's war of aggression has compounded the significant attitudinal, physical, and environmental barriers faced by persons with disabilities. It is that much harder for these Ukrainians to access services, including accessible shelters, safe evacuation options, and health services. And persons with disabilities face disproportionate risk of neglect and abandonment, including by their own families in some cases. So we must ensure that when the international community rebuilds from this terrible war, persons with disabilities are at the forefront of decision-making and policy-making at all levels. Colleagues, I want to highlight the need to renew the mandate of the Independent International Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine at the upcoming HRC session in Geneva. Since last March, when Secretary Blinken first determined that Russian forces have carried out war crimes in Ukraine, and since the Commission found reasonable grounds to conclude the same, the evidence of atrocities and other abuses has continued to mount. The Commission must be able to continue its critical work, and I urge the HRC to renew the mandate. There must be accountability for Russia's atrocities. And mark my word, there will be accountability for Russia's atrocities. But right now, what the Ukrainian people need most desperately is peace. As President Biden said during his visit to Kyiv.
You are watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. It is a new hour as we are taking a look here at the UN meeting right now. It's an emergency meeting on the latest there with the war in Ukraine there. U.S. representatives speaking right now. We'll get back to that in just moments here on Live Now from Fox, but we want to keep on going with more live information and live feeds coming in to our newsroom right here. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thanks so much for joining us here today. Well, one thing that we are really monitoring is winter snowstorms that are hitting across the country, and happening. A big one right now is in Flagstaff, Arizona. I wanted you to just take a look here at this is Snow Bowl right here, a very popular ski resort, and right now it is closed for the day because, well, you can see they are just getting pounded with snow, and we want to keep you right now in Flagstaff right here. Let's go out to Fox 10's Stephanie Bennett. She left the valley to head up to Flagstaff, and here she is right now with the very latest. Stephanie.
Hey there, Mike. Yeah, what a difference it makes coming 2 hours north. I mean, I bet a lot of people don't consider Arizona a snowy place, but today a lot of people are getting caught out. We are here at the Courtyard Marriott in Flagstaff, and a lot of people we were talking to said they went to bed last night, things were pretty calm, just wind was starting to build up, and then when they woke up this morning and opened up those windows and walked outside, they turned right back inside and booked another night's stay. Because, I mean, just look at this wind blowing right now. The max speed at the Flagstaff airport today was recorded at 74 degrees. Now that is the same as a Category 1 hurricane, if you can believe it. And that is the big issue right now. You mentioned the Arizona Snow Bowl that is closed today because of these winds. A lot of the roads actually out of Flagstaff are also closed. So a lot of people here at the hotel had to stay put, and most of them are staying put, which is what you should be doing because I-17 going down to Phoenix is closed. There was also delays today at the Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport. But I mean, take a look at what I'm standing in here. This is just fluffy snow. It's also on top of old snow that was here from previous storms. This winter has been a record setter for Flagstaff this year. We were talking to locals in town who say they do not remember a snowier winter than this one. You can kind of see over here that the patio furniture has kind of disappeared. That was a fire pit. Doesn't look like it'll be turned on anytime soon. But this is actually the first time we're seeing a little bit of sunlight now coming through. This might be some false hope. I'm not sure. I know more clouds are coming in around noon this afternoon local time. But yeah, when that wind starts going, it turns into a whiteout condition. As you can kind of see in the distance, the wind just picking it up and blowing it all around. Power outages were widespread today across Flagstaff. At last check, there was about 1,700 power outages in the city. National Weather Service, they also lost power for a little bit, so they had their backup team in Vegas, actually, that was helping them out a little bit. Their radars are down. I think they might be back up and running. But yeah, it is bad here. All the schools, they're closed. The city services that are not essential, those are also closed. So it's best to stay off the roads and grab a cup of hot chocolate if you're here and stay warm. Mike.
Yeah, Stephanie, that would be the key right there. Stay safe out there. And what about the winds? How fast do you think it's going right now? And I know with the cold temps that the high winds is never a good combo.
Yeah, exactly. Never a good combo, and that wind kind of makes things a lot worse, picks up that snow, and it makes things a lot colder too. It actually picks up those ice, that snow that's coming down, and really pounds the face. I don't know if it's a good facial for you, but it hurts a little bit. But the wind, yeah, it was max speed 74 at the airport. Here in town, it was about 50s, I want to say. Things are starting to calm down, though. The National Weather Service says at last check things are going about 30, 40 mile per hour range, and they will continue to dip. So that is good news, and good news for people that are hoping to get out of here, but it's probably best just to stay put because the roads are now going to be very icy and that snow will be blowing their way. Mike?
Yeah, Stephanie Bennett there live for us in Flagstaff. Thanks so much for joining us here and giving us that live update right here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Stay warm.
Yes, we will. And of course, we always got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. Just want to show you what our XRAD is looking at right now. Take a look at this. As you can see, the radar there, still lots of snow in the area that Flagstaff will be getting pounded with right now. And you can see it's just about 2 hours north there of Phoenix. And what a difference it can make, definitely, when you take a look here at the scene of Snowbowl. Just 2 hours north there. Quite the difference from about 50 degrees in the valley to really, 15 degrees up north there, and really, really cold temperatures and a lot of snow still coming down there in Flagstaff. All right, everyone, we are going to take our first break here of this hour. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We take you back out to South Carolina. Some more coverage in the double murder trial of Alex Murdaugh as the defense continues to call up witnesses. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
The jury, your assessment of the merits of the claim against Alex in June of 2021.
Well, I think I was the one that coined the phrase negligent parenting that Mark mentioned during his testimony. The claim at that time was that Alec was responsible for the boat accident because he knew that Paul was using his brother's ID. And I didn't think that there was a claim in South Carolina law for that, so I sort of facetiously called it negligent parenting. So we felt that it was a defensible claim. I always sort of felt that lurking out there was going to be what's now negligent entrustment, that eventually they would allege negligence for having let him use the boat, which is the substance of the claim now. But even that, we always felt like it was a defensible claim. That I think the big picture that occurred to me was to hold him liable for that would be to hold him to a higher standard than any of the other parents of the other folks that were in the boat. Which anybody who's raised kids knows that that can be difficult.
Okay. And what was your assessment as to Alex's financial exposure as a result of this case in June of 2021?
Well, it was unknown, and I'll have to say that was I didn't even really pay attention to that issue at the time. I think there was still a declaratory judgment action pending that was going to decide whether there was some additional insurance. I knew that the one policy was relatively limited, so I wouldn't have said that he had no personal exposure, but that was certainly not the focus of our attention at that time.
Right. And were there motions pending when you joined the case?
Yes, several motions pending. For some time there had been a motion by Parkers to change venue. They wanted it out of Hampton and into Beaufort County, and there was also, they had made a motion to amend their answer to plead admiralty law, which would have some benefits over South Carolina law for the defense. And then there was this, there may have been some motions to compel discovery with Parkers. I don't really remember specifically, and I think in October of 2020 there had been a motion to compel the answers to interrogatories and request to produce to Alec.
And have you reviewed that motion to compel?
Yes.
Okay. I'll note on. Yeah. Plaintiff's exhibit, not plaintiff, I'm sorry. State's exhibit 402. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, great. And this is just the first page, but do you recognize this as the motion?
That's the motion. And then
okay.
I think attached to that were 2 sets of interrogatories and a set of requests to produce.
All right. So I'm going to use the interrogatories. Would you just briefly explain to the jury what interrogatories and requests for production are?
Right. Well, we call it discovery. The rules of civil procedure provide various means of obtaining information from the other side. So interrogatories is questions that you can ask, and then requests to produce are documents and other materials that you can require be provided.
And the supplemental ones that we're looking at right here, were those seeking financial information, Mr. Murdoch?
Yes.
Okay. And the objections, if you'll look, the answers right here to the interrogatories, and then the objection right here. Have you reviewed those?
Yes.
Okay. In your practice, are those common objections?
Right. That's this was done before I was involved in the case, but those are the exact objections that I would have made. These financial discovery, it's sort of the plaintiff's lawyer's way of saying I'm really serious, and I'll call it intimidation, not in a pejorative way, but it's meant to really worry the defendants, and it's very common. And the typical response from the defendant would be just like this, and that is, we object, it's not relevant, you haven't gotten a judgment against us, you don't need to know how much money we have unless and until you do get a judgment. The comeback to that is, well, your net worth could be relevant on punitive damages. If it goes to the jury, a jury could consider your wealth as a factor in awarding punitive damages. And so 95% of the time you work out some agreement to provide a financial statement, but I would never have produced all of these details at this stage of litigation as a defense lawyer.
Okay. After joining the defense team, did you have meetings or communications with other members of the defense team?
Yes, regularly. And I have to admit, there's a lot I didn't remember, so I've gone back and I've looked at my emails, my time records, and we defense lawyers, we measure our lives in tenth of an hour increments, and we have to write everything down, so it was helpful for me to go back and look through my time records as well as emails to see who all was included. But yes.
Okay. And was Alex often CC'd on the emails?
Oh yeah. Okay.
All right. Did you ever participate in any Zoom meetings with the defense team?
Yes. The one there was more than one. But the first one I remember was April 15 of 2021. I was just sort of getting involved. I don't think I'd made a formal appearance in the case yet, but there was a Zoom conference. And I remember Alec was included on the Zoom invitation, but I honestly can't recall whether he was in the meeting itself. I remember others who were in the meeting.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that Zoom conference?
It was really to kind of orient me, and also there were some motions scheduled in May. So it was just to get me oriented, talk about what the important issues in the case were and the things that we'd be focusing on.
Okay. And having attended that meeting, what, if any, understanding did you have as to the biggest issues facing Alex at the upcoming motions hearing?
Right. And I had to go back and look at my notes to refresh my memory on that. But it was the upcoming, as far as I was concerned, it was the venue issue, whether the case was going to be transferred back to Beaufort, because we didn't want it transferred back. We wanted it to stay in Hampton. We thought that the plaintiff wanted it to stay there too, but he was wavering, and there was some thought that he might consent, and we didn't want him to consent. So that was a big issue. And then we spent a lot of time talking about admiralty. Was it beneficial to have admiralty as opposed to state common law? So that was, as far as the hearing, that was the important part of the conversation. That was about a 2-hour meeting, and we talked a lot about experts, depositions that needed to be taken, and so forth as well.
And after that meeting, based on those conversations, what, if any, understanding did you have as to the level of concern the defense team had regarding the motion to compel the financial information?
Really none. I wasn't dealing with Mark directly on that. John Tiller was doing it, and as far as we were concerned, that was something that they were going to work out, but the focus on the hearings was going to be on these other substantive issues.
Did you ever have a concern that the motion to compel would be granted in total?
What's the question?
If he personally had expected the motion to compel to be granted.
Also 401 and 402.
I sustain the objection.
When was the motion to compel originally scheduled to be heard?
It was in May. I'm going to say May 10th, sometime in that area.
Okay. And did that go forward?
No, I think John, some of his treatment had to be rescheduled, and so they agreed to continue the hearing.
Okay. And when was it rescheduled for?
June. And I don't recall the exact date, but maybe the 10th or so.
Okay. And at any point prior to the motion to compel hearing that was scheduled, did anything change in terms of your understanding that would make you think the defense team was concerned about the motion to compel?
No, I filed my formal notice of appearance so that I could be at the hearing. I think I actually did that in May before the first hearing. And so I was prepared to be there to argue whatever needed to be argued. But as I go back and I look at my notes and my preparation, it was on the venue issue and the admiralty issue.
What, if any, factors did you consider when you made an assessment about Alex's personal financial exposure?
I mean, I never take a case lightly. I mean, Mark certainly is a very good lawyer, and obviously a very emotional case. So I won't say that we weren't concerned about it, but we knew that there had already been some other settlements, which we would have gotten credit for that. There were just a number of factors that made us feel like this was a defensible case and that it was not an existential threat to Alex.
Okay. Are you aware as to whether or not an order was eventually issued regarding the motion to compel?
Yes, what we call a Form 4 order was issued around October 7th or 8th of 2021.
Okay. What is your understanding of that order?
I've got it right here. I mean, it said that John Tiller had not been able to get the information and that, well, it says right here, the court at a hearing on plaintiff's motion to compel filed October 16, 2020 was informed that defendant's attorney Tiller, because of circumstances beyond his control, is unable to gather and provide the necessary information to answer the requested interrogatories at this time. Once this information is made available to attorney Tiller, the court will schedule a hearing on this motion to compel if necessary, which means that John Tiller was going to get the information, and then if he couldn't work it out with Mark, then they would have a hearing on the motion to compel.
So was it your understanding the court was ordering Alex to produce all of the financial information requested?
No, that's not what it said.
Okay. All right, just one or two more. Did you expect any cataclysmic event?
All right, as the trial continues and the defense continues to call up witnesses, there's a lot of speculation. Will the defense call up Alex Murdaugh himself to testify in his own defense? Our very own Andy Mack talked to a legal expert on the possible moves that the defense could make. And let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
I'm Andy Mack here with Live Now from Fox, and I know a lot of people are continuing to watch that Alex Murdaugh trial there in South Carolina and potentially some big developments coming out of that trial. Will Alex Murdaugh himself testify in this double murder trial? We're going to be joined now by founder of Timpanic Law, criminal defense attorney Matt Timpanic. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And we may not know when he will take the stand or if he will take the stand, but just take us through a little bit of what it could mean if he is on the stand in his own defense here in the coming days.
What I can tell you is this. I advise my client never to take the stand because there are too many things you cannot control. The only situations where you have to take the stand is one, where the prosecution has made their case, or two, it is a self-defense case where you need to explain to a jury what was going through your mind when you committed the act in question.
Certainly, and obviously those two don't really apply here just because he's doing it. But what are the pros of him taking the stand? Because he can kind of go against what is said. For example, he said he wasn't at the dog kennels, and we're learning new information. We saw quite a bit of evidence, potentially his voice on some video recording. Maybe what's a pro for him taking the stand?
A pro for him would be taking the stand is that the jury actually sees the human side of him. Obviously, the jury have been looking at him throughout the trial and seeing his emotional reactions, talking about the death of his son and the death of his wife. But he needs to, if he were to take the stand, a pro would certainly be that the jury would get to see the human element, that he's still Buster's father, and he's obviously the husband of the late Maggie Murdaugh, of the late Paul Murdaugh. And the jury to actually see him as a person. As you've seen in the media and throughout the trial, there are definitely situations where he's come off like a monster because whoever committed these acts certainly was. So he would need to explain to the jury that he is not who the prosecution says he is.
Definitely. That is a very good point. The human element in so many trials makes a huge impact. I do also want to ask you, because Alex Murdaugh, a disgraced lawyer from South Carolina. He spent quite a bit of time in the courtroom, also questioning some witnesses on the stand. Does that help him? Does that hurt him, being a former lawyer, a person that has been in this scenario quite a bit?
There's an old saying, lawyers make the worst witnesses. And that's because lawyers tend to believe that they know everything and can walk in any situation and know how it's going to happen. Alex Murdaugh primarily did civil law, and that's eventually what he was fired for, and he was a county prosecutor. This is a criminal case. The prosecutor who would be questioning him is highly, highly skilled and would be able to nail him to the wall if he were to testify. Obviously, the kennel video, the gunshot residue, all of the things that the prosecution kind of threw against the wall and is more circumstantial, they'd be able to delve deeper into. Where were you? When were you? That's not what your cell phone evidence says. That's not what this kennel video says. All of which could turn the tide in this case. Right now, I don't believe the prosecution has made their case. And if Alex Murdaugh were to take the stand, I think they would actually put him over the top and he would be found guilty of murder.
Definitely, and that's one of the questions I was going to ask you, because you kind of laid out a few of the groundwork, the foundation for some of the questions. What kind of questions would a prosecutor ask Alex Murdaugh if he does take that stand?
It would certainly be, you were at the kennel, correct? Always on a cross-examination, you only ask leading questions. The only answers you want are yes or no, because on cross, you have a story that you want to tell. You don't want the defendant to be able to tell his story. You want to be able to tell yours. You need to lock him into a story that we know he's a liar, he's a thief. That isn't in dispute. It's whether he is the monster that killed Maggie and Paul Murdaugh. And that's what the focus of a cross-examination will be. And he takes the stand. I don't see it ending well for him.
Definitely. I also have to ask you, because we have seen Alex Murdaugh pretty emotional, not obviously on the stand as of yet, but you've seen him crying, you've seen him looking down, you've seen him kind of doing those sort of things. If he takes the stand and he's emotional in that way, like you said, the human element, does that change anything, or maybe more stoic would help him? How does the maybe emotions factor into it if he takes the stand and does get emotional?
Well, remember, when he takes the stand, the defenses want him to get emotional. Why? Because if he creates enough sympathy, it would create a shield, if it were, from the prosecution. The prosecution usually can only go hard at a defendant when it's clear and dry that he's a liar in this day and age. In the old days, always were aggressive crosses. That doesn't happen anymore. And if Alex Murdaugh comes off like a liar, the prosecution will be given the green light to go at him aggressively, and that's not what he wants. If he's able to maintain that emotional, sympathetic, the prosecution is only going to be able to go so far, because if they do go too hard, it will backfire on him, and he could cry his way into an acquittal on the murder charges.
That is so very interesting. And of course, we do not know if Alex Murdaugh is going to take the stand, testify in his own defense in this double murder trial. But obviously, he doesn't necessarily have to. Obviously, the Fifth Amendment, he can not self-incriminate himself. If he does take the stand, can he plead the Fifth in some questions, or would that really look bad for him as well?
No, once you take the stand, you waive your right to self-incrimination. So if he takes the stand, he can't say, I invoke my Fifth Amendment rights.
All right, that is good to know.
As to the charges in this case.
All right, that is fair enough. Matt Timpanek, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Any parting words, any anticipation for what to come, and maybe if and when we do know that Alex Murdaugh is on the stand?
If I were to guess, if we were to testify, it'd either be tomorrow or early next week to maximize the press coverage.
Definitely. Well, thank you so much for joining us. I know you will be watching. We at Live Now from Fox will be watching, and we appreciate your time here as always.
And of course, we will be looking to see if Alex Murdaugh does get on the stand there as we continue to monitor this trial heavily right here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break here. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. You can take a look here at what we are seeing across the country. We're also keeping an eye on Minnesota. When it's all said and done with their winter storm, they could see up to parts of 2 feet of snow in some areas in and around Minneapolis there. But you can see the temperatures across the country. We have 54 in Los Angeles, 34 in Chicago, and 43 in New York. And we got some bitter cold temperatures in the Dakotas as well. Take a look there in the negative already here. So we'll be keeping an eye on all of it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. We want to continue on with more coverage from really across the country. We're taking you out to Georgia right now, where a former police officer has been arrested as part of an investigation into the disappearance and death of a 16-year-old. That former officer now charged with her kidnapping and murder. We take you out to Gwinnett County, Georgia right now, where police are giving an update on that situation right here on Live Now from Fox.
Susanna had an interaction with an individual and ultimately was not seen or heard from again. This case was immediately assigned to our Criminal Investigations Division, who worked diligently on this case and followed up on a number of leads and tips. However, those leads and tips did not come to fruition. We know that on February the 6th, a citizen who was walking in the area of Drowning Creek Road and Highway 316 happened upon skeletal remains. The Gwinnett County Police Department sealed that crime scene, the Gwinnett County Medical Examiner took custody of those remains, and they were positively identified as having belonged to Susanna Morales. The following morning, February 7th, we brought out a large contingency of police personnel and conducted a methodical and meticulous search known as a grid search. And during that search, we located a firearm that had been reported stolen on July 27th. This is the same day that Susanna was reported missing. That firearm we traced back to a 22-year-old former Dorville police officer named Miles Bryant. Bryant then became a person of interest in our case. We continue investigating, and on February 13th, we secured warrants for concealing the death of another. Since that time, our criminal investigators have been working this case continuously, and we have reached a threshold to where these charges have now been upgraded to felony murder and kidnapping charges. I would like to thank the Gwinnett County District Attorney's Office for their assistance, along with the Dorville Police Department. And at this time, I'll take any questions that you may have.
Is it possible that Ms. Morales was raped? It was mentioned that earlier.
There is a possibility, and one of the things I really want to do now is talk about the timeline. Okay? Recall my earlier statement. Susanna went missing sometime between 10 and 10:30 p.m. on July 26th. Our investigation has revealed that she died, we believe, sometime between the time she was taken, between 10 and 10:30 and 2 a.m. on the morning of the 27th. You'll recall she was reported missing on the morning of July 27th at 9 a.m. So by the time she was reported missing, we have every reason to believe that Susanna was deceased.
Can you talk about the possible relationship between Morales and Bryant? Have you been able to make any sort of connection? Did they know each other? Was he the person who approached, or you said that there was an individual? Just talk about
Correct.
What relationship did they?
Right. So again, we know that Susanna visited her friend at the Sterling Glen apartment complex where Bryant served as the courtesy officer. We have looked at the idea or if there was some type of knowledge or relationship, but so far we have not made that connection. So we do not know if she knew or was familiar with Bryant in any capacity.
So are there any video cameras there? Are there any video cameras at that apartment?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was Susanna shot?
We have no information to indicate that she was shot.
So how did she die?
We don't definitively know. We're still investigating. What we do know is that she died at the hands of Miles Bryant.
Did you say she was reported missing on the 27th?
That's correct.
And at that time, the police department knew that she was dead? What did you say?
No, no. Susanna was reported missing at 9 a.m. on the 27th. Her parents had looked for her throughout the prior evening, however, she was reported missing at 9 a.m. What we've learned throughout the course of our investigation is that she likely died between 10 p.m. and 3 a.m. on the 27th.
Those kidnapping and murder charges, those are in addition to the concealing of death and the false report?
That's correct.
You spoke about the timeline. You talked about anything as far as with herself or anything like that that led you to this timeline?
So I won't go into the details of what we have learned with respect to the investigation because it's still active. However, we do have evidence that we've uncovered from several sources, electronically and things of that nature.
When you say she came into contact with an individual between 10 and 10:30, are you saying that individual is Miles Bryant?
Yes, I am saying Miles Bryant.
And you're saying Bryant, she went to visit a friend at the place where Bryant lived?
Correct.
Did anyone see the two of them together?
We have no information that those two were saw together. Again, using our investigative skills, we placed the two of them together.
Is there any evidence that Miles Bryant used his capacity as a police officer to possibly commit this crime?
That we don't know, but we are still investigating that angle.
There's been some reports that there was another woman who had some issues with Bryant. Do you guys believe there are additional victims that either may have been killed by him or may have had some other kind of harmful interaction with him?
So to be clear, we have no information at this time linking Miles Bryant to have harmed someone in a similar fashion. What we do know is that in 2018, Miles Bryant lived next door to a neighbor. We know that in 2018, he went to this neighbor's house and allegedly tried to enter the house through a window. The police were called. We conducted an on-scene investigation. Miles Bryant countered that argument or that allegation. The homeowner in that case did not wish to prosecute, and so that case ultimately was resolved. There is a 2022 case, December of 2022, in which Miles Bryant visited the home of an acquaintance. We believe that he may have tried to enter a residence, and we're conducting an investigation on that case. We do believe that warrants are forthcoming.
Those 2018 and 22 cases, were they the same apartment complex where he lived?
No, they were not.
The one in 18.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, ma'am.
We received a press release on the 31st asking for, or pretty much offering a reward for any information on Morales. What kind of sparked that press release that she had been missing since July 27th? Why did that press release just randomly get sent out?
Right. I wouldn't necessarily call it random. Throughout the course of our investigations, issuing lookouts and bulletins are standard fare within our investigation. So it certainly wasn't random. There wasn't anything in particular that sparked that release. Again, we're always looking for information from the public to aid us in our cases.
The Hispanic United Alliance has been very critical of you all, saying you don't take crimes against Hispanics seriously. What do you say to that?
First, I take exception to that assertion. The Gwinnett County Police Department has a long track record of providing professional law enforcement services in our community. We value the human sanctity of life, and our mission is to provide professional law enforcement services in an unbiased and compassionate manner to all our citizens, and that's what we do. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
As a police officer yourself, to know that a police officer has been charged with this kind of crime, what sort of feelings do you have on the fact that you have a trusted member of the community who's held in high regard, accused of a crime like this?
Well, first of all, this is an unspeakable tragedy. This type of crime at the hand of a law enforcement officer evokes anger, even within the ranks of this agency. To your point, police officers should always be pillars of trust. And I do believe that the overwhelming majority of the hundreds of thousands of law enforcement officers in this community are honorable and decent human beings. It's a shame that Miles Davis was able to get in the ranks of law enforcement, but I am happy with the department's response in terms of bringing him to justice.
Maria Brand, the mother of Susana Morales,
Yes,
is
ma'am.
waiting for many answers. So, as a Hispanic journalist, how we can give some answers to this mother who is waiting for more details about her daughter's death.
Right. So our criminal investigations, the lead investigator is in direct contact with the Morales family, and we have been in contact with the Morales family since she went missing. So that information has been readily provided as well as updates in this case along the way. I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
Did you mention about the motive behind this crime? The murder?
I don't want to speak to motive at this time. Again, we're still investigating.
Do you know how how are you able to determine that Miles Bryant filed a false report for his gun stolen? Couldn't you argue that the person who stole his gun might be responsible for this crime?
So I don't want to speak to Miles Bryant defense. I can't speculate on that. However, we have a very solid case, and we're very confident.
Do you believe he acted alone?
At this point, there's no information to indicate that anybody else was involved.
Can you tell us about any kind of red flags during, his time as an officer?
Right. So I will have to refer you to the Doraville Police Department for that answer. I do not have that information readily available.
Because he lives so close to Susanna, do you believe he might have been watching her for a period of time before this incident happened?
It's entirely possible. I can't say that definitively, but it's possible. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
When and how the Gwinnett County Police Department make a link between Susana Morales to Miles Bryant?
Is your question, how did we make the leap?
Yes.
Or how do we make the link?
Yes. When and how?
Again, I'll take you back to the work we did at the crime scene. Just a phenomenal job investigating and locating that critical piece of evidence. We located a firearm, as I mentioned before, that Miles had reported stolen. At that point, he became a purchase of interest. So we began watching him and watching his activities. Our investigators were able to uncover information that directly linked Bryant to this crime. Go ahead, sir.
So far, the Hispanic community is very cautious about what the Gwinnett County Police is doing. There are comments for thousands of comments in social media, not just in Spanish, also in English, about what the Gwinnett County Police is doing and the relationship with the Hispanic community. What is trying to do your office to help to build up this relationship? Because right now it's really, really bad.
Well, I think that's your assertion of the relationship. I happen to believe that it's good. We work constantly to build relationships with our community, all of our community. As I said before, we place a high value on the sanctity of human life. But it's up to our commanders and our officers in the field to continue to build those relationships. I can tell you that we work hard on all criminal investigations, and I think this arrest speaks to that fact. Go ahead, man.
What are the protocols between declare missing person or disappeared person or runaway?
Right. So the initial information that we had was that Susanna, and I want to use this word very carefully, had possibly run away. Regardless of that fact, a lot of our initial investigative steps to locate a person are very similar. So again, this case was immediately assigned to an investigator, and they began following up on leads trying to locate Susanna.
So what are the next steps in the case? You mentioned that you're still investigating. So does Miles have an attorney? Or where do we go from here?
So again, the criminal investigators continue to work and build their case. We continue to work hand in hand with the district attorney's office. That's a very important part of our process. And then ultimately, this case will play out in the courts. He'll have essentially his day in court. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
I wanted to clarify about the apartment complex. You kind of mentioned it both ways. Did he all live and work there as an officer?
Yes. So he lived at the Sterling Glen apartment complex, but he also worked as, my understanding, as a security officer. So he may have carried out security details on behalf of the management there.
And when he worked there, did he wear his Doraville uniform?
That I don't know.
I might have missed this, but do you have a location of where this murder might have happened?
I do not. We're still working that.
This weapon that was found, had he reported it stolen before or after she had gone missing?
So Susanna was reported missing at 9 a.m. on the 27th. I believe Mr. Bryant filed the stolen weapon report, which was a false report of a crime, sometime around 11 a.m. on the 27th.
You talked about the relationship with the community. obviously having a police officer killing somebody is not great for that relationship. How do you keep the public's trust if you have someone wearing the uniform committing a crime like this?
Right. So again, as I said earlier, we work hard to build relationships in the community. When you have an event like this happen, tragic loss of a young, beautiful girl at the hands of a law enforcement officer, there's no doubt that some of that trust is going to be broken. However, the challenge for us and the law enforcement community as a whole is to continue to build those relationships and build those contacts. Does anybody else have any other questions?
So you just mentioned trust. Are there going to be new trainings? What are y'all going to do to make sure that this hopefully doesn't happen ever again?
The Gwinnett County Police Department we've done what we needed to do here. We've met our mission. We've solved this crime. And I don't want to just have us reduce that as just, something marginal. That was an exhaustive and extensive investigation. And so I'm really proud of our personnel for putting this case together. In terms of standards, I think the Gwinnett County Police Department has the highest standards for our employees. And I'm sure the Doraville Police Department will likewise address their policies and procedures as well.
Do you believe, Brian, the gun you found, do you believe he used that to kill her?
As I said earlier, I don't believe that she was shot. That I can tell you.
You don't believe she was shot?
I do not. I don't have evidence, or the medical examiner's finding was that was the case. So we don't believe that was the case.
Do we know the manner of death?
We're still investigating.
You mentioned that the gun
I'm sorry.
was found at the scene where the body was found. Is that correct?
In close proximity, yes, sir.
There was some speculation that she was dumped there naked. It was true, or was the condition when she was?
I won't talk about the condition of Susanna's body.
You may have mentioned it already, but was the weapon his service weapon or personal?
It appears to have been a personal weapon.
So what role, if any, there was just a gun that belonged to him that was found near her body?
Correct.
But you don't think that it had anything to do with the death?
We believe that Miles was armed at that site. We believe that at some point he may have simply lost a weapon there. Okay?
Is this a handgun or the rifle?
It's a handgun.
Final questions? Anything else?
Any idea how long her body was there? I just, with it being half a mile away from her residence and she was already reported missing, what took so long to find her body if it was only half a mile away from her home?
Well, it was certainly not a half a mile away. It was numerous miles away. We're talking about from Norcross, Georgia to Lawrenceville. Okay? Secondly, Susanna was recovered in the woodlines. So there was a reason why, she wasn't readily discovered.
Is this on the railroad property?
I'm unfamiliar, sir.
There were some indication that the police was trying to get dental records from her, from the mom, and then before the body was discovered. The police has any clue at the time that the body could be in the wooden area when the dental records were requested?
That's
Sorry.
a procedure.
I'm sorry, sir.
Standard procedure on a missing person.
Okay.
Any chance, or do you know if he used this gun to lure her into any
We do not know.
location?
We do not know.
That 2018 case, was that at Sterling Glen, or is that going to be another apartment complex?
No, it was a family residence.
Is that in Norcross as well?
I think Lilburn.
And the last question is, was the police capable to find out the body because the police pinned his phone, Miles' phone, and they tracked his movements?
Sir, you're kind of drawing conclusions. Yeah, and I would say I can't answer that. We've investigated multiple angles in this case, including obviously the use of cell phones.
What can you be your message to our community if we have a missing girl in our home?
I think obviously call the police immediately. Let us get out. Let us begin working that case. I think one of the important things to remember with family members and friends is that if they have key information about the whereabouts of a loved one, then we need those people to come forward and help us during those cases. I think a lot of times folks are reluctant to come forward in missing person cases for a variety of reasons. But that's one of the things that we look for.
Did he have a patrol car at his apartment? Is it possible he may have used that to kind of gain her trust to get him to go with him?
So I would be speculating on him attempting to develop any type of trust. He was issued a patrol car that he took home daily.
Thank you guys very much
All right.
for coming.
And that was the update there from Georgia. We got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us here. As always, we're going to go out now to Houston, where Houston police coming together with Department of Justice officials teaming up for a task force on getting guns off the streets there, illegal guns. So let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
The worst, who meet the criteria of the federal government and this plan to send into this program. And along with our police chief, even our sheriff, we've had the blessing to share this information with each other, work together to get the worst of the worst off the street. So if you're a felon in possession of a firearm, just understand you're likely to be looking at federal time as well as state time. Don't do it.
Thank you so much. Look, a lot's been said, and I don't want to be up here too long. I just want to say thank you. And to the criminals, and first of all, to our great public, all of our citizens in this region. A lot of times, law enforcement, we don't tell our story, okay? We're telling our story today, and we put out warnings back in September. So just understand that we're serious about it. The partnership, thank you so much. And I want to say this because it's important. The relationship that we have with law enforcement is second to none. But what's significant today is the relationship of the District Attorney's Office and the U.S. Attorney's Office, Southern District. We're serious about working together and identifying those most violent individuals. So in closing, as my mom used to say, son, sometimes you got to show people better than you can tell them. And that's what we're doing today. So the message to the criminals, most homicides are committed with guns. And my God, we're serious about getting those guns out of the hands of our most violent offenders in this region. And we're serious about it, and just sit back and watch. So message to you, clean it up, or we're coming after you. So thank y'all so much. And the men and women on the front line with all of our agencies, thank you so much for the great work that you do out there every day, and loving this partnership. Love it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, DA Ogg. Thank you, SAC Ronowski. I think we've said it enough, but I'll say it one more time. It is the work across all the different agencies that makes this possible. You know, we all have limited resources within the U.S. Attorney's Office, within the DA's office, within the ATF and the FBI. And so getting those resources together, make sure that we can at least keep our community just a little bit safer. With that, I will take any questions. Yes.
Gina Sinceri, ABC News. I think for Fred, will most of these guns straw purchases, stolen guns? What do you find the provenance of most of these guns to be?
So obviously, if you paid attention to the media last week, right, we did a big media presentation last week on the volume of guns being stolen out of vehicles, particularly in the city of Houston. 4,400 guns last year stolen out of vehicles. So a significant number of these guns are being stolen out of vehicles, right? I wouldn't say a lot of these would come back to straw purchases. We just stood up the Houston Area Crime Gun Intelligence Center, and it's a center that has 12 crime analysts only looking at crime gun intelligence now. That just got stood up in the last couple of weeks. And so we are going to be able to take deeper dives on the 12,000 guns that law enforcement recovered last year and traced, and be able to take deeper dives and give us some more strategic information to all of our partners on where guns are really coming from in the city and the metro area. But this initiative itself, a significant number of those guns, again, are being stolen out of cars. That is the biggest pipeline that we see in the city for how criminals are getting guns.
Can anyone speak to the homicide case linked to Mr. Hurd? Was it higher profile, one we may have covered?
So, listen, because it's an ongoing homicide case with the Houston Police Department, I really don't want to get into identifying too much information on that. So
It's not charged.
It's not charged. Okay, so it's linked. That gun is linked to a homicide that has suspect has not been charged and arrested yet. Okay.
Anything else?
Yes, could you speak a little bit just to the impact of taking these guns out of our community? When we've had these initiatives in the past, what sort of impact has there been? Does it actually make a difference? Because we all know that there are still guns out there, obviously.
Yeah, so, and I'll let Brett talk to me in a second about this, but, you know, my focus has been taking dangerous felons off of the streets, or at least having them face felony possessions charges in the federal system. Oftentimes, for example, when they're arrested, they have firearms. Sometimes they don't. So as it relates to guns coming off the streets, well, hopefully it does that. But more importantly, the ones who pull the trigger, those are the ones at the end of the day that we're hopeful we can also get off the streets and face at least federal charges.
One of the great consequences of this partnership is that it addresses the Harris County backlog and the number of violent, dangerous people awaiting trial while on bail out in our community. Unfortunately, a segment of those individuals rearm themselves, and we see it as a driver in terms of the recommission of more felonies by felons out on bond for violent offenses. And so this, in part, was a solution, partial solution, a piece of the answer to getting those individuals off the street. Yes, there's guns everywhere, and we have wide open laws in Texas, but everyone agrees felons should not possess weapons. Our laws agree. The federal laws are stronger than the state laws, but we're willing and ready to use both.
So as a law enforcement leader, when you're trying to reduce violent crime, and anyone behind me can tell you this the same. We need to look at people, places, and things, right? Places you've heard a lot about, hotspot policing, right? That's places. This project was focused on people, all right, who are multi-convicted felons with at least one violent felony conviction that have rearmed themselves, and they are a substantially higher risk of either being a shooter or being shot themselves, right? That's just the world they live in. And so if we want to address and try to get out in front of this, part of this project was to try to be proactive and get these people off the street, because we know, again, they're violent felons and they're rearming themselves. So the thing is the gun, right? And we need to stay focused on the thing too. But as you said, it's a legal commodity in the United States. There's a lot out there, but it's a lot like narcotics investigations, right? There's a lot of narcotics out there, but we don't stop trying to take it down and trying to take the sources down. Not everyone that has a gun is a bad person, right? There's a lot of good, honest, law-abiding citizens with guns, and that's why we've made such a push on this vehicles, guns stolen from vehicles, because it doesn't make you a bad person, but you are definitely contributing to the violent crime if you get a gun stolen out of you. So, hope that answers your question.
There's been a lot of discussion about bond, and I know you guys mentioned a lot of like felons, getting bond to do these crimes. Is there any emphasis on sort of, maybe even stricter bonds, or maybe even just kind of to prevent a lot of criminals from coming back on the street to get guns or steal guns?
Yeah, so I'm going to let DA Ogg talk to that. On the federal side, the way it works is when somebody's arrested, they're entitled to a detention hearing. At the detention hearing, there'll be a decision made upon risk of flight and danger to the community. And oftentimes somebody who's a convicted felon who's evaded arrest is probably going to have a good chance of being detained without bond. And the federal system does that. I will let DA Ogg talk about the state system.
Well, with the legislature in session, your question is timely. Our standards are just a little bit different, but they're based on the same principle, a balancing of interests by the judge. The interest being the pretrial freedom and ability of the defendant to remain out in the community while charges are pending versus the public safety interest of the public. So we, the prosecutors, look at risk factors, both with flight and future danger when it comes to a defendant. And the defense counsel generally talks about ties to the community, etc. In the federal system, it's simply a question of detain or not detain, not so much how much the bond will be. So that's really the difference. And we see in the federal system that when it's a question of public safety versus the individual's rights, at least with the cases we've picked, it tells me that ATF has correctly selected the cases. The U.S. Attorney's Office has correctly selected the cases we've submitted, because 35 of the 36 referenced who've been arrested have been detained in the federal system, where they were not in detention in the state system.
Any more questions? Thank you, everybody. And again, I want to thank our partners here, the hard work of the DA's office, ATF, Chief Fitter, always vigilant, FBI, and the Marshal Service. Thank you, everybody. Have a great day.
And that was the partnership there announced just moments ago with Houston Police and the DOJ. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. Here's a live look at New York City here on this Wednesday as we continue to bring you top stories and headlines from across the country. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for being here with us as we bring you always the top stories, top feeds, and, of course, breaking news when it happens. Well, later this week, it will mark the one-year anniversary of the war in Ukraine that was brought on by Russia. And a little bit ago, the UN held an emergency hearing on really talking about the violent ways of this war that has been started by Russia and some of the atrocities that has been committed by the Russians. So let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Of itself, a flagrant violation of the UN Charter's prohibition on the use of force against territorial integrity of states. International criminal justice has important achievements in addressing genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. But there is no international court or tribunal which can exercise jurisdiction over the crime of aggression against Ukraine. We must close this accountability gap and establish a special tribunal which will be able to do that. The crime obviously happened. The Russian invasion of Ukraine will go down in history as a textbook example of the crime of aggression. We cannot let it go unpunished. This would cause enormous damage to the international legal order and the rule of law. This is why it is so important to establish a special tribunal. Aggression is the mother of all crimes, meaning that all war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide stem from it. Together with our friends and partners, we gathered a core group on the establishment of the special tribunal. The group will play a leading role and become an ultimate platform for holding legal discussions, finding solutions, and paving the way forward. I therefore encourage you to join the core group and make your contribution to the establishment of the special tribunal. As of now, an international center for the prosecution of the crime of aggression in Ukraine will be established in The Hague, with the objective to coordinate investigation, preserve and store evidence for future trials. And we are grateful to our colleagues from the European Union and, of course, the Netherlands for this move. We look forward to the rapid establishment and beginning of operations of this center. This is an important step forward to ensuring accountability for the crime of aggression. Ukrainians hear the powerful voices of the entire democratic world in our support, which should be strengthened by resolute, coordinated actions. And I'm confident that our dialogue today will contribute to the creation of new effective initiatives and formats of cooperation on human rights protection and accountability. There is obviously no one-size-fits-all approach to all situations, and many existing recipes no longer work. It is high time to introduce new approaches and tools, and we shouldn't be afraid of it. Let's do it together and prove that everything that seems impossible is ultimately possible when justice is our goal. Thank you.
We will now hear from the Foreign Minister Hoekstra of the Netherlands. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And ladies and gentlemen, I cannot get the image out of my head. The conversation I had with Sasha, a 12-year-old boy who has seen more misery in his life than we probably ever see in ours. He told me how his eye had been injured during a Russian missile attack, and how he had been captured by Russian forces, separated from his mother, and told that he had been adopted by Russians because he had no parents.
Overnight, we executed.
And it was only thanks to the perseverance of his grandmother that he was able to escape the dark fate that had befallen on thousands of Ukrainian children. And I have to say that it truly grieves me how these children are being ripped away from their families, their culture, and their heritage. And how Russia is actually trying to eradicate the Ukrainian identity by targeting the most vulnerable. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 year after Russia began its unworded, unprovoked and illegal war in Ukraine, the crimes are simply piling up. Child abductions, sexual violence and torture. The shelling of schools, hospitals and houses, and the destruction of basically entire neighborhoods. This has to stop. And yes, eventually we all want peace, but the only way to bring about peace is by not tolerating this aggression. And as we look ahead towards a future peace, we must also look back to the flagrant violations of international law, atrocities we simply cannot ignore. And that is why the Netherlands is taking a leading role in ensuring justice is being done for the people of Ukraine in line with President Zelensky's peace formula. We are working to achieve full accountability for international crimes committed in Ukraine. Accountability that puts survivors' needs front and center, with a watertight judicial process that ensures that Russia doesn't get away with such crimes. And it is to this end we're supporting the quest for accountability. We're doing this bilaterally with Ukraine, via international coordination and investigative mechanisms, and of course via the ICC. And for this quest to succeed, we also need watertight evidence. And that is why the Netherlands is sending another 2 forensic investigation missions to Ukraine. And I would like to invite all state parties to the Rome Statute present here today to contribute to this effort and basically to do the same. As I've said, nobody should get away with crimes like these. And therefore, we strongly support the establishment of the International Center for the Prosecution of the Crime of Aggression. This center, to be located in The Hague, will collect evidence that can be used to eventually try Russian leadership. And the Netherlands will host a register of damaged claims arising from Russia's aggression. And we will soon be launching a dialogue group to facilitate the coordination of accountability initiatives together with Ukraine, the EU and the ICC. And here as well, I would like to invite all of you to join and support these accountability initiatives. Dear friends, we must do all we can to prevent further injustice. And by doing everything in our power to return children like Sasha to their country, to their parents and to their loved ones. And that is why the Netherlands joined forces with Ukraine and Germany to make sure the world knows that Russia is systematically abducting Ukrainian children, and why we firmly support the new sanctions that the EU is planning. And I would urge everyone in this room today to join us in condemning these appalling crimes. Ladies and gentlemen, Sasha's grandmother traveled through Poland, Lithuania, Latvia and Russia, and then into Russian-occupied eastern Ukraine to get her grandson back. And she succeeded because she refused to give up. The Ukrainian people are still standing because they refuse to give up. And we must help them with the same resolve. And we must do so not only for the people of Ukraine, but for the future of all of us. Because the core values that bring us together here today of the United Nations are at stake. There can never be peace. And I say that again, there can never be peace in a world where crime and brute force prevail over justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Now we will hear from Foreign Minister Rainsula from Estonia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Excellencies, guests, dear Dmytro, I deliver the statement on behalf of the group of Friends of Accountability following the aggression against Ukraine, consisting of 49 member states and the European Union. In one horrendous year, Russia's war of aggression has caused intolerable misery, innocent deaths and destruction of Ukraine. Reportedly, over 1.6 million Ukrainians have been forcibly taken to Russia. We have witnessed images and reports of indiscriminate killings of civilians, as well as unlawful attacks on civilian infrastructure, sexual and gender-based violence, and shocking reports of abductions of children. Such actions are unacceptable and constitute a violation of international law wherever they occur and must be met with the same strong response whenever they occur. Today, we will have the opportunity to hear first-hand testimonies from survivors and experts. In the eyes of the public, the credibility of our institutions, including the UN, rests upon our collective response. To ensure that all perpetrators are held to full account for the egregious violations of international law still playing out before us, and to defend the rights of victims and survivors. Reports of conflict-related sexual violence in Ukraine, targeted most frequently at women and girls, are of particular concern. Conflict-related sexual violence, including rape used as a tactic of war, is a blatant violation and abuse of international humanitarian law and international human rights law, and it can constitute a war crime and crimes against humanity. It must be met with effective accountability measures. In this regard, we welcome the cooperation between the government of Ukraine and the Office of the Special Representative for Sexual Violence in Conflict, and we commend the important work of civil society organizations. We are also deeply concerned by reports of Russian forces having relocated at least 6,000 Ukrainian children to camps and facilities across Russia for forced adoption and military training. Such actions are in clear violation of international humanitarian law and international human rights law and may constitute war crimes and crimes against humanity. We must continue to defend the human rights of every child, and we welcome today's discussion on this particular issue. Fighting impunity must be at the core of our international response. We commend all efforts to ensure accountability, in particular the opening of an investigation by the prosecutor of the ICC. Additionally, the establishment of the Independent International Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine, the OSCE Moscow mechanism, what an irony of name, the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission, and the creation of an international center for the prosecution of the crime of aggression are important contributions to the quest for justice. The group of friends also highlights the important efforts of all other actors who contribute to accountability efforts for Ukraine, including national investigators and civil society actors collecting and preserving evidence. While we wait for the ongoing legal processes, which will take time, we cannot ignore the independent reports and testimonies we have in front of us. Ukrainian authorities have prosecuted and tried more than 20 people for war crimes. The Independent International Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine has found reasonable grounds to conclude that an array of war crimes and violations of human rights and international humanitarian law have been committed in Ukraine. The experts of the OSCE Moscow mechanism concluded that international humanitarian law and international human rights law has been extensively violated in the conflict in Ukraine. The mission also concluded that some of these violations were likely to amount to war crimes and crimes against humanity. The OHCHR monitoring mission has documented violations of international humanitarian law and international human rights law, such as unlawful killings, including summary executions of civilians in more than 30 settlements in Kyiv, Chernihiv, Kharkiv and Sumy region. The numbers from the latest report published yesterday are devastating, highlighting that the human cost of the war in Ukraine has left at least 8,000 civilians dead and more than 13,000 injured over the past 12 months. Today we will hear first-hand testimonies that the international community can't ignore. We need to continue to call out violations and condemn what is taking place. We recall the order on provisional measures by the International Court of Justice of 16th March last year that Russia shall immediately suspend the military operations that it commenced on 24 February last year in the territory of Ukraine. The principal judicial organ of the United Nations has stated it clearly. We call on Russia to comply, to stop the war. We, as the international community, must show that we will not tolerate any country trampling on the UN Charter. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now we will give the floor to Foreign Minister Flores of Guatemala. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ambassador Harper, for giving me the floor. Victory for human rights, justice for Ukraine, and accountability. That is the reason that we are here, dear friends and excellencies. This is the moment that we need to strongly condemn.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone, and that one-year anniversary of the start of the war happening on the 24th. We got you covered right here, as always, on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. We're back here for you on Live Now from Fox, taking you out to Georgia, where several Georgia state representatives coming together along with numerous groups representing the Jewish community, holding this news conference to talk about an anti-Semitism legislation bill in the works. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Celebration of hate against Jews, and we should beware. Anti-Semitism is a problem. It doesn't just affect us. It may affect us first, but it doesn't. If it starts with the Jews, it doesn't end with the Jews. It is a problem because people don't know what it is. A recent survey, half the people couldn't tell you what anti-Semitism is. And it's a problem that will not fix itself. And that's why we are here with brave and principled bipartisan representatives who are sponsoring a bill, HB 30, that will give us all the tools we need to recognize anti-Semitism, identify it, and hopefully one day eradicate it. Thank you.
Thank you very. Thank you. Thank you. Is this on?
Pull it closer. Pull it real close.
Is that on? All right. Thanks everybody for being here today. John Carson. As many of you know, and many of you saw, the House Judiciary Committee passed House Bill 30 out of committee and it's really thanks to people all across the committee, but really on a bipartisan basis with Chairman Stan Gunner, Majority Leader Chuck F. Strachan, Representative Stacey Evans, I don't think she's here, Representative Esther Panich, who's a co-sponsor with me, and all the people that you see behind me here. People ask me, how did I get involved with this? Because I'm a Protestant. I don't have Jewish blood in me. But you know what? I have Jewish love within me, love for the Jewish community. I'm here because I believe in this is right, this is moral, and this is just the right thing to do for people that are constantly being persecuted. Even though they're a vast minority of the population, they get a huge amount of the persecution on religious and other grounds. It is important that we pass this bill and that we end the hate toward this community once and for all. And I'm very... We have a couple more speakers, but after that, for those of you in the media, we're going to stick around for a few questions. Can I introduce real quick my friend Esther Panich, co-sponsor on House Bill 30. Esther.
Thank you, John. I'm Esther Panich, District 51, which represents parts of Sandy Springs, Roswell, and Johns Creek. One of the primary reasons I ran for office was because there would be zero Jewish representation, with the last Jewish representative not running for re-election. That was something I could not abide. There is one, I'm it, out of 236 members of the General Assembly. And anti-Semitism is on the rise. I ran because extremism is on the rise. Specifically, anti-Semitism is on the rise. Some statistics from the American Jewish Committee 2022 survey on anti-Semitism. For Jews experiencing anti-Semitism nationally, we know that 23% avoided publicly wearing, carrying, or displaying things. 16% avoided certain places, and 27% avoided posting online or on social media. For the South, it's 27% avoided publicly wearing, carrying, or displaying things. 19% avoided certain places, and 35% avoided posting content online. And this isn't particular to the South, but here are the numbers. 73% of U.S. adults who know someone who is Jewish say anti-Semitism is a problem in the U.S., compared with 59% of those who do not know anybody who is Jewish. And 52% of U.S. adults who know someone who is Jewish say that anti-Semitism has increased in the last 5 years, compared with 37% of those who do not know anyone who is Jewish. There is no doubt anti-Semitism is on the rise. We need every tool in our toolbox. This bill defines anti-Semitism. To be clear, it does not restrict speech. There is an ongoing campaign, a misinformation campaign, to say that this violates free speech. It does not. The definition does not even come into play until there is an unlawful act, like unlawful discrimination, or a crime has already been committed. Jews want to fit into the hate crime bill just like every other minority that is already protected. That's all we want. We don't want anything special. We want to be treated just like every other minority, and we're not currently. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Now I want to bring up Mark Goldfeder. He's a resident of Georgia. He is also general counsel for Hillels of Georgia. Mark?
Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to summarize some of what was said. Roughly half of all Americans say that they do not know what anti-Semitism means, and that's only the people who are willing to admit that. What HB 30 does is it fills a hole in Georgia's existing anti-discrimination laws. It gives officials a standard definition of what anti-Semitism means to be considered when they're assessing the intent behind unlawful, discriminatory actions or hate crimes. And incorporating this definition is necessary because today anti-Semites commit horrific acts of discrimination against Jewish people, and then they hide behind the lack of a definition to avoid accountability. Last week, lawmakers heard testimony from the families of their own constituents who were personally affected by the current lack of a definition. They heard from the families of students who were terrorized in their local Georgia public schools with swastikas and death threats. And they were then gaslighted by their school administrators who said they weren't sure if what they were experiencing was anti-Semitism. Well, this bill would help protect those children and others like them. And because there has been a disinformation campaign about this bill, I want to spend 1 minute to very briefly explain what the bill does not do. It does not criminalize or limit or chill speech. It does not limit or chill anti-Semitic speech. It does not limit or chill anti-Israel speech. It has nothing at all to do with speech. And this is not really a matter of opinion. It's a matter of fact. The text of the bill is available for everyone to read. It only deals with discriminatory acts and hate crimes committed against Jewish people. Unlawful discriminatory conduct can include illegal hiring, firing, or housing decisions. It can include hate crimes or discriminatory harassment. None of that is protected under the First Amendment. To the extent that there was any remaining uncertainty, the bill even reiterates that it in no way infringes on any First Amendment rights. HB 30 doesn't even criminalize hate crimes against Jews. Those are already illegal. All it does is ensure that when you're analyzing the intent behind illegal discriminatory actions, and there's an allegation that the person chose their victim because of anti-Jewish animus, that authorities consider the world's most well-accepted definition of anti-Semitism as contextual evidence of motive. I want to be very crystal clear about these last 2 points because this is where the opposition has been making their comments. Anyone can say anything they want about Israel or about Jews, and this bill would not affect them. Unless anyone is planning on committing unlawful, discriminatory acts or hate crimes against Jews, this bill should not trouble them at all. Opponents of the bill are not asking for the right to criticize Israel or Jews because they are explicitly allowed to do so. They are asking for the ability to attack or discriminate against Jews unlawfully and not be held accountable. And finally, the bill doesn't create any new protected class or special category for Jewish people. All it does is concretely fix a problem. It solves an existing equal protection problem, doesn't create any new protections. It's narrowly tailored to protect a community that clearly needs protection, and that's why we respectfully ask that you stand with the Jewish community and against hate in Georgia. Thank you.
Now, Esther and I and others are available for questions. One of the more popular questions that I get from a number of even of my own colleagues is, when are we going to have a vote? It has to be third read in the House floor. I believe it was today. It's going to be available for House rules, and I'm hopeful for a vote next week during the legislative session on House Bill 30. Does anybody have a question that I could answer real quick? Greg Bluestein. Sure. I'm going to repeat the question if I can in the microphone. So Greg Bluestein with the AJC, maybe Esther, you want to take this. He's basically saying or asking, there's a number of people, both Republicans and Democrats of various faiths, lobbying on this. Do you want to discuss the bipartisan nature of it?
Right is right and wrong is wrong. And so it's correct, it's right to stand up for people who are being victimized. And so my colleagues across the board have been standing up against hate. It's as simple as that. We see what's wrong and we're standing up against it. And I can't thank our allies enough for doing what's right. Sometimes it takes a lot of political courage to do it and moral courage. This shouldn't be so hard, though, to stand up against anti-Semitism. But we appreciate everybody who has done this on behalf of the Jewish community. So, thank you.
I did want to mention one other item that was added to the bill as part of the committee process. The use of a swastika or Nazi imagery with the intent to terrorize, with the intent to intimidate another person, that is now going to be recognized as a terrorist act under the state code. That's also part of House Bill 30. Any other questions I can answer? Yes.
No.
You want to repeat the question?
The question was anti-Semitic flyers that were put out over the last few weekends, including my house. The case was closed with no charges brought. Would this bill affect that? No, because there already has to be an underlying crime or unlawful act, and if in the determination of law enforcement there was not. What happened was disgusting, but it's protected under the First Amendment. So no, this bill would not affect what just happened to me and hundreds of other families in the Jewish community.
Any other questions? We'll be around for a moment. I just wanted to spell Mark Goldfeder's name for your news articles. Goldfeder, Goldfeder, Mark Goldfeder.
We're listening there to bipartisan, a group of Georgia lawmakers coming together to announce that an anti-Semitism bill in the works. We got you covered, as always, right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take another quick 2-minute break right here. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Just being added to the schedule here is a State Department briefing that will be coming up at the top of the hour. This all coming as President Biden wrapped up his trip there in Poland. And, of course, before that, made that surprise visit to Ukraine. So right now, President Biden is up in the air, heading back to D.C., and we'll be taking the State Department when it happens and throughout the day right here on Live Now from Fox. I want to take you out to the next event that we are going to showcase here, coming out of Philadelphia as the American Jewish Committee speaking right here on Live Now from Fox.
Leader Jones, and Councilmember Johnson, Kenyatta Johnson, the councilman and I did serve in the Pennsylvania House of Representatives for many years, so that may be the only building I worked in that trumped this one. So, and I do want to recognize my legislative director, Jacob Golden, who was instrumental in helping me draft the resolution and also has guided me in a lot of the legislative affairs and really kind of bringing me up to speed on all the incidents that continue to occur, not only here in Pennsylvania, but across the nation. I was just telling some of the folks up here that the first friend I met in life at Cheltenham Avenue in the Oxford Circle was Eric Paul Heimovitz. The first beer I ever had was at a bar mitzvah, because I was going to these events in my neighborhood. It was Irish, it was German, it was Italian, it was Jewish. So I always will treasure Eric as my oldest friend on the earth, and he works right here in Center City as well. I really should have invited him here today, but I will tell him that he and his family taught me a lot in life. I served recently in the House of Representatives, and I had the unfortunate timing a few years back to have served when that awful Tree of Life incident occurred in Pittsburgh. I wept with Representative Dan Frankel. We tried to do all we could for the community in the Tree of Life area in Pittsburgh. It was something that we were numb. And I will say, as diverse as the House of Representatives is, and if you know Pennsylvania, you know that people come from all walks of life, but I will say that we came together in a bipartisan way to denounce what happened in Pittsburgh 5 years ago. But in my role as an elected official, I always look for opportunities to use our position in a good way. And when that anniversary was coming up, I spoke to Jacob and I said, Jake, I want to do something. And he said, well, let's draft a resolution and seek unanimous consent in City Hall. And we did that, and we got that. And thank you, colleagues, for the unanimous consent there. The reason we're here is I think we all know that anti-Semitism is real. Nearly 3,000 incidents of harassment, vandalism, violence. These are at the highest level. That was to 2021. We don't have the numbers from 2022 yet, but we're at the highest levels since they've been recording these such incidents. Alarming as it sounds, and then as real as it sounds, that's why we're here today. We have to use educational opportunities. We have to use community outreach. We have to use advocacy. And we have to thank organizations like the American Jewish Committee for organizing and advocating and calling out anywhere we see anti-Semitism. We need our voices to be heard. We need our voices to be loud, and we need our voices to be clear. So I do want to welcome up now the Acting Secretary of the Community and Economic Development, Rick Seiger.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my honor to be here today on behalf of Governor Josh Shapiro to help shine a light on this important report from the AJC. I come here not just as someone of Jewish faith who is serving under a Jewish governor, but also as Acting Secretary of Pennsylvania's Department of Community and Economic Development. We are charged with making Pennsylvania's communities strong and successful. In order to have a strong community, you need a culture of openness and inclusivity to people of all faiths, of all backgrounds, and all identities. Hate has no place in any Pennsylvania community. Across the nation and here in the Commonwealth, as the councilman said, anti-Semitic acts of hate and violence have been all too prevalent in recent years, from the tragedy at Tree of Life Synagogue in my own hometown of Pittsburgh to the record number of anti-Semitic incidents recorded by the ADL in 2021. The State of Anti-Semitism in America report is illustrative of how this increase in anti-Semitic acts have had an unfortunate and disturbing impact on the physical and mental well-being of Jewish people all across the country. But, you know, what Governor Shapiro and I appreciate so much about this report is it also lays out tangible actions for how everyone, from businesses to communities to government officials to all Pennsylvanians, can participate and do their part to lower the temperature and reduce anti-Semitism. Governor Shapiro has made it clear that his vision of Pennsylvania is one that no matter what you look like, where you come from, who you love, or who you pray to, you are valued here in Pennsylvania. He's also someone who's always been open about his Jewish faith and what it means for he and his family, and he set the tone for everyone in the Commonwealth that we are not helpless in this situation, but we can really take action. And as the report says, you know, we at the state level have the opportunity to respond to anti-Semitism by unequivocally condemning acts of hate and violence, by depoliticizing the fight against anti-Semitism, by encouraging the reporting of hate crimes, and by investing in our Jewish communities, educating people about Jewish culture and history, and bringing together partner networks to tackle anti-Semitism in a unified way across the Commonwealth. Here in Pennsylvania, a place founded on the promise of religious tolerance, Governor Shapiro and his entire administration stands with the Jewish community and all Pennsylvanians in our collective fight against anti-Semitism. On behalf of the Governor, I commend the AJC for your outstanding work on this report and for everything you do each day, and I appreciate you all having me today. It's now my great pleasure to introduce Councilmember Curtis Jones Jr. Councilmember.
What was significant that was just said is that William Penn did found this Commonwealth on religious tolerance and acceptance. Today, I don't come to you as one of my colleagues in the City Council. I come to you as a Pennsylvania Human Relations Commissioner, whose charge it is to register these acts of hate in our state and make sure that there is tangible actions, protections against them. I will give you two quick stories.
Some of you are going to see our final quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
A very diverse community, and my next door neighbors were Jewish, and one of my favorite classmates, and if he's out there, please Google me and find me. His name was Mike Polson. Mike Polson was the funniest kid in middle school, and we were not a black kid or a Jewish kid, we were kids. And in that is the understanding that we have more in common than we have apart. We both like baseball, neither one of us could play basketball, and we like to play too much in the hallways. But I wound up becoming a council person and winding up in Israel on a visit. And I'll never forget the head of security was at the top of the hill, and he relayed a childhood story similar to mine. He grew up with a kid named Hafi that now lived in the Arab village, maybe 3 miles away from him. And he recalled calling the old number where Hafi used to live, and a kid picked up the phone and asked, "Who is this?" And he said who he was, and he asked if Hafi still lived there, and he said, "Yes, that's my dad." Hafi came to the phone. There was a tearful reunion and remembering how they played soccer together, their version of football. And he said, "Well, what can I do for you as a human being?" And he talked about the fact that they were on the wrong side of Arab politics, didn't have the kind of provisions. He said, "Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to bring a truck full of supplies to you as a human being, and we're going to share that." The thing that came out was that night when they met at the border, Hafi's son was looking around to the sky like, where is the ambush? Where is the setup? This can't be true. They can't be doing this for me and my family. And what he conveyed was that when we don't talk, sometimes difficult conversations, we don't get to experience similarities and humanization of who we are. And I think that a lot of what's going on in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is that people get isolated. They fall into their own narratives. They're unwilling to talk and even disagree sometimes about positions. When we can do that, more times than not, we can find common ground. But let the record reflect that hate will not be tolerated in our state. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Marcia Bronstein, Regional Director of American Jewish Committee, Philadelphia, Southern New Jersey region. And AJC is proud to be a trusted ally within City Hall and with City Council. And special thanks to Council Member Driscoll and his team for working with AJC to organize this press briefing, and to Council Member Jones for being such a good friend and ally. We are appreciative that City Council invited AJC in 2022 to facilitate training on anti-Semitism for all of city staff and leaders, and we appreciate how seriously you care for the safety and the security of all Philadelphians. And for those who don't know us well, AJC is the leading global Jewish advocacy organization. We work on combating anti-Semitism and all forms of hate, strengthening Israel's place in the world, and cultivating new allies, promoting pluralism, and protecting democratic values. AJC was founded in 1906 with the belief that working collaboratively with like-minded partners, we could ensure the safety and security for the Jewish people and for all people. Jews are less than 2% of the population. And as a minority group, we realize that working together with partners maximizes freedom and security for all. An America that is safe for all is safest for Jews and other minorities, and that is why partners and allies are integral to our work. Central to our mission is our intergroup and interreligious outreach and partnerships through our Muslim-Jewish Advisory Council, called Circle of Friends, the Latino Jewish Coalition, and the Pennsylvania Asian Pacific American Jewish Alliance, called PAPAJA. Allyship is an essential ingredient in fighting all forms of hatred. AJC is very proud to serve as a resource to elected officials, corporations, campuses, and partners with trainings, materials, and expertise on anti-Semitism. Just to provide one example, Translate Hate is AJC's glossary of anti-Semitic terms and tropes. And we believe that in order to effectively combat anti-Semitism, we first must be able to understand it and recognize it. And Translate Hate is that educational tool that helps us do exactly that. And we have copies today here, and so please pick up one before you leave. In the past couple of years, we have seen resignations of officials due to anti-Semitic tirades, apologies that are issued by those who have used centuries-old claims and conspiracy theories about Jews controlling world economy, Holocaust denial and distortion, and anti-Israel rhetoric. We have seen influencers and celebrities and athletes make anti-Semitic comments in public, deny the Holocaust, and quote Adolf Hitler. And when Israeli flags are defaced or hateful graffiti is scribbled on synagogues or Jewish schools, and when cemeteries are vandalized on a regular basis, anti-Semitism becomes normalized. And this is cause for societal concern. This can't be how life is in 2023. AJC advocates for an all-of-society approach to combating anti-Semitism, and to be most effective, we have to work together. Jews are commanded to remember that we were once strangers in other lands, And because of that, we speak out for others who need their voices amplified. We stand with our friends, allies, and partners in other faith and ethnic communities to battle hatred. And now, I'm honored to introduce AJC's CEO, Ted Deutsch, who is with us today to discuss the newly released 2022 State of Anti-Semitism in America report. The report that you will hear about is the only one to look at the myriad of ways anti-Semitism in America affects the lives of Jews and compares those findings to how the general public perceives the threat. And it is the most comprehensive survey of how Jews in the U.S. perceive anti-Jewish hatred. Ted, the floor is yours.
Marcia, thank you very much. Councilmember Driscoll, thanks for all of your work and for bringing us together. Secretary Seiger, our thanks to you and to the governor. Please pass those warm regards back to the governor in Harrisburg. We're grateful to Councilmember Jones for your leadership. I know Councilmember Johnson is here. We're grateful for your participation. And Representative Kenyatta, I didn't see Senator Street, Representative Kenyatta, but welcome. Oh, I didn't see you come in. I'm just going to take a quick moment. I told a couple of you, I grew up in Bethlehem. I loved politics. I ultimately served in Congress for a long time before doing this job. But Philadelphia was real politics when you were growing up an hour away. So I was sort of obsessed with everything that happened here, your mayors, your city council members. It's very exciting for me to be here. So, and for this reason, and really grateful. And this, frankly, is so much of the reason that I found myself, even as a kid, paying such a close attention to Philadelphia, because this is a really great, vibrant, diverse community, and those diverse voices all are important, and you recognize that, and it's the reason that we're all here today. And I'm just really grateful. I'm grateful for the work that you do here in this building, but I'm especially grateful for all of the community leaders who are here. Stephanie's son, Randy Duque. I'm moved by your participation in this event, but here's why we're here. What we know, what the AJC's State of Anti-Semitism report tells us, is that this is a really challenging moment for the Jewish community, but I'll start by making it really what I think is an observation that doesn't need to be made, but I'll do it anyway. It doesn't need to be made with this group. Anti-Semitism, which is Jew hatred, which is based on conspiracy theories and lies, and which over so many centuries has led to Jews being persecuted and chased out of countries, violent attacks, and the attempted annihilation of the entire Jewish people. Anti-Semitism never just stops with the Jews. And we can point to too many instances of violence in our communities, in the Black community, in the AAPI community, in the Hispanic community, where the perpetrator made clear that the hatred stretched to all of us. The anti-Semitism dictated the actions not just to the shooter at the Tree of Life, the people marching in Charlottesville chanting, "Jews will not replace us." They're talking about all of us. And I'm really grateful to be here with all of you. And what the report tells us is that in a very significant way, what we're dealing with is getting worse, but the impact on our community and the impact on society as a whole is greater than it's been. Over 40% of American Jews feel less secure in America than they did 1 year ago. That's a 10 percentage point increase over last year. It's not right, as Marcia said, and Marcia, thank you for your leadership here in Philadelphia and a AJC region where this kind of collaboration happens routinely, thanks to your leadership and our great team. But these kinds of numbers tell us exactly where we are in 2023. 40% feel less secure. Over 40% of American Jews have changed their behavior out of fear of anti-Semitism. That is, maybe they've chosen not to wear a kippah. Maybe they don't wear a Jewish star. They hesitate wearing a t-shirt supporting Israel. Over 40% have changed their behavior. And if you think about why that is, the fact is, look at what's happening online. And again, there, 2/3 of American Jews have seen anti-Semitism online, many of them more than once, the majority more than once. For young people, the number is over 80%, 85% of young Jews under the age of 30 have experienced anti-Semitism online. There is a real impact that has. For college students on college campuses, it means too often feeling uncomfortable in certain settings on campus simply because of who they are, or an unwillingness to talk about the way they feel about Israel, even when it is regularly a fundamental part of who they are and who the vast majority of American Jews are. That kind of unease that we see play out as well in the workplace, where Jews also hesitate talking about their faith, talking about their support for Israel, feeling uncomfortable because of who they are. The data is clear, and there's a lot that we can do to confront it, to combat it. And we have to, because again, it's all of society that has a problem when you see this increase in anti-Semitism. Our call to action, AJC's call to action against anti-Semitism, lays out all of the ways that the community can come together, whole of society. Everyone has a role to play. And it spells out what government officials can do and what business leaders can do, what individuals can do, what can be done in the university setting and in education. I urge people to take a look at it. And there's so much work that can be done. I'm grateful our fellow organizations, Jewish organizations, are here because we all do this work together. The Federation, JCRC, and ADL. And this is important work that we come together with the community to confront. And as we gather here with that data in mind, and we think about what can be done, we think about social media companies who have an obligation to make sure that their policies against hatred, their community standards, recognize the threat that anti-Semitism poses to the Jewish community, so that their algorithms don't feed hatred to those who often see that hatred lead to violence. It's meaningful to be in Pennsylvania as we approach 5 years since the horrific shooting at Tree of Life, and think about what happened that awful day, what happened to Jews who were slaughtered in their place of worship as Jews. And it's no surprise to know that our survey also points out the rising number of Jews who feel uncomfortable even in the institutions that are fundamental to who they are as Jews. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I urge people to take a look at the survey. I really encourage people to use Translate Hate, which Marcia referred to earlier, which helps expose some of the anti-Semitic lies for what they are, helps people understand what it is that we're talking about when we talk about anti-Semitic tropes, when we talk about conspiracy theories, how those have so often, as I said earlier, led to violence against the Jewish community, and the call to action that provides a whole series of ways that we can work together. And I'll finish with this. Even as we do the important work that we all do together as a community with community groups and elected officials, the Biden administration is engaged in a process, an interagency task force, to put together the first ever plan to combat anti-Semitism, other forms of hatred. I would respectfully urge, as I have every place I've gone, that even as the administration finishes this work for a national plan, that we know there are some specific issues, every community is different. And I hope that, I'm confident that the state of Pennsylvania and the city of Philadelphia will look for their own ways to continue this important conversation, to bring people together, to fight anti-Semitism and hatred, make our communities safer, show greater respect for one another, and ultimately create and sustain the kind of communities that we know we all deserve. And that's ultimately what this is about. In 2023, nobody should have to make decisions about how they feel, where they go, where they feel secure because of who they are as Jews or as members of any community. And too often that's the case. And I look forward to working with all of our good friends here in Philadelphia and in the state of Pennsylvania as we do this work together to create, again, communities that this community has historically been proud of and that we should all work together to create, because it's what we all deserve. And I'm really, really grateful. Thanks, everyone, for the opportunity. Thank you. And I will now, it's my honor to also now call up Stephanie Sun. Stephanie is the Pennsylvania Pacific American Jewish American Alliance director? Co-founder and co-chair, and again, a perfect example of the importance of allyship and why we all stand together in this fight. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephanie Song. As mentioned, I am the co-founder and co-chair of the Pennsylvania Asian Pacific American Jewish Alliance, PAPAJA. Some of our alliance members are also together with us today, including Muslim community leaders, standing in solidarity with the Jewish community. Last year, together with a group of leaders from both the Asian Pacific American community and the American Jewish community and AJC, we launched PAPAJA. To the best of our knowledge, PAPAJA is the first and only statewide coalition uniting the Jewish and Asian Pacific American communities in the U.S. We unite to fight anti-Semitism and anti-Asian hate targeting these two communities, to build a deep understanding between each other and cultivate the knowledge on the unique common struggles shared.
We're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you joining us here as always, and we are going to take a quick 2-minute break here. You can see that we are waiting on a State Department briefing. When we come back, we'll take you out to some live remarks that are being made by Texas Governor Greg Abbott right now. We'll take you there live, coming up in just moments on Live Now from Fox.
Fort Worth Star-Telegram article. And everybody here should be extraordinarily proud of the role that all of you all played to get that done. There are two people here, and they know I'm about to call them out probably because I spent a lot of time with them, Jeff Williams and Moji. And, you know, Moji showed me graphics and drawings of all of these buildings that were up, except for the Cowboy Stadium, but all these other buildings that have been going up over the past decade or so. Moji had renderings of them and would show me what's going on and enlist my support, the support of the state of Texas. And Jeff, you had no better advocate. I will tell you that candidly, working around the state, I am unaware of a mayor who was as proactive in getting things done. All mayors will talk a good game, and Jeff delivered good results for what happened. And your current leadership does the same thing, but there's something in the bloodstream, in the air, in the water, in Arlington, to see what has gone on and what's going on. But let me just list what I know you know, but then put a capstone point on it. I mean, with the combination of the Dallas Cowboys, the Texas Rangers, Choctaw Stadium, Six Flags, the coming National Medal of Honor Museum, plus luxury hotels in the convention center, you all really may have the most prolific entertainment zone of any place in the United States of America. I'm not aware of any other place in that one little area that's really all within walking distance where people will have access to so much there. And I think you know this, but you know what? Once you have that groundwork laid, the rest is just history. You won't have to be knocking on doors. People will be knocking on your door to be a part of that action. And so you are at the centerpiece, not just of a premier location in Texas, but I would say a premier location in the entire world when it comes to entertainment. And you know what entertainment does.